Welcome to Catskill Weiss Schwarz. Today we will be ranking every set released in English in 2025. This will be English only, so we won't be ranking any Japanese sets. However, I have included English sets that were released in limited territories like Pixar, Disney Mirrorverse, and Marvel Premium. This list will not include the Fairy Tale Chronicles set. While an interesting set for fairy tale fans and maybe collectors, it feels very out of place when compared to every other set released in English this year, so I chose to exclude it. Now I'm going to try to be as objective as possible when making this list, but I am an avid player and collector, so from time to time my own personal feelings on a set may creep in, and we are going to be ranking this list from worst to best. Before I get started with actually ranking each set, I wanted to go over the criteria that I use to judge each set. I chose a few categories ahead of time and then scored each set between 0 and 5 in each of those categories. The first category is playability. This just simply refers to how good or bad the cards in a set are. Do they feel very modern? Do they feel ahead of their time? Or do they feel dated? Basically, just how good the set feels when you're actually playing it. Next category was card design. This refers to how interesting the card profiles are in a set, if they're effects we haven't seen before, and are also good, how synergistic those effects are with the overall theme of the set. Also refers to flavor in a set. Next will be art design. This pretty much just refers to how nice the cards look or don't look in a particular set. This category isn't as important in my opinion, but it is still one that I looked at. Next will be collectability. While Weiss does have a very passionate player base, it is also largely a game for collectors. A lot of people who don't know how to play Weiss like to collect it. So also looked at that to see how collectible any particular set is. Next will be the impact on the meta. This comes back more to playability of a particular set, looking at not just how strong a set may be, but whether or not it's strong, if it made an impact on the meta, how much it topped at regionals, how much it forced people to prepare for that particular matchup, that sort of thing. Then I'll be giving an overall score of the set. This score will not necessarily be an average of each of the other categories. Some things will be weighted a little bit depending on how important or not important I feel they are. And in the overall score portion, I'll also refer to aspects of a set that may not fit neatly into one of the other categories, and these aspects may lift a particular set score or lower a particular set score. Starting with the worst set, in my opinion, released in English Weiss for the year. In 15th place, we have the Marvel Premium set. This set is last place for a reason. This set was released in limited territories, English territories, was originally in Japanese. Licensing issues thought we never get it, and sort of right. It did get printed in English eventually, but Bushiroad's only releasing it in a few places. I kind of don't see why they bother though, because this really is a terrible set. Its limited availability does hurt it, but it's definitely the least egregious thing about this set. There are only 30 cards in this set, um, which is very, very below average, even by premium set standards, and the cards just aren't really that great. I'm not sure who this set was for, other than Bushiroad maybe thinking they could make some money off of it. People like Marvel, sure, but I don't know. I did not mind Marvel Set 1. I think there's a lot of cool stuff in it. I think this was a terrible follow up. There are other premium boosters on this list that are not disappointments the way this is. I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Other sets are going to go a little more in depth about what makes them great. I don't want to spend too much time just talking about what makes a set bad for no reason. At a certain point, it just feels mean. Playability 1.5 out of 5. In future slides, I'm going to show some specific cards that are really good or interesting about a set for playability, card design, art. Just going to sort of skip past that with this one. The cards are not necessarily the worst cards ever. They're very fair. They do feel a tad dated, like they would have been really great 10 years ago, 5 years ago, decent enough. Now they feel so standard when those very average to slightly below average cards make up 28 out of the 30 cards in your set, maybe. It's not really the best thing. You obviously can't even make an entire deck with just the cards in this set. They don't really supplement Marvel Volume 1 too well, though. It's whatever. It is what it is. Card design, 1 out of 5. I think there was a interesting profile on an event that helped. I think it was a 3-2 event that helps Captain America's. It helps Captain America, I guess, but the rest of the cards in the set were very standard. Not a lot of profiles we haven't seen before, a combination of profiles we haven't seen before. It really felt like they gave this set very little attention, both in terms of playability and card design. There's not a lot that's really flavorful about it. It just feels like they just randomly picked card effects and just put them onto cards, and it is a little disappointing. Art design, 1.5 out of 5. The art is largely reused promotional materials such as posters, various marketing things. Now, those images, like we see on the box itself, that very iconic Chris Evans, Captain America, just about to wail on Iron Man. And then they do a little bit so it's not a direct screenshot from the movies or the posters. If you're a Marvel fan, specifically a fan of the MCU, these are not images that you will dislike by any means, especially some of the art like the Avengers 1 movie poster, which at this point I think has become a very iconic superhero poster, and the Avengers Infinity War and the Endgame poster. They all make appearances in this set. That's not bad by any means, and it's not necessarily bad to see them on a card, but I don't really want to buy a set just to get a card for a poster I can just bring up on Google. I know you could look at any card on Google or anything like that, but I don't know. There's something about it where maybe it's because I'm a player first, collector second, and I really read the cards first before looking at the actual pictures on them. So I was already pretty disappointed. But it is a very uninspired set. Unlike Marvel Volume 1, which pulls from more sources and is more creative with its art, and I really like the art in Marvel Volume 1, but this just feels like sort of a cheap cash grab, both in the sense that the art is mostly just recycled, and that the cards don't do much. Collectability, 1.5 out of 5, might be being generous there. Marvel fans might get something out of this. It does have only 30 different cards in the set, but each card in the set does get a foil, and each card in the set also gets an SP and possibly an SEC plus. And some of them, I will admit, have interesting foiling, that sort of thing. Collectors might like them. They're not SPs in the sense that they're signed by anyone, but they do have some interesting logos or stamps on them. A big thing that harms the collectability of this set is that it is really hard to get. I think giving every single card in the set an SP version and some of those a secret plus version. There are 12 secret pluses in the set. That is just way too much for a set. It's already tough enough to pull a secret plus from a set that only has 2 or 4, like with Av Musica, Bane Dream, or Azure Lane Volume 2, respectively. Having 12 in a set that is not really going to be open much, and those SEC pluses are English exclusive. Japan did not get those for this set. While I do appreciate that Bushiroad did a little something to entice English speaking players to buy this set, its limited availability does make it really hard to get. First of all, I don't think the set was opened a lot to begin with. Who knows if there's even full play sets for example, of any or most of the SPs, certainly not the secret pluses. It's just hard to collect. It's hard to find. That might be one reason why it's so hard to collect. And even if you really wanted to, there's got to be some other sort of Marvel merchandise you could be collecting instead that's just a lot easier and a lot more aesthetically pleasing. Definitely from a player standpoint, even if you like the MCU, while I would recommend getting a Volume 1 playset from Marvel, I really just can't recommend trying to play or collect the premium set. Impact on the meta is a 0 out of 5. It's not entirely the set's fault. This set and the other 2 sets that are limited to very select English territories, those sets cannot be played in official tournaments outside of those select territories. while that may not matter at a locals level where most locals won't really care, you are definitely not going to find them at a regional level event. You could potentially see them maybe at those regionals in those regions. We've seen that a couple of times. I remember seeing a Mirrorverse deck top a regional at some point, and Pixar did, and it was at Worlds earlier in the year. But I saw nothing about Marvel. Um, Marvel Volume 1 is okay as a set. The premium set did absolutely nothing for it, so its impact on the meta is a 0 out of 5. Overall, I'm giving this set a 0.5 out of 5. I don't want to just keep talking about how bad the set is, but it really has very little going for it. I think if this was not a Marvel set, if it didn't feature all this MCU stuff, I think no one would care about the set at all. If it was just original characters, I think people would say it's a terrible set. It looks bad. There's nothing redeeming about it. It feels like a cheap cash grab, which is disappointing after the care that Bushiroad seems to have taken with Marvel Volume 1, which came out at a different year. This set could have maybe been a bit better. It just had a lot going against it. The limited availability, 30 cards in a set, tough to collect, no point in playing, bland art design. Wish it was better, but it is in last place for a reason. In second to last place, so 14th place, we have Disney Mirrorverse. This is another one of those sets that was released in English only in select few territories. Now, unlike the previous set we talked about, Marvel Premium, I think this is a huge step up from that set. It's still second to last. However, I would feel pretty bad if someone took me to a tournament and told me I needed to play Marvel Premium. I would not feel anywhere near as bad if I was forced to play Mirrorverse. I would also feel a lot better if someone gifted me a box of Disney Mirrorverse as opposed to a box of Marvel Premium. There just is a lot more to like about this set. A big thing that holds it back is the limited release again. It's really outside of the set's control, but it's not something that can just sort of be dismissed because of a limited release. A lot of people won't ever get to play or collect this set. Starting with playability, giving it a 2 out of 5. It feels like maybe not the most modern set, but close enough to it. It's average to just below average in a lot of ways. You won't feel bad playing this at a locals if you do import this set, um, especially if you just like Disney and you want to have some fun. It has plussing combos with plussing climax triggers. It does have some level 3 combos that deal damage for cheap cost. It has enough going for it where it is fine. The big draw is probably just going to be, and this will be a recurring theme, but just be the fact that there are Disney characters on it. If you pretend the characters aren't there, you would think that this is a below average set, which is why it's ranked so low. The 2 out of the 5 might seem a little harsh because the set is playable. It has a couple of interesting things going for it. I'm not going to go too in depth with this like I will starting with the next set, where we will actually look at more card profiles, card designs, art designs, that sort of thing. It just doesn't feel worth it with the set. But this is a massive setup in terms of playability from the Marvel Premium. Reading this, I felt a lot better. And some cards I was interested in trying out myself, even if they're still not the craziest thing. Same thing with card design. While the profiles are better in this set than the previous set, and there are a couple of interesting profiles, there isn't really much that we haven't seen before for the most part. We got a lot of card effects that have just been recycled over the years. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's a little boring, maybe. 10 years ago, I think a lot of these profiles would have felt new. They would have felt really strong, especially having so many of them in a set. At this point, though, we are very spoiled. Having this many profiles that would have been good 10 years ago, having them in the same set just feels like the bare minimum. There aren't a good thing with card design that I like to see is when Bushiroad designs cards to work well in specific ways with other cards, or when they take two effects that are generally printed on two separate cards and it combines those effects into one card. We don't really see a lot of either of those things happening with this set. Still decent enough effects at a local level. There's also nothing particularly flavorful to Disney characters. We'll see some flavor pop up in future sets where they have certain characters that work well together in their respective IPs, needing each other to maximize the effectiveness of their cards while really not that important to the overall playability of a set. It's nice to see with something like Disney, where maybe you'd expect certain Disney characters to work well together. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that important. More so, the card design could have been a little bit better. But here it is. The art design, I'm giving a 2 out of 5. The art design has this weird CGI style that is somewhat off-putting. I think the big draw in terms of art design, aside from the fact that it is Disney characters, it's that we're seeing Disney characters doing things that we haven't seen them do. We're seeing them in different outfits. We're seeing them like they're about to go on adventures that we haven't seen them do. Now, this basically is just what Lorcana has done. Lorcana is a Disney only game that shows all of these Disney characters doing things that we never saw them do in the movies or TV shows. This set is largely like that too, except Lorcana does it a lot better. The situations they're in seem a lot more interesting. The art is 10 times better. If Lorcana didn't exist, maybe more people might have been interested in this set just because it's Disney and it does have art we haven't really seen. Even if it's not the coolest art, some of it is mildly interesting, I suppose. But Lorcana did exist when this set came out, so I really don't see why anyone would go so far out of their way to get their hands on a set like this when they could very easily just collect some better looking cards that are a lot more accessible. Next is collectability, which I'm giving a 1.5 out of 5. This set is really mostly for hardcore Disney fans. Maybe if you're more of a medium Disney fan who can get their hands on a cheap playset easily. Um, Aside from that, it's very difficult to get any of the higher rarity cards. So if you're a higher rarity collector, I will say that the higher rarity stuff, some of it does look pretty nice. They did some interesting things with the foiling. The designs are interesting, but it's really hard to find any of them. I think I've seen like one SP from the set posted. You might be more in luck if you just want some SRs, but even those are somewhat hard to find and the prices are a little wonky because there's just such little supply. But there's little supply and little demand. The limited release of this set definitely hurt it in that sense. And if Lorcana didn't exist, maybe this would be a set that people would try to collect more just because it's Disney. But it does exist, and so it has to live with the fact that it's always going to play. Can't really say second best because it's not really second best, second to last here. But still, it's something, I guess, for Disney fans. Impact on the meta, like the Marvel Premium, 0 out of 5. I think this definitely does more than the Marvel Premium set does. This is probably just more because you really can't play it outside of those select few tournaments. We don't really get a lot of Weiss regionals to begin with every season, and we get even fewer in the territories where this would be legal. And again, just like with Marvel Premium, you could play this set at a locals, and I don't think anyone would care. Anything that's like an official tournament, like any sort of shop challenge thing, definitely regional. You're not going to be allowed to play this, and even if you could, it's probably not going to pop up too much. Maybe this deserves half a point because I do vaguely remember it getting some sort of top in Malaysia or something like that at one point. But I don't know if one representation really warrants even half a point. Um, it's still leaps and bounds ahead of the previous set on this list. If someone just one day decided to give me a playset, or I found a playset, or someone was selling it for $30, $40 maybe, I would not feel bad about owning this. It has enough interesting art. The cards are decent enough. If it was anything that wasn't Disney, I probably still wouldn't pay $40 for it. But I like Disney a mild amount, and at a certain point, it is just cool to see characters you've grown up with doing things and getting to play cards with them. Especially someone like me who tried Lorcana and it wasn't really for me. There might be some value here, but still tough to recommend to players. Impossible to recommend to any collectors because I don't want to tell anyone who really likes Disney, hey, why don't you go collect this? It has some interesting art on the higher rarity stuff. And then when they ask me where I can find it, I tell them nowhere because it was open very little and in very select places. So overall, this is getting a 1.5 out of 5. Definitely, as I've said, way better than Marvel Premium. It does have some things going for it, though I do think it is hard carried by just being Disney IP. In 13th place, we have Pixar. This is another one of those sets that was released in just a select few English territories, meaning that the vast majority of the English player base isn't going to have this set. You could always import it, but you're not allowed to play it at official tournaments, so you're unlikely to see it at the vast majority of regionals, though you may see it at a local level. Just like how the Disney Mirrorverse set was a significant step up from the last place set, the Pixar set is a major step up from the Disney Mirrorverse set. Even though it is third to last in our rankings, it is actually a very good set overall. I think it's got a lot of cool stuff. Playability wise, giving it a 3.5 out of 5. The cards in the set are not bad. They mostly feel very modern. There's a lot of good, fun, strong cards in this set. Only a couple cards that are really particularly bad, and even then, it still feels like a modern set. So if you're just looking for something that is Pixar, that is fun to play, there are plenty of good options in this set. Starting with level 3s, there is the Sully, Mike, and Boo level 3 combo. That is just an on attack, pay 2, ditch 2, burn 1 twice. It's not the most explosive finisher. The burn 1 twice is something we've seen many times over the years, but it is a very reliable finisher. That's probably why they keep printing it so often. We also have the Lightning McQueen and Mater level 3 combo, which is on attack, pay 1, ditch 2, then burn 3 and put 1 card from your opponent's waiting room on top of their deck. This is not the most explosive finisher either. However, the real standout aspect of this card is that when you play it out, it allows you to summon another character from your hand. And so if you play this lightning, you can play a second lightning, and then that second lightning can play a third lightning. That means that you can play out 3 copies of your level 3 combo with only 2 stock. And since it only needs 1 stock on attack, this means you only need 1 turn cycle's worth of attacks to get all the stock you need to triple your combo. You could save your stock throughout the game if you want and use it at other things at level 3 like brainstorms or stock swaps. It also means you can liberally use your stock throughout the course of the game since you only need 3 stock to triple it. It makes it a very efficient combo, and sometimes being able to just use stock very liberally throughout the course of the game makes up for having a finisher that's not the most explosive. We also have this level 3 Incredibles card. It is not a climax combo, but it's a very strong level 3. On play, you reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an event or a Pixar character, you may deal 1 to your opponent. That is an effect that we've seen many times over the years. However, this card also has another effect that's on attack, discard 2, burn 1. Being able to burn 1 twice for such a cheap cost on a non-climax combo card is something we don't see very often and is actually quite powerful. Then we have the Buzz Lightyear climax combo. This one is also, again, not too explosive. It is a simple on reverse clock kick. However, something very cool about this card is that it lets you attack a character in your opponent's backstage rather than being forced to attack whatever's directly in front of it. So typically you will just target their brainstorm. Their brainstorms will be pretty weak. This Buzz will have no trouble getting over them. You'll clock kick them. This also does come with an optional restand effect. While the restand is expensive, it's not too crazy to think that you might be able to restand 1 Buzz maybe after 3 other attacks. It's a pretty interesting effect. It also lets you target not just brainstorms, but if you're versing a standby deck, maybe your opponent played a standby and brought something out to their backstage of the previous turn, and they were counting on using it during the next turn, but you clock kick it and sort of remove that card from play, which is pretty neat. Last for the level 3 combos that we're going to look at is this Buzz and Woody combo. This combo is pretty interesting. It's also a very cheap combo. You only need 6 stock up front to do it because you pay the cost at the end of the attack. It also doesn't need a reverse or anything. It does have a chance to whiff, but if it doesn't whiff, it puts cards directly from the top of your deck straight into their clock. It doesn't actually deal damage, so this can't be canceled. It is always nice when we see level 3 combos that have a way of sort of dodging super compressed states. This combo is very cool, but it does sort of rely on your opponent's deck to be in a certain sort of deck state. On the one hand, you want them to have a certain number of climaxes, but you also don't want them to cancel because the more climaxes they have, the more effective this combo actually is. But overall, it is a very interesting card. I've had it used against me a couple times, and I do sort of shake a little bit because it can be quite devastating if your opponent gets a little lucky. Outside of level 3 cards, we do have some other cool things like this 2/3 Ratatouille. It is a stock swap. Stock swap is the best decompression tool in the game. Any set that has a true stock swap is automatically better for it. Being on an event rather than a character is slightly worse because it's harder to grab. However, Bane Dream has taught us that having an event stock swap is not really a big detriment. This stock swap, unlike most others, also lets you add a character from your hand when you use it, which is pretty cool. Then at level 0, we have this Nemo and Marlin and Dory. This is an on-play and on-death Ricky. It's always nice when we see our Rickies have the opportunity to plus more than once. This one also has on attack. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Leave one there, put the other in the waiting room. This helps you set up your triggers. This also lets you put some cards from top of your deck into your waiting room, and then maybe when this dies, you can use your Ricky effect to grab those cards back. Always nice. Only level 1 combos we are going to briefly cover are the Woody and Buzz. This is a very simple on attack, look at up to 4 cards, add a Pixar character. It's on a choice climax. However, it is a 1/0 with a soul trigger, which is always nice when you're playing choice. So while not a particularly explosive level 1, the soul trigger does sort of make up for it. Something that's a little more interesting is the Luca level 1 combo. If you have one or less other character in your center stage, this gets 4,000 power. That is all the time, so it will be at 7,000 as long as you meet that condition. When you play the climax, if you only have one or less other character in your center stage, you choose up to 2 Pixar characters in your waiting room, put them to stock in any order, then look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck and add a Pixar character to your hand. Now, you are losing an attack when you use this combo, assuming that you play 2 of these out. However, it does allow you to stock charge very heavily, and it's winning at 8k with the climax. It'll be 7k cross turn, and it's still adding a card from your deck to your hand, so you're not losing card advantage. I think the worst part about this combo is that it's on a book. This would be a lot better if it was on a pants climax, so it would be easier to reuse, but maybe they thought they had to balance it somehow. We've seen other sets that do this sort of stock charging thing at the expense of a third attacker, such as Tokyo Revengers with dual laners. It is very powerful, especially if you start charging a lot of stock and the deck you're playing against does not have a stock swap. It is very interesting, and having extra stock is always a good thing. The next category we'll be looking at is card design, which I am giving a 3 out of 5. Pixar may not have anything that is particularly broken, but it does have some card designs that are pretty interesting actually. Looking at the first card here, both of the effects on this card are effects we've seen before, but we have never or rarely seen them on one card. Whenever you can minimize how many different cards you need to put in your deck, it helps you maximize the slots in your deck. So having 2 good effects on one card is always good. Something that I think is actually a little more interesting is this Rex. It is a simple climax swap, but it does so without needing to spend any stock. Now, we have seen stockless climax swappers before. However, the vast majority of the time, those stockless climax swappers will either only allow you to swap a specific climax type, such as swapping a choice with a choice, or they will go even further and only allow you to swap 2 specific named climaxes. This Rex, at the cost of damaging yourself, allows you to swap any climax with any climax, which is a pretty unique effect that we have not seen a lot in English, if ever, and something I would like to see more of in future sets. We also have this Wally and Eve. It's a regular salvage brainstorm. However, you could also rest it, choose a card in your hand, and put it into stock. Since it's a brainstorm that you want to put in your back row anyway, this is pretty cool whenever you have too much hand but not enough stock. Being able to just rest it at any time during your main phase and gain extra stock is pretty powerful. We've seen sets like Bunny Girl show us how powerful it is to be able to generate extra stock in your main phase. We have seen cards before that are hand to stock cards, but I'm not sure if we have ever seen it in English, at least, on a brainstorm that's always going to be just sitting in the back anyway. Aside from these cards, there are a few other cool cards in the set, none worth going over, but the set does have some other interesting profiles. There's not a ton of flavor going on in this set. You would expect more cards that help each other. There are some Toy Story cards that work nicely with other Toy Story cards. And there are Coco cards that focus very much on going to memory. They're not the best cards, but that is very flavorful to the movie. So that is interesting. Fans of Pixar may like that. Next category will be art design. I'm giving this a 2 out of 5. It's not a bad looking set by far. It is drastically better than both Mirrorverse and the Marvel Premium set. It just uses a lot of art from the movies and promotional material like posters and that sort of thing, which isn't bad because Pixar does make good looking art, but it is a little basic. It's still pretty cool if you just like looking at Pixar characters on trading cards. Some of the SPs do look pretty nice. Those have some unique arts. Overall, it's definitely not a bad set to look at. It's just a little uninspired, especially when we do have Lorcana, and Lorcana is finally getting Pixar characters in the near future. So I'm assuming that the Lorcana sets with Pixar characters will have better looking art. Generally, Lorcana does have some nice looking cards. So since these are a little basic, they're about to be outclassed pretty quickly. Next up, collectability. Giving this a 2 out of 5. This is a good set if you like Pixar. It came out at the beginning of 2025. At that point, Lorcana did not have Pixar characters, so if you wanted Pixar trading cards, you didn't have a lot of options. However, with Lorcana getting Pixar, I don't see much of a reason for any serious Disney Pixar fans to be hunting this set. It still looks nice, and it is always cool to have Pixar characters on trading cards, I guess, but they are basic. A huge drawback of this set, though, is the fact that it was released in very few territories. I'm assuming that the print run on this was a lot smaller than a normal set that was released in every English territory. Because of that, there just isn't a huge supply for the higher rarity stuff. There's not even a huge supply of the lower rarity stuff. There is a playset that's been sitting on eBay for almost a year that has been reasonably priced. It's the only one I've really seen, but the fact that it's been there for a year without selling tells me that not many people are looking to get into this set, even at a base rarity level. So most people probably aren't going to invest into the higher rarity cards, and even if they did want to, beyond SRs and triple rares, it's very, very hard to find SPs or anything like that just because the set wasn't printed a lot and it wasn't opened a lot. They're just hard to find. So collectability wise, only giving it a 2 out of 5. Next up, impact on the meta, giving it at a 1 out of 5. This set has had very little impact on the English meta. That's mostly because you're not allowed to use it in the majority of English official tournaments. However, someone at Worlds did play with it. So I assume they're a good player because they are at Worlds. It is certainly not a bad set. And I do think this top 16 a regional pretty recently in 2025, though I think that was a 30-person regional and it still only got 3 wins. So not to knock that player, it might have more to do with the fact that there was only a 30-person regional. The licensing restrictions on this set severely limit the impact it might have had on the meta. While I don't think this ever would have been a tier 0 deck, even if you could use it in any regional you wanted, I do think it would have made some showing. Largely because a lot of people might have liked playing it just because it's Pixar, but it's also really not a bad set at all. Overall, I'm giving this a 2.5 out of 5. I do think, no pun intended, this is light years ahead of the Marvel Premium set, and it is a good leap ahead of the Mirrorverse set, both in terms of playability, card design, and art. It's a good set that has a lot of popular characters. It's really only held back by its extremely limited release. In 12th place, we have the Konosuba re-edit set. Konosuba is a very, very popular show. It's always been very popular with the Weiss community. It has been very playable before. It's always been highly collectible. A lot of good characters in the show that people love collecting cards for, especially the higher rarity SPs with the signatures on them. This set, while it does contain a lot of reprints, it is not technically a reprint set. It is its own set. Earlier in the year, we did have the movie set that was a true reprint with silver signatures. This set has rainbow signatures, which do actually look very nice. While this set does contain a bunch of reprints in it, it does have some actual new cards. Starting off with playability, giving this set a 2.5 out of 5. which in all honesty is probably a little high. It is not a bad set. There are a lot of cards that read good. There just aren't any cards in the set at all that really scream great. The cards are barely modern at this point. Right now, a lot of the cards that you might want to play did come out in set 1 or 2, which was a large number of years ago. Doesn't mean there aren't terrible cards in it. We've got a couple of decent level 1s and level 3 combos. I'll talk about the Wiz combo first. It's a combo that might burn 1 on play and can restand while also shutting down your opponent's character's act abilities, which is a pretty interesting effect. If you don't whiff on the burn 1 and you can get the reverse and have enough stock to pay for its restand effect, you are effectively getting 6 attacks and 3 burn 1s if you triple it. If any other set could do that, um, people would be a little more enthusiastic, but since it's restricted to other Konosuba cards, it's not as explosive as it can be. Speaking of explosive, we have a Megumin level 3 combo. This is just a straight up reprint, just like a lot of cards in the set, of a Megumin from set 1. However, I think this did top 8 a regional at trios earlier in 2025. It's a pretty basic burn 4, then clock kick. It does lose its attack when it does so, but sometimes burn 4s do stick, and when they stick, they are pretty deadly. It is a high stock requirement. If you want to triple this, you're going to need 9 stock up front, and you won't get to attack that turn. But there is this level 1 Megumin combo that we see on the left. This one is 6,000 power the turn you play it, 7k with the climax, and it's on reverse. You get to blind stock 1, then pick the level 3 Megumin combo in your waiting room and return it to hand. This is a pretty good way of generating both hand and stock. It's not selective at all, which might be a downside, but lately I've been testing an Attack on Titan deck that has the same sort of effect. You get to blind stock and choose a specific event in your waiting room, add it to hand. I didn't think that would be too good, but in testing it's actually been pretty good, and this is effectively the same thing. Having the extra stock means you can use the stock a bit more liberally throughout the game. You may sometimes wish you could grab a different Megumi card rather than just the level 3, but being able to get your level 3 early enough is pretty good, I guess. They also reprinted the Bunny Girl Union level 1 combo. While I think this card is kind of dated now, it did do very well back in the day. If all of your characters are magic, it gets 2,000 power, so it will be at 6k. When its battle opponent becomes reversed, you blind stock 1, then reveal the top card of your deck. If it's level 1 or higher, you add it to your hand. Real downside about this card is that it does require reverse, which is harder and harder at level 1, especially because its power line isn't particularly strong. Even with the 2k boost, we are starting to see a power creep of power levels on level 1 cards, so this may not be able to get over all the cards in the meta. Plus, you can only have magic cards, magic traded cards, in order to get that power boost. So if you have anything else that's not a magic traded character, it doesn't get that boost, which is pretty disappointing. As a Konosuba player, people might like it. If you're trying to compete, none of these cards are really going to help you get there. But at a locals level, I think this is a perfectly playable set. It's pretty fun. There are also a couple of other cards. We'll start with the 2 new cards in this set that are off finishers. There is the Eris, who on play you salvage something, and it has the chance to restand when your character in the middle position of the stage attacks. It can whiff on that restand, but it's a decent enough off finisher and is pretty cheap. We've seen this profile in Hololive, and we've seen it to some success. It's not terrible by any means. It definitely feels like a more modern card compared to a lot of the reprints, which makes sense since this Eris is a new card. There's also the Chris that's in the middle there. She is a pay 1, ditch 2 characters, Mocha 3. Mocha is not a particularly great effect. Mocha 3 is pretty decent by Mocha standards, I guess. Still not amazing, but pretty good on an off finisher that also heals and also actually does get pretty big because it gets a power boost when it attacks. Another card that they reprinted is the Megumin that is on the left there. She was, I believe, from set 2. This has 3 different effects depending on cards you mill. On play, she mills 3 cards, and depending on how many characters you mill, she gains different effects, including blind stocking yourself, burning one, and giving minus power to a character. If you hit all 3, it's actually a pretty cool card. The minus power may not be that relevant because you can only choose characters in your opponent's center stage. Otherwise, you could be sniping their brainstorms or something like that. But having a card that burns 1 for 1 stock essentially and is still a 2-soul beater is pretty interesting, and it can come out early. It has a pretty easy clock condition that will allow it to come out at level 2 instead of level 3. It is nice that they reprinted it. It's a pretty interesting card overall. Something that is far more interesting is the Seizure of Private Property event. This is functionally a stock swap. However, it is a stock swap that you can use on the trigger step because it's got that little counter symbol there. You use it, you put all of your opponent's stock into their waiting room, and then at the end of the turn, your opponent puts the same number of cards from the top of their deck into their stock. So you don't actually get to take cards from the top of their deck immediately, which means that it is a somewhat useless stock swap. When it's your turn and you're using it, you're not going to be able to decompress your opponent on the spot. But if you do have it at level 2 and you know you're about to go to level 3, you can use it on your opponent's last attack, and then you will stock swap them at the end of the turn, which is close enough, I guess. Something that makes this actually very interesting, though, is that since you don't actually put the stock back in your opponent's stock until the end of turn, if your opponent is attacking you with their level 3 combos, and their level 3 combo requires anything more than 1 stock, such as Gura, who needs 2 stock on attack, you can just use this on the first swing and they will lose all but 1 of their stock, the stock that they gained on that specific trigger, and now they won't be able to use that combo, which is a pretty interesting thing to do. When it's your turn, you also could use it if you want, and they will have 0 stock until the end of turn, which means that you will turn off any backups they might use, since pretty much all backups that might be good defensive backups are going to require some form of stock. You'll turn off money counters. Overall, it is a pretty interesting card. They also reprinted the Aqua Fumio. This was from set 1, I believe, but it's a Fumio that actually makes your opponent choose 2 climaxes in their waiting room rather than just 1, and everything else other than those 2 climaxes gets shuffled back into their deck. That is a great decompression tool. Fumios, while not as good as stock swaps generally, are still very powerful. It's always nice when a set has them. So it is nice that this Aqua is reprinted and is more accessible to players who may not have wanted to spend the money on the previous printing. Card design wise, 2 out of 5. This set is somewhat lackluster in card design. There's some nice flavor between some of the characters that might work well together in the show, but a lot of the card designs, when we're not counting the reprints that were already not exactly the most modern cards to begin with, anything new is not exactly particularly interesting. They're still very standard effects. There's not really many effects that 2 effects on 1 card that we haven't seen before, that sort of thing. There's not too much of that going on. Something that I think does hold back the card design of this set tremendously is I think they had a real missed opportunity when it came to some of the reprints that they did do. For example, we have this Darkness from, I think it was Konosuba 2. She's just an on reverse, search your deck for a character, pretty basic effect. However, back when she was first printed, she was on a wind trigger. She is still on a wind trigger in this reprint. While I can appreciate them wanting to reprint cards exactly how they were, we have had instances where they have reprinted certain climaxes and they have given them different triggers, such as Mother's Rosario, which has been printed like 10 times now with different triggers. So players really have their pick of which trigger they want, which is very nice. Wind is pretty outdated in most sets these days, especially when your combo needs a reverse. So I think maybe just reprinting this with the choice wouldn't have been the craziest thing. It wouldn't have stopped people who did want to play the original Wind. They really didn't have to change anything else about it. I don't think people would have been particularly upset to have more potential options when choosing which triggers they want. They could have kept everything else the same, but there are several cards in this set that are a little outdated now. but would have been nice if they just did marginal things like changing the climax trigger in order to make them a bit better. So I do think that was a missed opportunity. Art design is a big step up, giving it a 4 out of 5. The art in this set is really, really great, especially if you're a fan of Konosuba. While a lot of the art is pulled directly from the show or various promotional materials, the art in the show looks fantastic. It's very clean, it's very crisp. We have this aqua on the left, which is a pretty famous image from the show, and it's just very clean, very nice to look at. The other three cards all have interesting art to say the least, certainly appeal to a specific segment of the fan base, but there's no denying that the cards in general, even screenshots, do look pretty nice just because the show is so great to look at. We also have some very nice looking SPs and foils, and seeing them in person, even if they're not the best cards ever, it is hard as a Konosuba fan to resist not picking up some of those cards. So 4 out of 5 for the art, definitely a good set for that. Collectability wise is also a 4 out of 5. People really love Konosuba, especially in the Weiss community. Konosuba is a very popular show. It's a funny show. I personally love the show a lot. I've got some older Konosuba SPs, and I was very excited when they announced this set because a lot of these SPs I haven't been able to find for anywhere near a reasonable price in all the years that I've been collecting and playing. So I did think it was cool to get those. I do feel like this set feels like more of a collector set than anything, just because even the new cards, which aren't many to be honest, they still don't feel particularly strong. There's no new level 3 combos we get. There's just nothing that really helps elevate Konosuba to the modern day play. I do know that Konosuba did top a couple of times during trio season earlier in 2025. Those players could have absolutely won every round that they played. It's hard to know when you are on a team and your teammates might help pick up some of the slack. I do think, though, that Konosuba is a set that you can play at a locals and have a lot of fun with, and playing it at a locals does not mean that you are going to just lose every round. I think you can keep up, especially the more you play and practice with the set. But collectability is really where this set shines. It's got just a lot of good looking cards. Even if you don't want the SPs or don't want to buy them, whatever, there are plenty of great triple rares and SRs in the set. Even base rarity stuff just has some very clean, crisp art that I think even low rarity collectors are really going to enjoy. Also, the SPs do have this nice new rainbow signature, which I think looks better than the original gold. It also helps distinguish this set from the original prints, which I think longtime collectors are going to appreciate. That way they can distinguish the new SPs from the old SPs, and maybe they won't feel like their value is as impacted by these cards getting reprinted. So I think that was a pretty wise decision on Bushiroad's part. They definitely look better than just like having silver signatures, so it is pretty cool. There are some of the, actually all of the SPs from the set. The darknesses on bottom are a little hard to see, but you can pretty much see everyone else. They are gorgeous looking SPs. Definitely a set for collectors. I do sort of just wish that the timing on the set was better because I don't think as many people pre-ordered this set as they might have if this set had come out at a different point in time. Honestly, 2025 was probably not a good year for this set. This feels like a set we should have gotten a couple of years ago. Then maybe more people would have bought it and there would have been more supply because we all know that Bushiroad prints to order. So once they get their pre-orders in, that's pretty much it. Moving on, we have impact on the meta, giving it a 0.5 out of 5. To be honest, this is probably too generous. I was pretty close to ranking this a 0. Maybe I'm giving it a 0.5 just because I do love Konosuba. It did technically get those couple of tops, top 8s, I believe, earlier in the season. And the cards are not necessarily bad. They're just not good enough to really consistently win every or most round of a regional, especially when it's a singles format and you can't really afford to lose any games, let alone more than one, maybe. So the new cards in this set aren't really going to do much to push Konosuba into the meta. The best thing that they might do, however, is making some of those older cards that are getting reprinted in the set, such as the Aqua Stock Healer, or probably more importantly, the Aqua Fumio. Reprinting those cards will make it so that players who weren't willing to spend the money on inflated old cards can now get them at much more affordable prices. So this set won't hurt your Konosuba deck by any means, but just because a set doesn't hurt your deck doesn't mean your deck is suddenly going to be a lot better. Having the stock swap event is pretty interesting. You're definitely going to catch some people off guard using that on their turn. I just don't think that that card alone and the Fumio, I guess, is really going to be enough to consistently allow you to win tournaments. I also don't think you can really play this set and expect to do too well with just this set. You really do need, at the very least, the movie set that we got a reprint of earlier this year, especially if you want more explosive finishers. Overall, giving this set a 2 out of 5. I do feel bad ranking this set so low because I do really love the set, and I do really like the show a ton. I've loved it for years. It just feels like a set that has terrible timing. It definitely would have made a bigger splash, I think, if it had come out 2 or 3 years ago. This year had a lot of sets that asked players to spend a lot of their money. We had Nikkei in the spring of this year. We had Azure Lane in the fall. Azure came out only about a month before Konosuba, and there were other sets that asked a lot from collectors. Having this set be the last set of the year feels a little underwhelming, and I think at that point people might have just been a little exhausted and spent, especially because it was the holiday season. While we have seen in the past that November sets can perform very well, such as last year when Freerend came out in November and did extremely well. I just don't know if a set like this was enough to push people to really prepare for it, and I think that showed in terms of opening weekend how many cases we saw being opened and how many people were really looking for cards, which wasn't a ton, to be honest. I'm usually on those Discord and Facebook Weiss pages a lot, and there were always some people looking for stuff because it is Konosuba, but not as many as I think there would have been if it had come out sooner. So timing may have very well been the worst part about this set, though still love the set, can't rank it any higher, and I guess I won't rank it any lower. Coming in at 11th place, we have the Persona 3 Reload Premium Booster. This set is not the first Persona set that we've gotten. We have technically gotten 2 other Persona sets in the past, at least 2. However, this set really is a standalone set that is best looked at in a vacuum because the previous 2 sets have different traits, so they're not really very compatible with this set. This set's not particularly compatible with them. I believe the dominant trait in this set is Reload, which the other sets did not have, and this set does not have the dominant traits from the previous 2 sets. So this premium booster essentially functions as its complete own set. So we will look at it in a vacuum from that point of view. It is a premium booster, which does make it harder for a set that effectively has to function on its own because there are just less cards released in a premium booster. Persona 3 has 60 cards in it, so you basically need to form your decks based off just 60 cards compared to the usual 100 plus that you might get from a regular set. Persona 3 Reload came out around March. I do feel a little bad ranking it this low because I do not think it is a bad set, but it does have several things working against it. Biggest which being probably that it's just too fair of a set. Playability, though, I am giving this a 3 out of 5. Now, I need to couch that with the fact that that 3 out of 5 is really carried by 3 cards. While the set is not bad and it does have good cards in it, it's too fair of a set. Very few of the cards outside of the 3 that I'm about to talk about feel broken. None of them really feel broken. They just feel like fair cards for 2025. Definitely not bad, and they are playable and all that, but there aren't really going to be many cards that when you play them and you tell your opponent what they do, your opponent's going to do a double take and then ask to read it themselves because they can't believe how good it is. Doesn't really have much for it in that sense. However, we do have these 3 cards that I think are these standouts. However, 2 of them are rest counters. The first 2 cards on the left, one is a pay 4 rest counter, the other is a pay 3 rest counter that gives your opponent the option to bounce one of your characters from the stage. Rest counters are very powerful. We do not see them printed very often. and then this set gets it printed twice at different costs is pretty cool. Um, so it is nice. I think the rest counters alone, a lot of people aren't going to know what this set does, so they're not going to be prepared for the rest counter. And will never, I can't imagine I ever hear someone saying that they won a major event or even a minor event with Persona just because of how powerful the level 3 combos are or anything like that. But I wouldn't be surprised if someone said, yeah, my opponent frontal attacked not knowing that my set has a rest counter, so I just rested them and won pretty much because of that. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that. This set also has a 3-1 stock swap. It is a true stock swap. It's on an event. It'd be nice if you could do it at level 2, but level 3 is still fine, mostly because you're only paying one stock to use it. That is still a very powerful effect, still the best decompression tool in the game, and being on an event, while not as desirable as being on a character, Main Dream has once again shown us that you can have an event stock swap and it's perfectly good. I think these three cards alone are really the only things that allow Persona to even try to compete with the big boys in the meta. You can definitely take Persona to a locals and have fun. I still think these three cards are the cards that are most likely to carry you, and that's not again a diss on the set as a whole. It's just that the set is too fair. It's too, I don't want to say balanced because there's really nothing broken about it. I mean, rest counters are always nice, especially when they're cheap, and stock swap is always good, but it is what it is. Moving on, we have card design, which I'm giving a 2 out of 5. And I still feel like 2 out of 5 is maybe too generous. Realistically, probably because I just feel bad about this set. Realistically, it's probably more of a 1 out of 5. There's not a great ton of flavor about this set from those who have played the games. Most of the card profiles are profiles we have seen before. There aren't many new profiles we haven't seen. The Ricky does let you draw, which is nice, even though it is a profile we have seen before. Maybe the most interesting card, I guess, would be the level 3 combo. This is probably the main combo of the set. It's on a choice climax, and it gives you the option to either burn your opponent or bounce one of their characters, or add one of your own characters to hand and blind stock if you do that. It's a good way to either burn damage or to gather resources, like if you're low on stock for the rest counter, for example, or maybe you don't have enough hand to do burn twos in some of your lanes, so you just need to add things back, or your opponent has a problem character on board, like if you're playing against Shauna, for example, and they have the Yuji that says no auto damage, and you need this card to bounce one of them, you will give up some of the damage you do. But to be fair, when your set is having a hard time against Shauna, I don't know, not to diss Shauna because I do actually really love playing Shauna. It shows that the set is not the most powerful, but I think the versatility on this card is very interesting. Um, it is pretty cool, I guess, to have those options. Bouncing something outside of Shauna isn't really too relevant unless you're going against a Neg deck, which we don't really see too much of anymore. Or maybe if you're playing against Nikke and they've got the Modernia out, you can bounce the Modernia so that the rest counter in hand isn't as useful. And burn 2 is fine. It's pretty cheap cost if you do go that route. You should be able to triple this. You won't need any more stock than 6 up front, which is very reasonable. But that's about it in terms of interesting card designs on the set. Next is the art design. This is a 2 out of 5. I don't want to say on this one, on every category, that I'm probably being generous. Some of the art in this set is nice, but a lot of it is below average. A lot of it, the cards are not exactly lookers and they are kind of bland. It may be a result of Bushiroad picking a lot of art that was just taken directly from the game, and in the game all the time when you're just talking to characters, it doesn't have the most exciting art going for it. There are definitely some nice cards. Not these are some of the more bland ones, but at least the art is consistent and it has some well-defined lines, I guess. They're not the worst things to look at, but I will say it's a style that is not going to appeal to everyone. I'd argue that it doesn't even appeal to most. Um, it's not exactly an offensive art style or anything, but it's beyond a few select cards. It's not particularly interesting. Like the first rest counter we looked at earlier, I think that has some really, really nice art, but I think that is the exception, not the norm in this set. There's the rest counter. There's the brainstorm. There's her SP version. I do think that sort of style is very nice. I do like looking at it. I just wish that more of the set had art like that because to me, if I was ranking the set's art based on these two cards, I'd probably give it more like a 4. There's just something very simple about the card on the left, and the card on the right is also very nice to look at. It's just a shame that more of the set didn't look like these two cards. A lot of it, even if the characters in the cards are not bad looking, a lot of the backgrounds are extremely bland, very boring backgrounds, not a lot going on. Next will be collectability. Giving it a 2 out of 5. Feel like this set really doesn't offer much to non-Persona fans. Some of the art is nice and has that sort of style that might be appealing to people who just like good looking cards but maybe don't know Persona that much. Maybe those cards will get them into just collecting it. I think some of the writing on the cards might be a little off-putting for people who want to collect, like the two previous cards that I thought had nice art, but if you read what they said, it was basically just promotional material for Persona, which might be off-putting to some people. I think if you like Persona, I think there's enough to collect in this set, even if you don't play Weiss or don't want to play this set. There are cards that you can collect. Plus, the set, while it didn't sell like gangbusters, I think it sold well enough where there does seem to be decent supply both on TCG Player and in the various Facebook and Discord groups. I don't think you'd have a hard time finding most rarities, whether it's high or low rarity, for the cards that you do want to collect if you're just interested in collecting this set. Impact on the meta, 1 out of 5. I don't think it topped very much in the regional season, whether it was the spring when it came out, and certainly not the fall season. The reason I gave it a 1 and not lower because of that is because having the stock swap and the 2 rest counters really sometimes is enough to just win games. Actually, a lot of the time it's enough to win games when your finisher does do cheap, consistent damage. You are able to triple finisher and stock swap for just 7 stock, which is very, very efficient. I think the biggest advantage this set would have in the meta is that not a lot of people are going to know what it does. Which means that they're not going to know about the rest counter, so you'll catch them off guard. Maybe they don't side when they should have. Maybe they'll front against the level 0, and then you use the rest counter on one of their other level 3 combos, something like that. And when a good player knows that their opponent's set has a true stock swap, they, if they're good, will keep their stock in check so they don't build too much of it. They'll just build exactly what they need and not get any extra, try to get any extra compression out of building extra stock. But since a lot of people probably won't know what Persona 3 Reload does, they may not be aware of that, and you might just steal a win just because you stock swap them for 10 or 12 cards, and they didn't know you could do that, and then you're able to just get a bunch of climaxes from their deck and win that way. It's a perfectly efficient way to win. I think that surprise factor is the biggest thing that this set has going for it, because people won't know that they even need to be prepared for those sets. Overall, I'm going to give this a 3 out of 5. I should probably give it something more like a 2.5 or something like that. I feel kind of bad for the set that it has to essentially function as its own set. And I do think there are a lot of good cards in the set, but this set a big thing going against this set is that it's too fair. It feels like Bushiroad put a bunch of really good, like solid, decent effects into a bowl and picked them out and just didn't really do much more with that. Whereas other sets, they'll take a good effect and say, why not just put 2 great effects on one card? This set just has a lot of cards that have one solid effect, not particularly broken effects. There aren't a lot of bad effects either. Um, it is a very decent set from a player's perspective. Having the 2 rest counters, which we've already talked about a lot, but and the extremely cheap stock swap is like a competitive player's dream. Most sets wish they had those tools. Most sets do not have those tools, especially more modern sets mostly have stock shuffles these days, which are significantly worse than a true stock swap. And having the rest of your set be average sort of brings it down. But I think this set needed to do a lot with only 60 cards, and it does do some cool things with those cards. Maybe if it had a bigger card pool, it would have done more. I doubt we will see some sort of Persona 3 Reload set 2. If we did, then maybe the set would be a lot better. It would be nice if you got more than 4 cards per pack. Uh, that is pretty low. That does make it hard for anyone that's not a hardcore Persona fan to really want to open this set. And I just can't help but feel like Bushiroad put a little bit of effort into this set, but not as much as they should have. Premium boosters generally are not well received amongst the community. People, I think, tend to just prefer regular boosters, and premium boosters are often seen as overly expensive with not enough cards in them. But we have seen that premium boosters can be good. Ruby came out in 2024, that got a premium booster then, and that was a prime example of what a premium booster should be. That premium booster is what helped elevate Ruby to a point where it can be competitive. Plus, it had fantastic art. It just had a lot of good stuff going for it. I think when designing Persona 3 Reload, they kind of just stopped short a little bit of making it so good. And despite the fact that I wish the set was better because I do want to rank it higher, I can't rank it any higher because it just isn't better. Pity can only get you so far, and Pity got Persona 3 Reload to 11th place. In 10th place, we have Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage, also known as Project Sakai in Japan. This set came out at the end of June, and for some reason it came out on the same day as the Licorice Recoil Premium Booster. Colorful Stage is an odd set in the sense that it felt like a flash in the pan in terms of desirability. What I mean by that is that it came out and it seemed like there were some very, very, very passionate fans who were opening it a lot and chasing their favorite cards. Then after a couple of weeks of release, the hype really died down, and all I really heard anyone say about the set was to let them know when set 2 was announced. For those who don't know, there is a set 2 in Japan, and it is a much, much better set than this, at least in terms of playability. However, this set is really interesting, and it is a pretty big step up from the previous set for several different reasons. Definitely playability and collectability, I think, are the standouts. Definitely art design is a big factor. Starting with playability, 3 out of 5. This set actually does have some cool things going for it. It does have a money counter, which we see on the left there. It is a full field money counter, which some people don't like, but it is a nice option to have. It also has access to a Fumio. The Fumio is just, it's pretty cheap. On play, you rest a standing character, and then your opponent chooses a climax. That stays out. Everything else in their waiting room goes back in. It does have its own climax combo, which I don't think sees a lot of play. I think most people just play this for the Fumio. The climax combo is just a Mocha 2 to both you and your opponent. So it lets you help dig for your own climaxes, and it doesn't cost any stock. So it helps you dig to your next cancel while also hopefully ripping cancels out of your opponent's deck. And since it costs no stock, you could use the rest counter with it. It's interesting. It's mostly used for the Fumio. I don't really see many people ever using it for the climax combo, but it does also look very nice. Another level 3 combo that I do actually think is interesting is this Kanade Restander. She is pretty interesting. She has 3 souls, which is always interesting on a Restander. It helps set up side attacks really well. She's a cheap Restander, though she can whiff because you do need to reveal a music character when you try to restand her. If you don't, she'll whiff and you will be out the stock. There is a card in the set that lets you rearrange top 2 when you play a climax that will help at least the first one not whiff, since you could rearrange it. But 3 soul, I think, is really what makes this stand out. There's also this level 3 Kohane standby climax combo. She is just a burn 3, but she is on a standby, and her climax combo heals when you use it. It's not a heal on play, which I think is pretty cool. It does make playing her at 2 and then not actually using her combo till 3 feel better because you'll still get the heal out of it. She also does sit reasonably big on your opponent's turn, so you could standby her out to the center stage if you trigger standby on one of your attacks and be reasonably assured that she won't get a reverse. And even if she does, she has hand encore. I think my favorite level 3 combo in this set is this Shiho level 3 combo. On play, she gets really big, and your opponent can't use backups during the turn. Technically, you can't use a backup during the next turn during her battle either, but her climax combo is on reverse. You pay 2, ditch 1, then you look at the bottom 5 cards or up to the bottom 5 cards of your opponent's deck. You choose up to 2 climax from among them and you put them into their clock. That is very, very interesting. It Depending on how your opponent's deck is stacked, it can be absolutely devastating. Not only are you decompressing your opponent's deck by taking cards just out of their deck and putting them into the waiting room, you're potentially putting 2 climaxes in there. And if you are able to triple this, which is more reasonable than you might think up front because you do pay the stock cost at end of attack, which is always helpful. You're putting those cards, those climaxes, straight into their clock. Which means that if you push your opponent to a refresh, those are just less the more you hit on this, the less climaxes they're going to have going into a refresh, which I guess does mean that any future Shiho effects after they refresh won't be as effective. It's still pretty good to just get a couple of climaxes out of the deck. And it's more likely that her actual damage will stick. I do think she is very interesting. On reverse isn't terrible when she's swinging too big. Aside from these cards, there are a lot of really playable cards in the set. There are early play healers, there are deck searches, there's a Ricky, there's a clean cut, normal brainstorms. Nothing in the earlier game is particularly broken, but you'll have all the tools and card profiles you'll need to feel like you can at least take this to a tournament and not feel bad about it, which is nice. It's not the most overpowered thing, but overall playability wise, it is pretty decent. In terms of card design, giving it a 2.5 out of 5. The card design is pretty average in the set. There's a lot of effects we've seen before. There are effects that we haven't seen before, at least not in English, but while not bad, they're not particularly amazing or really worth discussing. Exceptions to that would be, I'd say, these 2 cards really stood out to me. There's this Ichika level 1 combo. Her climax combo is when she gets a reverse. If you have the climax, you could salvage a character. But when you play the climax, you can also discard any card to take a cost 0 or lower music character in your waiting room and put it on any position of your stage. It does come out standing, which means that if you only have 1 copy of her, but you have another copy of her in your waiting room, well, now you have 2 copies of her. That is pretty interesting, and on reverse, level 1s aren't as good as they used to be for a variety of reasons. But she swings reasonably big, I guess, with the climax. But really, that whole being able to summon any cost 0 is pretty interesting. And it doesn't have to be a copy of herself. Maybe you're in a situation where there is something else you'd rather bring out. Having that versatility is pretty nice. And we already discussed the Shio combo, but I think the card design here is really interesting. Rather than add a card on play or heal, giving her 4,500 power plus the ability that no backups are going to be used during her battle for the whole next turn is really good. At that point, she is swinging at 15.5 with the climax. That's before any assists or anything like that. Very few cards in this game are going to be able to get over that. There are plenty of level 3 combos that, even if they're backed up by a memory kick backup, which is reasonably the highest power threshold you would expect to see on a backup. Memory kicks are typically 3k power. Even a lot of level 3 combos are not going to be able to get over this if this attacks into them. So it's very strong. Only thing I could think of that can really get over this without being assisted by some type of like 2k frontal assist sort of thing is maybe Tokyo Avengers Pot Chain, but that's pretty niche. I don't think you have to worry about that. I just think that they could have very easily just made this a dig for a card or a heal or something, but they gave it exactly what it needed to maximize its effect, which is pretty cool card design in my opinion. Next, we have art design. This set looks gorgeous. Even if you don't talk about the SSPs, the base rarity stuff for a lot of the cards does look really, really nice. I know nothing about Hatsune Miku. I don't know what a Hatsune Miku is. I know she's the blue-haired girl in the picture there, but like other than that, I don't know much about it. But I will say she has some stunning art, and the art alone from this set has made me want to actually learn more about what it is, just because it is so nice to look at. SSPs, there are 26 of them, and pretty much every single one looks nice. Some do look nicer than others, of course. And while there are some more basic looking base rarity cards, a lot of them do look very, very good. I don't know where the art was pulled from, but they look nice. The SRs and the triple rares also look really nice. There's also a VR rarity, which is a card that is pretty much completely textless. It still has its effects, it's just not printed on the card. And having it's like an OFR rarity pushed to the extreme. It just looks very, very, very nice. The set as a whole just looks very clean, very nice to look at. I have thought many times I wanted to buy some of these cards, even if I never had any intention of playing with them. And I'm someone who likes to play with his cards, just because they do look really nice. I don't even know who any of them are, but in terms of how good the art in this set is, it very well might be a top 3 set of the year, which I think is really saying something because we've had some gorgeous arts this year. These are the VRs that I was talking about. Just they have other rarities where they will have text in the middle that has their effects. The VR rarity just takes that away, so you could just look at the art. Very, very nice. Next up, we have collectability. You would think with a set that is decently playable as a standalone set, assuming we don't let's assume we don't get volume 2, it's decent enough as its own standalone set. It's not going to break the meta, and it hasn't broken the meta, but it's still pretty fun. And you would think with the art being as high as it is, that collectability wise this would be a fantastic set. And on the one hand, it is. It definitely is a set that has a lot of very passionate fans. On release, I recall seeing multiple people in the Facebook and Discord Weiss groups that were talking about how they opened multiple master cases on their own, just hunting for their favorite cards. That's a lot of money to be dropping on cases, especially when you only get one SSP in a case and there are 26 of them. So there are a lot of passionate fans. I don't know if there are enough of those passionate fans to make it so that there's an abundant supply of the higher rarity stuff that it makes this set so collectible. However, due to it being opened up a decent amount, there is a large supply of most, if not all, of the VRs in the set, which do look great, as well as the SRs and the triple rares. This set does have 5 trial decks, which is terrible for collectors. I know that we have seen sets before that have multiple trial decks in them before, like 4 or 5 or however many trial decks, but a lot of trial decks, such as Hololive and Azure Lane. The big difference between why I think it's a detriment for this set, and I don't think it's a detriment for Hololive and Azure Lane, is that the Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage trial decks are effectively all the same thing. All of their chase cards that a person might want to collect or pull from it is an SSP, and they're all the same level 1 combo. They're just on a different color. At least with Hololive and Azure Lane, there were just totally different trial decks. The chase cards were completely different profiles. There were level 1 combos, there were level 3 combos, there's level 0 cards, there's utility. There was a lot of variety, and it made it feel worth it to be opening any of them because you would get not only some very playable cards, but cards you'd have a chance to pull some stuff that looked really nice and did different things. In this, no matter which one you grab, the only real difference is going to be the color of the chase card inside of it, which kind of stinks. I feel like 5 trial decks was kind of more of a cheap money grab for maybe aimed at the passionate fans that want to collect all of the SSP. I know that it had 5 trial decks in Japan, but we have seen Bushiroad change how they handle certain releases. Like Quintessential Quintuplets Set 1 had 5 trial decks when it released in Japan, but Bushiroad smartly, in my opinion, decided to combine them all into one product that put all 5 trial decks into one. It was a premiumly priced set. I don't remember the exact name of it, but in it you got the 5 trial decks plus you got a guaranteed SP. I think that was a fantastic collector's item. That also, the SPs in those trial decks also did different things, so they were just more interesting to pull. They pretty much all look identical in these 5 trial decks, and they definitely do the same thing. I think they all feature Hatsune Miku and not different characters, but I think Bushiroad very, very easily. I think they should have just taken that approach to it. I think that would have been a welcome approach by the community. I think it would have been appreciated by the community. This set came roughly 2 months after the release of Nikkei, which was also a set that had a enormous number of highly sought after cards for collectors. Nikkei is a set we will definitely be talking about later, but coming only 2 months after such another set that was aimed mostly at collectors, I think it was a lot to ask of the collectors base in Weiss to drop so much money on a set. especially 5 trial decks. And it makes it really hard with the SSPs when they're of the booster packs, when there's only one in a case and there are 26 of them in the set. Odds are, unless you really love all 26, you're probably not going to pull the one that you want. There are also no regular SPs in the set. The next highest rarity, I believe, that you get after SSP and the main boosters is the VRs. And while they do look really nice, there is a pretty big disparity in price between even the most expensive VR and most of the SSPs. There is also, due to the high number of SSPs in the set, there is a massive disparity between how much the least expensive ones go for and how much the most expensive ones go for. We have seen the less desired ones sell for under $100 and the more desired ones sell for over $1,000. And on release, that one selling for $1,000 was selling for closer to $2,000, which means this is a very top heavy set. It means that the VRs don't have anywhere near that level of value, and that is probably the second most expensive cards in the set after the SSPs. It means that when you open a box, you basically have to pull an SSP in order to make your money back, unless maybe you pull one of the better VRs, I guess. But even then, those aren't really selling too much. So there's a lot of listings for them, not a ton of sales. It does make the set very top heavy, which I think if anyone who is aware of the Weiss market sees this, they're going to be less inclined to buy boxes that are sitting on the shelves of their local game store, just because they know that odds are they're just throwing their money away, which is really disappointing. It makes opening the set feel kind of worse. And this was already a very, I don't want to say a very niche set, but I think it's a more niche set. It's just a niche set that happens to maybe have more passionate fans than other niche sets. At least some of them are very, very passionate. It makes it so that collecting different SSPs very, very difficult. And for any player that also likes Hatsune Miku, any players that want to max out their decks or something, if they play more than one copy of any given SSP, it's going to be very, very hard to find them before. I've talked about this next part with people before, not maybe specifically with this set, but in general. I personally don't think it would kill Bushiroad to change the ratios for certain sets when bringing them over from Japan. The Weiss market outside of Japan is very different from the Weiss market in Japan. English does get many sets that sell like hotcakes that do not need changes whatsoever. You could have one SSP in a case for a certain set and it's still going to sell like crazy. Some sets do just have that sort of they have a large fan base and a fan base of people that are willing to spend the money on cases and all that stuff. I'm not quite sure that Colorful Stage Volume 1 is in that same category though. I think it might have performed better sales wise, and this is just me speculating. But if the ratios had been little bit better, if they weren't so stacked against the consumer, I think it might have helped the set sell a little bit. You don't have to do anything drastic. I'm not saying Bushiroad needs to put 10 SSPs in a case, but one just doesn't feel like enough when it is such a top heavy set. A lot of the time when I floated that sort of idea, I get a lot of pushback from other people in the community, and it's not because they think it's necessarily a bad idea. Like most people want to have a better chance at pulling better cards, but they always say, well, that's how the ratios were in Japan and they can't change that. I think that's kind of silly thinking, because there is no law in the world that says Bushiroad can't change the ratios of their sets. I know that they have licensing agreements with these various IP holders. Is it possible that some of them do say you can't change them? Absolutely. I wouldn't know. But I'd be surprised if every single different company that they license IP from puts that thing in there. We have seen, like with the quintessential trial decks, that there is some flexibility on some sets, and that Bushiroad does not need to keep things equal between the Japanese releases and the English releases 100% of the time. And so it just kind of stinks that sets like this, which I think just for a variety of reasons should have been a bigger set than it was. It just would have been nice if Bushiroad had done that sort of thing, because I've been to some stores, not just my local game store, but I've been to a couple other game stores that do stock Weiss, which are already hard to find as it is. It's not something that a ton of stores stock, at least not when compared to Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic and Pokemon. And I know that this is a set, whenever I see it, that is just going to sit on a shelf for a while, unless someone doesn't know anything about Weiss and just sees Hatsune Miku and just wants to buy it. And I don't know if that's the best sales tactic. And while I don't think a set like Colorful Stage is ever, no matter what you do with the ratios, is ever going to sell as well as certain other sets like Hololive or Azure, um, those are sets that also have a high number of SPs or SSPs, but there are just more people that are interested in those sets. So you don't necessarily need to make as much of an accommodation with the ratios of the set as maybe should or could be done with something like Colorful Stage. Just at the end of the day, I think it really hurts the collectability of this set. And the only reason I'm talking about it so much is because I think this set does have a lot to offer collectors, and it's just the scarcity of supply because of how hard it is to pull some of these cards, in addition to how relatively few people are opening them when you at least compare this set to how many people are opening something like a Nikkei or an Azure or a Hololive. It does kind of just hurt the consumer, and that sort of stinks. With all that being said, I still think this is a very collectible set. Even if you're someone who doesn't want to get the SSPs, the VRs are a relatively affordable option. And if you don't want to get those, there are a good number of SRs that look great in the set. There are triple rares that look great in the set. There's a lot of base rarity, rares and double rares and less that just have very nice art in the set. I don't know anything about Hatsune Miku, but I would imagine if you're a fan of it, you would like a lot of the art. And if you know nothing about it, like me, I think some people just like that sort of anime style art. You know, they've got cute girls doing cute things on a lot of the art, and I think that is pretty great. One of the positives of the fact that there were some passionate people that were opening up a lot of cases is that there is a lot of supply for anything that's not an SSP. The most expensive double rare in the set is only roughly $6 a copy, and pretty much every other double rare in the set is about $1 a copy or less. That is very cheap by modern double rare standards. We often see some double rares in a set get really cheap, but we rarely see like the most expensive top out at $6. And it's a good card, not just in terms of playability, but also looks really nice. And anything below double rare is dirt cheap. So I feel like higher rarity players, higher rarity collectors for the set have had a tough time with it, but lower rarity collectors have been needing pretty good because they can basically pick up anything else they want that's not super high rarity for very, very affordable prices. Stick them in a binder, just look at them, and that is really nice. Next is the impact on the meta. Colorful Stage is a set that really needs its second set to make any real impact on the meta. However, since it came out back in June, it has topped a small handful of times, and it is good enough that it might catch a player that's inexperienced with it off guard when you're at a higher level event. By the time you start getting to top tables, it's probably less likely to do that, but I do think that people who aren't aware of what it is, just the second that they see that it's Hatsune Miku, they're just going to dismiss it and not maybe take it as seriously, and that does give you an advantage. And the set is not bad by any means, so I think if we ever got the second set, impact on the meta is going to be drastically higher from everything I've read about the set. Right now, 2 might be a bit generous, but maybe I'm just making up for the fact that I lowered its collectability a bit. I still think it's a very solid set. I think at a locals you could do pretty consistently well with this, and I think you could do decently at a regional with this. You may not win it or get second or something like that, but it has topped enough times, despite the fact that most people agree set 1 is inferior to set 2. So I do think it's decent enough and something that people should be aware of. Overall, I'm giving this a 3 out of 5. I think it's a very interesting set, and it's not a bad set at all. My biggest gripe about it is the terrible case ratios. Other sets have the same ratios with one SP in a case, but they don't have 26 of them, or if they do have a lot of them, they have other things in the set that help make up for the fact that there are a lot of SSPs, and they're just generally more popular sets. This set came out in Japan several years ago, but we only just got it in June of 2025, so it took a few years to get to us. While it wasn't dated when we got it, I think it was a decent set when it came out, and there's just been a lot of power creep since it came out in Japan, which means that it is tougher for modern sets to really keep up with it. So players who don't really care about what IP they're playing, they just want to play the best stuff, they might have been put off from buying it, at least until set 2 comes out. Its timing was also a little bad, considering it did come out only a couple months after Nikkei, which might sound like a lot, but Nikkei, I think, drained a lot of people of a lot of their money. And it also came out the same day as Licorice Recoil, the Premium Booster, which was a set that a lot of people were looking forward to. So timing was weird, both in the sense that maybe it should have come out a couple years sooner at the very least, but also the day they chose for the year that they did was just odd. They could have spaced it out a bit more. But it is a good set. Um, it also was coming out a month before the Av Musica Bane Dream set, which had a lot of hype from a lot of people, even people that didn't know anything about Bane Dream, and just a few months before Azure Lane set 2. So I'm not really sure when in the year would have been a better time to release this set, but it just wasn't a great time. It really probably would have done better if it was released either at the very beginning of the year, like very, very beginning of January, or if they just released it like a year or two ago. That really would have been the best thing for it. With all that being said, the last bits might have sounded a little negative about this set, but I really do think this is a good set. Some people might not agree that it should be this high, but I don't think that I really could have put it much lower, and I don't think I could have put it higher either. I think this is a decent spot for it. It's definitely a very playable set. It looks gorgeous. There are cards that I want to try. I'm very tempted to just go buy a playset now that I've talked about it so much, because there is a lot to like about this set. It's very solid. It's just a little bit dated, and the timing was a little weird. Those are really the only major negatives against this. So I think overall, this is a very solid set that most people that like Hatsune Miku would be happy with. In ninth place, we have the Quintessential Quintuplets Premium Booster. This is a significant step up in terms of premium boosters from the one we looked at earlier for Persona 3 Reload. This is a fantastic set. I am trying to be objective here, but I do really love Quintessential Quintuplets. I love the show. I have collected all 3 sets. I have been playing them for years. So as a fan of the series, I can say that this really is just a fantastic supplemental set, which it pretty much has to be because there are no climaxes in this set, unlike other premium boosters, which usually will have some new climax combos. This set has no climax cards in it whatsoever. There are cards that support previous climax combos, or cards that work with existing climax combos, but there are no climaxes in this set whatsoever. Despite that, and despite the fact that it only has 45 cards in it, unlike the usual 60 cards we see in a premium booster, this set is just a really great set. I'm a little disappointed that I'm ranking it this low, but I was trying to be objective. This set really only appeals to people who like quintessential quintuplets and already have quintessential quintuplets cards, at least if you're a player, considering you cannot really just use these cards on their own. They do need to be combined with previous sets. But we'll start with playability. This is a 4 out of 5 easily, in my opinion. This set is pretty much just straight gas. There are so many good cards in this set that will make pretty much any Quints deck better, regardless if you're playing a deck that is focused on a single girl or a deck that uses a mix of them. One downside is that Itsuki, one of the 5 quintuplets, it probably gets the smallest and weakest support out of the 5 sisters in this set. However, she did get a pretty good amount of support in set 2, and she got a ton of support in the movie set, so she really wasn't hurting for good quality cards, and the cards that she does get in this set are good cards. She just doesn't maybe get as many as the other sisters, but still something to think about. However, when you look at the other 4 sisters, there are just so many good cards in this set. These are a few of the standouts for the other quints. There is a 2-1 Miku that is just it works on a climax that we've already had in another set. It's one that you're probably already playing anyway. She gets really big. She is a great hand filter, allowing you to draw a ditch. She gives you 2 stock for free from your waiting room at the end of her attack. She's just really, 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 really good. Then there is a Miku Brainstorm that is just a regular salvage brainstorm, but she also boosts the kill range of your level 3 Miku combo from the movie set, which is the preferred and probably most competitive Miku level 3 combo that there is. She is really just a fantastic piece of support for that and is pretty necessary if you're playing that combo. The level 0 Nino in the middle is probably the one we'll talk about the most in terms of playable cards, because I think this card did the most for a deck out of all the cards that were in this set. I would argue that this card, maybe not single-handedly, but pretty close to it, is the reason why 8 Standby Nino was able to make a comeback in the competitive meta. While there are several Nino cards that are in this set that are mostly used by any Nino player that is playing 8 Standby, and is seen in a lot of the deck list for Nino decks that made top cut after this set came out, this card is just so fantastic. It does exactly what 8 Standby needs. It's a fantastic card for when you're going first, for when you're going second. It's still pretty good as the game goes on. It sets up your waiting room perfectly. So if there's a specific standby target that you want in your waiting room, so you can stand by it out, and it's not there, she will just get it for you. She puts a character from deck to waiting room. On death, she is a pay 2 salvage a character. This is really helpful when you trigger too many climaxes and you want to pay them out. You just have to crash with her, which you'll always be able to do because she is at 500 power. And then you get some cleaner stock. You get more climaxes going back into your next deck, and at least you get a salvage out of it. This card is just very, very strong. She sets up waiting room for standbys, like I said, but she also sets up the waiting room for your level 1 Nino combo, which is on reverse salvage something. Just a really, really great card. And I think this boosted the level 0 game of Nino so much that it is the reason it started building momentum for the deck right out of the gate. You have so many good level 0s now, but this one sets up your waiting room. We've had Nino cards at level 0 that set up your hand before. This one sets up waiting room, which is very important in 8 standby. This card was so powerful that eventually, I guess Bushiroad heard all of the people complaining about how they were tired of facing 8 standby Nino, and Bushiroad decided to make a choice list, and it was a choice list pick 3, and this was one of the 3. I do personally think that it did not need to be a choice 1 of 3. That was probably a bit too harsh. It should have been a choice 1 of 2. However, even if it was a choice 1 of 2, I think this card rightly deserved to be one of those 2 cards you had to pick from because it is just so strong. While I think Nino still can function pretty well without this card, it does mean having to make a lot of deck adjustments, and I've been testing it a lot. It's just not as good without this card. Maybe one day it will come back, but it was a fantastic card and probably the standout Nino card for the set. Next is the level 1 Yotsuba that we see here. She is effectively 8 copies of your level 1 combo between the 4 copies that you're playing. If you're playing the level 1 movie Yotsuba combo, she is able to grab it from your waiting room. She also sends herself to memory, so you get some memory compression, which helps you meet the memory requirements that some of Yotsuba's cards have. She is also, while she's in your memory, she is at the beginning of her main phase a climax swap for bars. Having a climax swap just readily available pretty much as soon as she gets into memory for the rest of the game is a very, very powerful effect. It helps you loop your level 1 combo in particular, which is good when you're continuously grabbing your level 1 Yotsuba combo. It's just a very, very strong card that I think people did recognize as very good. I think Yotsuba has always sort of been the black sheep in terms of decks for the 5 quintuplets, and so people don't talk about this card as much or the deck as much, but in testing I can confirm that this is a very, very strong card. Lastly, in terms of these cards that we'll look at playability wise, is the Ichika. This is a pretty basic 1-0. Most Ichika decks are 8 choice. This effectively turns 8 choice Ichika into 12 choice Ichika. Now, we have seen 12 standby Nino in Quints before, and that has been incredibly strong at different points in the meta. 12 choice Ichika is also very good. She gets a choice trigger while you have a choice climax out. She also has a couple of on-stage effects that are very good as well. Just a very, very versatile card that's good whether it's in your deck or it's on your stage. Next, we're going to talk about card design. Card design, we're going to give a 4 out of 5. I think this set does give us a couple of maybe new profiles that we haven't seen before. Not necessarily new effects, but we will see some cards that have two effects that we've seen on other cards, but now they're put onto one card that is pretty strong. However, while that might seem boring, I'm still giving this a 4 out of 5 because the biggest thing that Bushiroad did with this set was that it recognized which girls needed what type of support for the most part, and it gave those characters exactly the support that they needed. So Ichika got the 1-0 that we just looked at. That gives it more choice triggers, which really is very helpful. Um, it also reprinted a lot of Quince cards that we've seen before, and they reprinted them exactly as they were. The only thing that they changed was the name on the card. So instead of an Ichika card, we got it as a Nino card, or instead of an Ichika card, we got it as an Itsuki card. This may not seem like a big deal, but since set 2 came out, there has been a pretty big push in Quince to stop having Quince decks that use a mix of the girls and instead focuses on a singular girl. So there were a lot of great profiles that used to be played in any deck, but once you can only sort of lock into a single girl in a deck, you do lose some of the card profiles that we've seen from past sets. And Bushiroad recognized that some of these decks were lacking once they lost those profiles and decided to basically just give them back. Such as this 3-2 Nino that we see. We saw this a ton back when Quince 2 first came out. This was an Ichika, and it was played pretty heavily in 8 standby, starting with Quince 2. Then there was a choice list, and 8 standby Nino sort of took a back seat. Then we got the movie set, and that focused pretty much on only pushing you to play Nino cards, meaning that you could not really play that Ichika. It just didn't mesh well with the rest of the deck that you were building. But now we've effectively gotten it back, and we've gotten it back as a Nino. Yotsuba would not have done well with this card. It has no use for it. Miku has no use for this type of card. Ichika doesn't. Itsuki doesn't. Nino is the set that really needed this card, and it got it back. Even though we've seen this exact effect before, now it's on a Nino, and the deck is a lot better for it. I've tested it a good amount, and it's pretty great. One Itsuki card worth talking about that benefits her deck a lot is Itsuki is definitely one of those decks that starting with the movie set, they really push you to only play Itsuki cards. If you were playing Itsuki, most of the cards, not all, but most of them started saying things like you could grab another Itsuki character or search for an Itsuki character or something like that. One of the few non-Itsuki characters that the Itsuki deck would play would be the Climax Swapper, where it's an Ichika, where she's a hand to stock and she's a Climax Swapper. That was really one of the few non-Itsukis that was played in the deck. Now they reprinted that effect exactly as it was, but they put it on an Itsuki, so now you could do mono Itsuki, which is pretty great. Then we have this Yotsuba. It is a basic 2500 backup, and it is also a rest counter, with the caveat that you need to discard 4 Yotsuba characters. We don't see rest counters printed too often. Ditch 4 is sort of a lot when you factor in it's basically a ditch 5 since you have to discard the counter, the backup itself. However, if they had given this to another sister, probably any of the sisters, this card would see a lot more play and be talked about a lot more. But Yotsuba is the one who sort of needed the most help, and they gave it to her. While this is a card that you're not going to use often because of the high cost, it is a card that can be relevant sometimes and it might save you sometimes, and none of the other sisters really needed a boost like this. So Yotsuba having something that the other sisters have, outside of Futuro, spoilers, is pretty interesting. And I like that they recognize that she was the deck that would probably abuse it the least, but also would have benefited the most from it. I think from a card design standpoint, while we've seen rest counters plenty of times before, it's pretty cool that they did give it to Yotsuba. We also got a new Ichika. This Ichika is not particularly crazy for card design. We've seen it sort of before. It's when it gets reversed, you can put your opponent's character, if it's a cost 0 or less, into their stock, and then the bottom card of their stock goes to their waiting room, and on play it stuns something for the turn. It's not a crazy effect, but it is a 1-0 with a soul trigger. A lot of the time when we see a level 1 like this, it's not going to be a stock bomb, or it's going to have a one stock requirement to play it out, or it's not going to have the soul trigger. Sort of being able to just be a 1-0 with a soul trigger in a 8 or 12 choice deck is very strong. And as someone who has played Ichika a lot since set 1, something that I found is that her level 1 combos they tend to be a little weak, and sometimes even with the climax, they have a hard time crashing over boards, especially as we see that level 1s are starting to get stronger, and a lot of them are keeping their power cross turn. It doesn't feel good when your level 1 combo can't beat over someone else's level 1 combo on your turn, even when backed up with the climax. So this is just a nice piece of removal that'll get rid of most things that are level 1. Could get rid of some level 2s. We are seeing more 2-0s come out, and this just destroys anything that's cost 0. It deals with some problem cards. It's a nice card to have. I've tested it a lot. It's something that you're not always going to play, but when you do need it, you're glad your deck has it. And the last thing of card design that we will talk about is this Yotsuba. She is a runner. She is 3k all the time as long as you have only Yotsuba characters, so she really can only be used in a Yotsuba deck. She also, when she's reversed, if you have 2 or less cards in your memory, you send her to memory if you want, for free. Starting with set 2, Bushiroad really tried to make Yotsuba a memory-based deck. However, they really didn't give you much incentive to do so outside of the fact that building memory means you're getting more compressed, which means you're more likely to cancel. There really was, and sometimes that is enough, but the Yotsuba just didn't have any good level 3 combos or anything like that. It just really wasn't worth it. It seemed a little half-assed what they were trying to do with her memory compression. In set 3, finally, the movie set, we got a very solid level 3 combo for Yotsuba that dealt some damage, could deal some more damage if you had the resources to pay for it. It did need some cards in memory, and I think it's a very solid combo. An issue with the Yotsuba memory deck before now is that most of the cards, not all, but most of the cards that went to memory required you to pay a stock. And over the course of the game, that stock really does add up. So having a plussing 0, because realistically a 3k runner is probably going to survive the first turn that it's out. So you get it out, you kill something, next turn your opponent plays. As long as this has a lane to run to, it should be safe. And when it gets reversed, it goes to memory for free. So it's a plussing 0. Maybe not the turn you play it, but if it survives, you start plussing off of it, and then it goes to memory for free. That's a pretty strong card. It is basic, but Yotsuba didn't have the greatest cards in terms of cards that would survive at 0. A lot of her cards were actually designed at 0, especially the ones that went to memory, to be reversed. I could think of at least a couple of 0s of hers that are popular for memory decks that require themselves to be reversed in order to go to memory, and they're pretty weak. And another 0 that goes to memory that is also pretty weak, and another 0 that you don't even want to attack with it. It sends itself to memory during main phase. So she really just didn't have a lot of cards that were meant to stay on the field or win boards. And at 0, this card sort of fills that. Also fills the role of not having to spend stock to get some memory going, which is very important for your level 1 combo, because your level 1 combo also relies on cards in memory to really maximize it. So I think in terms of card design, they gave Yotsuba exactly what she needed in this set. This 0 is really great. The previous 1-0 we looked at, that is an extra 4 copies of your level 1, plus this rest counter, they really did a lot to try to make Yotsuba relevant. After 4 sets, that seems about right, that finally you can really play Yotsuba and not feel bad about yourself. Moving on to art design, giving it a 3.5 out of 5. If I was being subjective here, I would probably rank this a 4 or a 4.5 out of 5. However, some of the art is a little basic. Overall, though, this is a very nice looking set. There are a lot of base rarity cards that just have stunning art. The SPs look nice for the most part. If you're a quintessential quintuplets fan, there's a lot of beautiful cards you're going to want to collect out of this set, and it looked like people did. This set seemed pretty popular when it came out. A lot of people looking for their favorite girls. A couple of the cards have very basic backgrounds, but even the art on those is still nice, even if the backgrounds are kind of basic. It's definitely a very nice looking set. People who don't know anything about quintessential quintuplets, they just see the box, for this set sitting on a shelf at their LGS, they might look at it, and if they're an anime fan, maybe they'll just pick it up because it does look pretty nice. And maybe they'll watch the show after that or whatever. I doubt they'll be disappointed in the art for the set because it is a very, very nice looking set. 3.5 is my objective score. My personal score, I'd probably just give it like a 4, 4.5 out of 5. Collectability, giving this a 4 out of 5. This is the fourth Quince set that's been released in Weiss. Collectors have flocked to quintessential quintuplets ever since set 1 released, and that released several years ago now. This set is no different though. Every one of the 5 sisters gets 2 SPs, some of which we have seen already. It features the wedding veil art and the bathing suit art. I'm personally not the biggest fan of the bathing suit art. It's a little basic to me. But the wedding veil art is absolutely stunning. 10 SPs isn't a huge number, especially when a set is opened as much as this set was, and it did seem like this set was opened a lot. But everyone has their favorite quints, and there are 2 SPs per girl, which really just makes it a very collectible set. And for anyone that doesn't care about the SPs, they just want some nice things, every card does get a foil version, and most of them are pretty inexpensive. And they, for the most part, do look pretty good. And since it is a 45 card set, you could collect them all pretty easily if you don't go after the SPs. And even some of the SPs aren't that much. It's definitely a set that appeals to anyone that is a quintessential quintuplets fan. Even if you don't care about the playability of the cards, you will definitely want to pick a lot of these cards up for your own collection. Next is the impact on the meta, which I'm giving a 4 out of 5. This set did a lot for pretty much every single quince. As I mentioned earlier, Itsuki sort of got the short end of the stick with this set. She did definitely get good cards. They just weren't the types of cards that, a Climax Swapper is not going to make a deck top of meta, but it was a card that the set sort of needed. Itsuki also got a very nice bouncer, which isn't going to win you any games except for the few that it does, like when you're going up against a Shana or something like that. It's nice that the set has it. It certainly won't make it any worse, and from what I can see, most people are playing some of these new Itsuki cards. Every other girl, though, got a pretty decent boost. Ichika probably got the second least amount of a boost, but she still got a lot of really great cards. I know that my Itsuki deck made a pretty major change, but if we're really just talking about impact on the overall meta, it's pretty obvious that Nino really got the biggest boost from this set. Nino went from topping pretty infrequently at that point, 8 standby Nino, to maybe not being the number 1 deck in the format, but I would say in terms of representation and consistency with topping, she was probably, I'm not looking at hard numbers here, but top 3. A lot of people were sick of Nino at that point. She already had her Day in the Sun back when Quince 2 came out. People were sick of her then. Choiceless took her out of commission for a while until we got the movie set. Then the movie set gave her a whole bunch of new tools that put her back in contention. While there wasn't a choice list or any sort of ban list at that point, eventually the power creep just got to a point where Nino once again took a back seat. This set said, nope, here she is again, and she was just sort of everywhere. Even though none of her combos really changed, it just gave her so many new tools, support cards, an off finisher, 2 off finishers really. It was enough to really propel it to near the top of the meta, and it made a lot of people sick of seeing it, to be honest. Again, I think the choice list, the new one, is a little too harsh, and maybe it came a little too quickly, but a lot of people were not sad to see her go, and I think that just speaks to how much of an impact this set had on that particular deck and that deck's impact on the meta. Miku did get a pretty big boost. It may not be as prolific as Nino, but we did see Miku start to do a little bit more. After this set came out, she was definitely boosted by that Brainstorm the most, I would say, and then the 2-1 combo we looked at. Miku is never really something you needed to be too scared of necessarily, but it is a very consistent deck now, and its finisher does some consistent burns while also decompressing you, so it was something that did top a decent amount and was something to look out for. She did get some other cool cards as well that helped boost her in the set, like a stockless Climax Swapper. Yotsuba, while I do know I saw her top a handful of times maybe throughout the spring season, she maybe didn't top as much as she could have, so her impact isn't as big on the meta. She did win JP Nationals, which was pretty cool, and I started testing her a lot more at that point, and it was then that I just realized how good of a deck she has now. I think maybe if people give her a chance, she could do more. Her level 3 combo is pretty gross if you have enough stock to really use it effectively, and there are cards that help you get to that point. The memory compression that she builds is pretty great. So while we haven't seen a huge impact from Yotsuba specifically, I wouldn't be surprised if once we get our next ban list and some of the current top decks cool off a little bit in terms of power, if we started seeing people gravitate back towards Quince a little bit, and maybe some people pick up Yotsuba. And like we saw with Ichika after the movie set, Ichika got a big boost from the movie set, but she didn't make an immediate splash. And then somebody topped with it, and somebody else topped with it, and all of a sudden people were playing her more and realizing how good A Choice Ichika was at the time. I think something similar could happen with Yotsuba if enough people really try her out. She is pretty underrated, but overall, this set really did do a lot on the meta. It may have been a flash in the pan, relatively speaking, because we don't see her top as much now during single season, but that was after a choice list. Miku still tops. Doesn't mean Nino doesn't top, even with the new choice list. Itsuki will top every once in a while, and then I say Ichika and Yotsuba have sort of top it a little bit, not too much. But I think the power creep on some of these new combos is just so insane that once the consistency of those decks gets hit a little bit, that's really all Quince needs to come right back into the meta once again. Overall, going to give this a 4 out of 5. I think this is a really, really good set. There's a lot to like if you are a Quince player or a collector. The only real downside to this set, in my opinion, is that it offers pretty much nothing for people who aren't already invested in quintessential quintuplets, at least as a player. If you are a collector who just watched the show for the first time, maybe you don't have as much access to the first 3 sets, and this is a newer set, so it is easier to get your hands on. And if you're just collecting stuff, you don't really care about building a deck or anything like that, that's fine. But since, as a player, since there are no new climaxes in this set, it really can't exist as a standalone set, and it does require not just one but multiple other sets that are starting to get a little bit older now, particularly sets 1 and 2, which could make it a little tough to recommend this set if you're not already invested in Quince, because it would require tracking down a lot of cards that are starting to get a little older. If I was being subjective, I'm fully invested in Quince and have been since set 1, so I'd probably rank this in my top 5. But I still think ninth is a pretty decent slot for this. I still think the set is a good set. It's got a lot of powerful cards. It's well designed, and it really is a very good example of how a premium set can boost a already existing sets if Bushiroad gives those sets the proper care. In 8th place, we have SAO Alternative Gun Gale Online 2 Extra Booster, which is quite a mouthful. This is a spin-off of the main Sword Art Online series. We have actually gotten another SAO Gun Gale Online set before. It was a booster. It came out a number of years ago, and this is the first and only extra booster on this list. Now, I would not be surprised if some people were confused as to why I ranked this set so highly. I think this set is limited being an extra booster, meaning that there aren't as many cards as if it was a main booster. While you can make the argument that it does have set 1, which did recently get a reprint around the same time as this set was coming out, this set mostly just uses cards from its own set 2. Set 1 is very, very dated by now, and there are a few good cards that you could use in there, particularly some zeros, but for the most part, this set almost stands alone because most of the cards you will be using in at least the most meta decks will come from this set. It is a 60 card set, so it's very similar to premium boosters. There are various foils and SPs and SSPs, a secret rare, and even a serial rare in it. This set does introduce multiple new combos. While the first set is pretty dated by now. This set really did do a pretty good job of making Gunga Online feel a lot more modern, which is one reason why I am ranking it so highly. This set does do a lot of interesting things for Gun and it does have some pretty cool decks, and the cards do look pretty nice. So even if the general Weiss community sort of ignored this set, and I don't really blame them, nobody really likes premium boosters, and extra boosters are even worse. I think 8th place is a pretty decent slot for it. Starting with playability, giving it a 3.5 out of 5. This set is a lot more playable than the first set. The first set was already kind of dated when it came out, especially if you try to play it now with just set 1. It's pretty hard to do. This second set feels a lot more modern. The combos are a lot better. They're much more reminiscent of combos that we see in the modern day, where they plus you multiple times, they deal extra damage, that sort of thing. There is a lot to like in this set. To start, we've got this, I don't know how to pronounce her name, but we got the blue girl on the left. She is very reminiscent of the Archer Rin refresh from Heaven's Field 1, as in when you play her, if you have 5 or less cards, you could refresh your deck for free. Now, the Archer Rin drew you a card after that. However, this takes it a step further and lets you add any character, avatar, or net from deck to hand. That is pretty powerful when you are just refreshing your deck. So not only are you saving the refresh damage, you're putting whatever character you want back into your deck and grabbing it right off the bat, which is a pretty cool effect. The power boost is also very nice. She gives 1500 to everything, including herself, while she's in your center stage. It is a pretty cool card. It's not like the most broken card ever, but I think it's a very highly playable card that would pop up in the vast majority of sets. The second card that I will talk about will skip the Len in the middle. We will go to the Ava, the green 3/2. She is just a stock swap. She is not a stock shuffle, which is significantly worse, as I've said many times. She is a stock swap, and that is something that Bushiroad just does not print very often. So the fact that they gave it to this set, which is a relatively modern set, is pretty cool. Any set that has a stock swap does just immediately get better. And I would, just like I said with Persona 3 Reload, where a lot of people are probably unprepared for that set, they don't know some of the utility that it has, so they don't prepare as well as they should. I think a lot of people are going to have no idea what Gun Gale Online does. They won't know that it has a stock swap. They might have heard that it came out recently, and maybe some of them will just assume it doesn't have a stock swap, and they'll build a mountain of stock, and you will just beat them just because you stock swap them and stole a bunch of climaxes. I know I definitely had a game playing against Gun Gale where I lost out on a bunch of climaxes, and it did not feel good. It never feels good, so just having this is a very powerful card. Even if it's an effect we saw a long time ago, just having it makes your set instantly a lot more playable. Going back to the Len on the left there, she is the main level 3 climax combo, I would argue, in this set. She is actually very, very good. I think that the level 3 Len and the level 1 on the right, those two combos are really the only reason you play this set. They are so far ahead of anything from set 1, and they're pretty good on their own. They do have some weaknesses, which maybe sometimes means they won't be the most consistent, especially over a large tournament with a lot of rounds in it. But the level 3 combo deals one on reverse. She gets really, really big, so you're not going to have a hard time getting a reverse over pretty much anything. And then Encore Step, she has the option to deal an additional 2 if you pay her cost. We have learned over the last 2-3 years or so that multiple instances of damage from one card are very, very strong. If you are able to triple this, that is 3 swings and 6 different instances of damage. Great part about her is that she does that burn 2 at the encore step. So if your opponent is within kill range, then it's worth going into. If you have no shot of killing your opponent, maybe they canceled a lot, you can just hold on to those resources. You don't have to spend them. It's great that you have the option to wait until encore step. Also, you don't need the climax for that burn 2 effect. You only need the climax for the on reverse burn 1, which makes her a, I think, very underrated card that has flown under the radar. We also have this 1-0 combo on the right. She is a 1-0 on a bar climax. She also has a soul trigger for some reason. She is what allows you to generate the stock necessary to potentially triple your level 3 combo. When she attacks, if you have 3 or more other characters, reveal the top card of deck, choose level X or lower, and if the revealed card was level 2 or higher, you put up to 1 card from the bottom of your deck into stock. This generates you hand. This also potentially generates you stock. It's very reminiscent of cards that have done very well in the modern meta, like Chloe level 1 from Hololive and the Modernia level 1 from Nikke. Anything that can pretty consistently generate you hand and extra stock is very good. In the past, too often we have had to have climax combos at level 1 where you sort of have to choose between one of the two. It'll either generate you hand or generate you stock, and that has inherent weaknesses. This whiffs a lot less frequently than you would think. I have played against it several times now, and being on a bar, even if like maybe they whiff one of them the first go around, it is so easy to loop this combo that they're not going to keep whiffing it, especially if you build your deck around it and you put a lot of level 2 or highers in there. So just the fact that this combo has a soul trigger for some reasons, more soul triggers are generally a good thing. It's a 1-0, it's on a bar, it's pretty consistent. There are other cards in the set that do support it, and she is basically what enables your very strong level 3 combo. So these two cards alone aren't going to make the set great, but I think if you're playing Gun-Gale Online 2, you either really love Gun-Gale, or it's because you recognize just how good these two cards are when used together. Next, in terms of card design, giving it a 4 out of 5. I did debate between giving this a 3, maybe a 3.5. In the end, I decided on a 4 out of 5 with a pretty big caveat. That caveat being that the card design that I really like in this set is very limited to really just two specific combos. The previous ones that we mentioned, the level 1 bar and the level 3 door. We have the 3-2 girl on the left who boosts power and refreshes you and searches your deck for a character. So she'll get your level 3 combos nice and big if you have her out. You also have this level 0 on the right, the green one that is a brainstorm, which is good, just a nice salvage brainstorm. However, she also gives your level 3 combo another 1000 power, which is pretty good. So that combo does need a reverse for its actual climax combo, so she will be swinging in for at least 15,000 with the climax if you have this out. If you have the blue girl on the left, that is going for 16.5. There really aren't many cards in the game, let alone the actual current meta, that would be able to get over that, even with a backup. It would have to be like a 5500 backup, and even then a lot still couldn't. Only things that really might be able to get over it are Murons still needing a backup, but also backed up by their assists that they play, Tokyo Revengers with Potchain, things like that. Pretty much this set was designed to really make the level 3 combo be able to get reverses, and they put those assist abilities on pretty good cards like your Salvage Brainstorm that you're going to want in your back row pretty much the whole game anyway. So you don't have to fit any extra cards into your set in order to make it work, which I think is really good. We also have this level 1 Fuka Zero on the right there. She works pretty well with the level 1 combo because when you play her out, you look at the top card of your deck and you could put it on the top or the bottom of your deck. Now this is helpful for your level 1 combo for two reasons. Because if you see something on top that is below level 2, you can now move it to the bottom of your deck, which helps your level 1 combo not whiff when it does the reveal, because you want to be seeing level 2s. And what it also does at the same time is if you move a card from the top of the deck to the bottom, you know what that card on bottom deck is. One risk of playing the level 1 combo is that you're blind stocking from the bottom of your deck. You don't know what that card is, hence the term blind stocking, meaning you could just put a climax from the bottom of your deck into your stock. This Fuka Zero sort of helps mitigate that, at least on one of the level 1 combos, because you'll know what that card is. Plus, she has the chance that when she's reversed, if you reveal a level 2 or higher card on her reverse, you get to bounce her back to hand. And then you get to reuse her effect the next turn when you play her out the next turn. Once you start looping your level 1 combo because she is on a bar, which makes her extremely loopable. So overall, outside of this level 1 and level 3 package, the card design in the set is good, but really not much that we haven't seen before. And there are a couple of cards that are actually kind of very poorly designed. There is a blue card that searches a specific character, and when I first read it, I thought that's pretty good, but then I learned that there's only like 3 characters between both sets that actually have that character's name, so it's actually pretty bad card design. There are a couple of bad cards like that, but there are also plenty of good cards that are perfectly fine. They're just cards we've seen before. They're not worth mentioning. We've already spent a lot of time on this. Moving on, we have art design. This is an interesting set. It is not a set that looks bad by any means. Its biggest weakness is that there are a decent number of cards that do have some very bland backgrounds or very bland character poses. However, there are a lot of standouts in this set. Even cards you aren't really ever going to play, like the Climax on the left, still looks pretty nice. The Climax in the middle goes with your bar level 1 that we've talked a lot about today, which I think it is just a stunning looking card. I've watched SAO, I have not watched Gungale, so I have no idea who these people are, but I can't deny that the cards look beautiful. My favorite card in terms of how it looks in the set is probably the one on the right, where she's just laying in the field of flowers. I think it just looks very nice. There are a good chunk of cards that do look really, really great in the set, and I think that is pretty good. The only reason the score is brought down is it is a small set, so there's just not a ton of cards to begin with, and there probably are close to an equal amount of cards that look really good and then cards that look kind of bland. Maybe not bad, just a little bland. In terms of collectability, this is a 2 out of 5. I think if you like Gungale Online, this is a fantastic set for you, especially because the first set has been really hard to come by. Even with the reprint, I don't think the reprint of set 1 was really opened a lot. There's not a ton of supply of the new stuff, and the prices are still really wonky, even for base rarity stuff, but definitely for the high rarities, everyone thinks they could get set 1 original print prices, which is ridiculous on a reprint for a set that very few people want to begin with. So collectability wise, there's not a lot in this set unless you're a Gungale fan. However, if you do like Gungale, we do get some really beautiful cards. Fuka Zero has an SSP that is, while a little bland in terms of background, it's a very expressive card. It looks really nice. We've already looked at the level 3 door combo. Her cards, whether it's the SP or the lower rarity, has very nice art. Same with the level 1 combo. There are plenty of higher rarity cards you could collect, and even if you don't want to buy SPs or SSPs or secrets, because there is a secret in the set, every card does get a foil version, and a lot of them do look very nice. So if you like Gungale, it's a great set to collect. If you don't care for SAO at all, I don't think Gungale is really the thing that's going to push you into Weiss or push you into collecting Weiss, but it is decent enough, and I am still glad that we got this set. Next, impact on the meta. Going to give this a 2 out of 5. It hasn't had a ton of time to play in regionals. It only came out in September. And it did do pretty well at one regional, I remember, and I think it did top another one or two. So it is something to look out for, particularly because its finisher can be quite explosive, and it does have stock swap, which is very strong. 2 right now, as things stand, is probably too generous, though I would argue that that is mostly because not a lot of people are actually playing this set. A lot of people just probably dismissed it. They heard from other people that's not a great set, no one likes extra boosters, etc. So they didn't even bother looking at the cards or the combos. I think if they had, maybe they'd be a lot more interested in the level 1 and the level 3 combo that we've discussed today. So it has potential to do a decent amount on the meta. However, I think that is a double-edged sword because right now its biggest advantage is that nobody knows what it does. The second that people realize that they can play around the level 3 combo, and to be honest, they can play around it pretty easily, I think it does take a nosedive. So it sort of needs to exist in this weird space where people are playing it, so it does get some representation, but it's not topping so much that people start to think maybe I need to learn how to play around this. At the end of the day, all your opponent really needs to do is to crash all of their lanes the turn before you hit level 3, and then you will have no reverse targets for them to reverse, so they lose out on all their burn 1s, and they're just left with a very, very expensive burn 2. The second people start catching on, that's all you really need to do to essentially stop this set. I think is sort of the nail in the coffin. But until then, I think the set does have a lot of potential. And as long as it is able to fly mostly under the radar with only a few people playing it, as long as they play it well, I would not be surprised to see this take random top 8s, something like that. I think it has just enough going for it where it actually can be very strong. I've played against it a few times. I am starting to get very annoyed about it. I am tired of seeing my opponent just loop his level 1 combo over and over again. I'm tired of getting stock swapped by a set that probably shouldn't have a stock swap at this point in this modern day when most modern things don't get them. But I still think it's a pretty solid set that does have a lot of potential to impact the meta in the future and has done a little bit so far. Overall, I'm going to give this a 3.5 out of 5. Now, for anyone that's been paying attention, they'll probably notice that this actually has a lower overall score than the previous set we talked about. That was in 9th place, Quintessential Quintuplets Premium. I think that this set needed to do a lot more than what the Premium Quint set needed to do, and that is why I'm ranking this set higher. That set does not exist in the vacuum. That is not a real set. That is a set that can really only be, at least playability wise, it only works if you buy cards or already have cards from 3 other sets that have been coming out for years and years and years. While this set, technically a sequel set to a set we've already gotten, that set is pretty bad. It's pretty trashy, I'm going to be honest. You're mostly just using cards from this set with a couple of exceptions, maybe. So I think this set had a lot more to prove. I think Bushiroad did a decent job with it. I do think they could have done a bit more. Maybe they have their reasons for why they wanted to only make a few pretty broken cards or close to broken and not an entire set like that. So I think this had a lot more to do, and it mostly succeeds if you're willing to compromise a little bit and are willing to accept that it does have certain limitations. So that is why I'm ranking the set a little higher. Overall, it is definitely not a bad set. If you like Ungale, you're going to like the set. You've probably already bought into it. You've probably already started collecting it. If you are a player who does not like Ungale or hasn't looked into it, it might be worth giving it a shot because there is a lot of cool interactions that this set offers, even if most of it is just between those 2 combos that we talked about the most. Coming in at 7th place, we have Blue Archive. This released back in February of 2025. It came with a booster pack and a trial deck. I think this is a pretty cool set overall. I first saw someone playing it at my locals. They were playing the JP version of it. I was immediately drawn to the art of the set. It had some really great cards. I had no idea what they did, but that was enough at the time to get me reading about them. And after I read through the whole set, I was pretty excited for this to come to English. It just is a set that has a lot of really cool cards in it. It is pretty fun to play, and they're all pretty nice to look at. First up is playability. This I'm giving a 3.5 out of 5. This set has a lot of good cards. It has good cards at level 0, 1, 2, and 3. It's got utility cards. It has cards that we don't see printed often, or card effects that we don't see printed together very often. I think there is a lot going for this set in terms of playability. That 1.5 ding to the score is probably because none of the finishers are particularly explosive. While some of the finishers are certainly interesting, they're probably unlikely to close out games from beyond 3-0, though I do think they all have their niche uses. Starting with the Hifumi at the top left, that I believe is the one that has seen the biggest impact on the meta. She's very reminiscent of the Ichika early play choice combo from Quince. This one is able to come out early, and then when you play the climax, she is able to search your deck for 2 characters. One goes to hand, one goes to stock. She's good for compression. She's good for resource management. Just good all-around card. Then we have the level 3 Wakamo up at the top left. She has a couple of different ways you could use her. She could clear your opponent's board and then deal a little damage, or you could just play 3 copies of her and each one will deal 2. Having that versatility is pretty nice. Up top in the middle, we got the level 3 Hina. She is a clock kick and a burn 2 on reverse. She is a pretty cool card. I've gone up against her a little bit. While I don't think I have lost to her except maybe one time, I was always kind of scared. If your opponent has enough stock to triple it and can get reverses in all 3 lanes, having 3 guaranteed damage backed up by 3 burn 2s and 3 swains is sort of a lot to deal with. Next, we got this Mika level 3 at the top right. She is very reminiscent of Aki's finisher from Chainsaw Man, milling the bottom 4 cards of your opponent's deck and burning 1 for every climax. Her cost to do that is discard 2. She also grabs a character on play. She is a terrific off finisher. I think it's a very, very solid card, something that I would try to squeeze into anything when I'm playing yellow. At the top right, we have the Hoshino. She is a Fumio. Always great to have a Fumio. At the bottom left, we have a Memori that is also a Fumio, just in a different color, and this one can come out at level 2. Now, the one at the bottom left does require an additional hand in order to use it, but she does require the same amount of stock. So whether you're focused on playing green, focused on playing blue, you have a Fumio option. And having one at level 2 is also very nice to have. It's always good when your set has some decompression. It definitely makes it a lot more playable. No stock swap in the set, but that's fine, I think. We also have this red backup that is a +6 soul backup. Sometimes if you are going to lose, this can be like a Hail Mary thing, but if you were going to lose anyway, this won't hurt you any more than you already would have been hurt. It is nice to have a good defensive tool. We also have another defensive tool with the Arona in the bottom right. She is just a -3 soul backup event counter. That's always pretty strong. We have seen that be put on a choice list before with Quince. It essentially negates one of your opponent's attacks that turn. It may not be as good as a rest counter, but unless your opponent is going for more than 3 soul, it will just do 0 damage, which is always good. We've got, moving back a little bit, we've got this Niru level 2 combo. She is very reminiscent of Muron from Slime. She is more like Muron Light though, or off-brand Muron. She's pretty close to Muron's effect, but she's just not as good and she doesn't have as much to support her, but I still think she's a very solid level 2 combo. I've gone up against this before at locals, and it was almost as annoying to deal with as actual Muron. Bottom right, I think a very, very solid playable level 1 combo that I really enjoyed reading was this Izuna. She is just on attack. If you have the climax, discard a card, look at up to 5, choose 2 characters, add to hand. We have seen this profile many times. Most often it's on a look at up to 4, not 5. As I've gotten more experience with this game, I really value deck speed. So having the option to get that extra card is very important, and especially when you are playing multiple copies of this, and being able to loop this will always be nice. I think it's just a very solid level 1 combo. Overall, the set is very fair. There are plenty of good cards we could look at all levels. I won't look at any more in this section, but it's not a set where you will feel bad about playing. There is a lot of strong stuff. Its biggest weakness is probably just that it doesn't have the explosive finishers that have been dominating this game lately, such as Gura or Mai from Bunny Girl or Dolores from Bane Dream or Aki from Chainsaw Man. The finishers, while certainly good in their own right, they do feel a bit more fair for the most part. That might be the biggest thing holding this set back right now, because I think it has plenty of good cards at 0 and enough competent level 1 combos where it's really only missing some real explosive stuff at level 3. Moving on to card design, giving it 3 out of 5. There are a lot of profiles in the set that we have seen before. There are some interesting profiles where we have 2 different effects that we normally see on 2 different cards are now put onto 1 card. Some of them aren't the craziest, but they're still cool to have. There are some notable profiles that I think are worth mentioning that I really enjoyed when I was reading through the set for the first time. First, we got the Izuna on the left. She is an on-play hand to stock, and she is a pay 2 to refresh your deck. We have seen both of those effects on different cards plenty of times before. Combining them, those two effects specifically, onto one card, I think is really interesting. I remember once I was going up against someone at locals who was playing 8 bar, and like most bar players, he just had too many bars in his hand, and so he used this card, put one of those bars into stock, so he got a stock, and then he paid 2 to refresh his deck, immediately put that bar back into his deck. It was more like a pay 1 refresh at that point. While it's something that even if you do play in your deck, you're probably not going to use it most games, it is a really great card to have. It has a lot of versatility. You may not always need a refresh, but maybe you need more stock, or maybe you don't need more stock, but you do need a refresh. It's nice to have both of those options on one card. 1500 is not terrible on a 0, it's not amazing, but it's still pretty fine. Next is this Ono. While I don't expect this to be played a lot, I thought this was very interesting card design on Bushiroad's part. We have seen both effects on this card printed separately for what feels like a very, very long time. Pay 1, move to the backstage, and send itself to waiting room to save a character. Printing both of those effects onto the same card has a lot of synergy, and even if I don't necessarily think it's good enough to be put into all or most blue archive decks, I do think combining that is very interesting, and maybe as we get future sets or certain decks being built, that this card could be better. I think this card might be better if it was released in other sets. I wouldn't mind seeing this sort of profile being released in other sets, and to me it was just an example of Bushiroad putting a little extra thought into cards when designing them. However, a card that I think is actually fantastic, and I would put in most of my blue archive decks, if probably all of them, honestly, is this Mamori. She is a Riki. However, while most Rikis just clock from the top of your deck, put it straight into clock, this lets you look at up to 3, and then you pick one of them and you put it into clock, and then you salvage a character. This set has a lot of experience requirements for a lot of its cards, both at level 1 and level 3, for all finishers, for your combos. So leveling the right cards at the right time is very important, and this really does help set up your clock. It would be better if it just chose from waiting room and put it into your clock. However, it has a second effect that's really good, which is probably why they didn't let you do that. You still get decent selectivity by looking at top 3. Plus, it is up to 3. Sometimes you may not want to look at the full 3. And if you do look at the full 3, you are putting potentially 2 characters into your waiting room that you might want to salvage off of this effect. I think it overall is a pretty great Riki just in that respect. But it also has another effect that during her battle, when the damage you receive is canceled, you may put this card into your stock. Over the last couple of years, it seems like we've gotten more of this type of effect where cards will either bounce back to hand when the damage you receive is canceled, or they will go to stock. This card is sort of reminiscent of the Heaven's Field 2 Rider Riki, which is also a salvage Riki. She does send herself to stock. However, she goes to stock when the damage she deals is canceled. I play Fate a lot. It feels amazing when that card, you just get free stock off of a Riki you were already playing anyway. This is no different. Getting free stock off of a Riki that you're probably playing anyway feels very strong. It may not hit every time, but even if it hits a third of the time, it just feels very, very strong. It's also very fun in the very niche circumstances when your opponent needs a reverse on a card, and then you cancel and this goes to stock, and then you no longer get a reverse. I had that interaction happen to me recently with a different Riki from a different set I was playing, and it was just a lot of fun. The last card in card design that we're going to look at is this Miyako. This, I think, was my first experience with Blue Archive. I was playing against someone who was playing JP. They played this out, and they told me this gives clean cut to anything, and I did not believe them because I thought that was too good. I had not heard of that profile before. Granted, I am someone who only plays English, and I understand that this is a more common profile in Japanese, but I went to read the card, realized it was in Japanese, and I don't read Japanese, so pulled up a translation because I just did not believe him, and I was pretty impressed by this card. 3k all the time rivals a lot of runners and chasers that are generally 3k, 3500 runners or chasers. This may not do those things, but it assigns clean cut to anything, which means that you can be clean cutting effectively every turn if you just assign it to the whatever has the highest power. I know not everyone's a huge fan of clean cuts. I do love them, and as long as they have decent power lines, I tend to put them into a lot of decks. I think they're very solid. Plussing 0, being able to assign it to anything like a level 1 combo or something like that is just very, very strong. And giving it the 3k power all the time also felt very strong. So I'm not sure if this was the first set ever when it came out in Japan that had that assigned clean cut ability to anything, but I do think it is a very cool card and something that definitely got me interested in looking at the rest of the Blue Archive set. Next, we have art design, which I am giving a 4.5 out of 5 with a tiny little asterisk. I think this set looks fantastic. It's definitely one of the best looking sets of the year. A lot of people who don't care about playing Weiss, but like Blue Archive, we're definitely trying to collect some of these when they came out, particularly the higher rarity cards like the SPs. Most of the SPs look gorgeous. There are a lot of them in the set, but most of them do look really great. I'm giving it the asterisk because while a lot of the lower rarity cards do still look good, mostly because the character designs are already pretty solid, we have very well defined lines around the characters and they just have good designs and they're not too CGI-ish like we see with other sets like Hololive or something like that, where it's really only the SPs that look good and the lower rarity stuff sort of takes a hit. Even the lower rarity does look nice, but the backgrounds are incredibly basic. We can see here we have the same two cards. One is the base rarity, one is the SP. The SP has different art than the base rarity and it looks infinitely nicer. That does not mean that the base rarity looks bad. I actually do like the character design and it is very clean. A lot of the time with lower rarity, sometimes, which I don't like when Bushiroad does this, but they will make the base rarity just look a lot worse. I do think most of the base rarities still look very good, so they may not be foiled or signed or anything like that. But if you just like characters from Blue Archive, I think there is a lot to like, even if you just buy a normal playset. I do wish they weren't all so basic. There are some lower rarities that do look nice and have more going on. A lot of them do sort of have that very generic background, which I think is a mark against it. But overall, this is a beautiful set. I can't think off the top of my head a single like SP that I did not think looked really nice, and I reviewed them right before recording this. But even base variety just looks very good. Definitely a set where if you're just getting into Weiss and you don't have a particular preference and you just open this up because your store's got it or whatever, you won't be disappointed by how nice the cards look. Next is collectability, which I'm giving a 4 out of 5. This is a set that I am sure had a lot of people flock to it who knew nothing about Weiss or just purely Weiss collectors because of the popularity of Blue Archive. The set definitely lends itself to being collected. Those SPs do look really nice. There may be a lot of them in the set, but I think the set was opened a decent amount, and I wouldn't feel bad about pulling most of them, even if I pulled some ones that weren't the most playable. It is just a really nice looking set. The ratios aren't terrible. Um, I think overall just a very solid set for collectors, a very solid set for players. Due to people opening it, there was a decent enough supply. It doesn't have the problem, I don't think, that we discussed earlier with Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage, where while it was opened, there were just too many high rating things and the ratios were off. I think this was much better designed and is much, much better when you're opening it from a collector's standpoint. Jumping ahead a little bit, impact on the meta, 2.5 out of 5. This set did top during the trio season. During single season in the fall, I don't think it did as well. I'm not sure how much it really topped, but during trios it did do better. It was something to look out for. Are a lot of different effects in the set, and having two different Fumios I think is powerful. Having the Neg Soul is powerful, and the Plus Soul backup is also powerful. There was a lot defensively that you needed to be on the lookout for as a player. Now, no true rest counter and no stock swap. Maybe minimize the impact a little bit, but I think this set does well enough without those things. It has very solid level 0 cards. It has a couple of very good level 1 combos, and its level 3 combos are very strong. Even if that level 3 choice that we looked at earlier is the one that topped the most, I think there is a good variety depending on what type of climaxes you want to be playing in terms of triggers, in terms of what colors you're going for. I think that there was just a lot going on when this set came out. It came out just like a month before Bunny Girl came out, set 3, and we all know that that set made a huge impact on the meta. It came out just a couple months before Nikke, which a lot of people started playing. So, and it came out right after Quint's Premium Booster, which gave a big boost to a couple of Quint's decks. So, it just sort of came out at a weird time where it's a set that doesn't feel overly fair because there are cards in it that I would say are definitely above average, but just being above average doesn't mean you're like an excellent card. It just means you're like a really good card. So that might be a big reason why it didn't do more of an impact, though it still did a decent amount. Overall, I would give this set a 3.5 out of 5. I think whether you're a player or a collector, there is a ton to like about this set. Even if you don't really care for Blue Archive, and I've still never played the game or anything like that, but I have bought a couple of the nicer looking cards purely because they just looked really good. I haven't put together a set deck in real life yet. I've only done it on the simulator a little bit, but I think it plays very, very well. I don't think there are many people who would complain and say that it was a bad set. I think even if it's not the most meta set, it's still pretty solid, has a lot going for it that is good, and it's a set that only gets better as we get future sets. We've already got confirmation of the Blue Archive animation set, so maybe that will give this set a boost in terms of its impact on the meta and its playability. Card design is very interesting. The art looks beautiful. This is a set that most people who know nothing about Blue Archive, they open it and they think, oh wow, I'm just going to put that in a binder. It just looks really nice. Very solid set overall. Not a lot of complaints that I have to say for this set. So I think it's pretty well deserved that this is at 7th place for the year. Coming in at 6th place, we have the Rurouni Kenshin set. It was released back in May of 2025. It got a booster pack and a trial deck. For anyone who's been paying close attention to this video, you've probably wondered where this set was. You probably expected it to be a lot lower. I think this was a really great set that was largely dismissed by the Weiss community long before the set even came out. Collectors might have had a good reason for dismissing it. There were reasons. Not getting signatures was a big one. But player wise, this was a very solid set. This set is full of really, really good cards. I think people maybe started dismissing the set without ever really looking at the cards too closely, because if they had, I think they would have noticed that there are some really interesting profiles. There are some really cool level 1 combos, some pretty strong level 3 combos, and a lot of utility at all levels. Overall, it's a very, very solid set. That is coming from someone who is a player first and a collector second. If I had to give Rurouni Kenshin an award, it would probably be the award for most underrated set of 2025. Playability wise, I think this is a 4 out of 5. There are just so many really, really solid cards in this set. There may not be a ton of cards that are game breaking. There may not be any one card in this set that is as strong as some of the strongest cards we've seen in the last couple of years. You know, there might not be something that is on the level of like a Gura from Hololive, or is as explosive as some of the other cards we've seen recently, but there are a lot of above average cards in this set, and not just like barely above average, like really, really good stuff. The weakest level 3 combo is the Sanosuke at the top left, and he shuffles back 3 and burns 4, and he's on a choice, so he pays for his cost relatively easily. I've tested this deck a lot. It is, if you can triple this, you're probably going to win unless your opponent left you no waiting room and they kept canceling on like 1 every single time. Short of that, the decompression you get from shuffling back 3 and burning 4 just over and over and over, eventually it's going to stick from my experience. Is a high cost. Some games you get rushed a little too fast. That is a weakness. Then we have the Kenshin level 3. He burns 2 twice. He does also have a high cost associated with him. I have, however, found that I can very easily do 2 copies of this Kenshin. 3 is a stretch for a couple reasons. It is a lot of stock, it is a lot of hand. You're probably going to have to trigger on one of the attacks just to have enough hand. Stock is a problem. There are cards that help you generate stock in this set, but even doing two means that you're burning two 4 times. And this set has a really fantastic off finisher. The Kenshin at the bottom left, he is a Musashi, but instead of doing damage equal to the level of the card you milled +1, he's +2. So at the very least, he is dealing you 2 damage, which means that you could be potentially burning 2 5 times and getting 3 swings. That is a lot of instances of damage. Yes, that means that the Kenshin might over burn at, if you mill a 3, he's going to be burning for 5, but that is the chance that you take. He's a very cheap off finisher. All you have to do is reveal 2 copies of the Ricky that you're probably playing anyway, because it's a very good Ricky. I think it's a fantastic off finisher. I think even just playing 2 copies and an off finisher, so you'll have 3 Kenshins on board, I think that is enough to kill a lot of people. You do not need a cancel on the first 2 the climax combo Kenshin. It's just straight burn 2 twice. Burn 2 is a very solid number. It's big enough to make a difference, especially once you start stacking them, and it's small enough where your opponent is less likely to cancel than if it was a bigger number like a burn 4. It's a very solid combo. It's not maybe the most remarkable thing, but they don't print burn 2 twice a lot anymore. And I think even though it seems like a high cost, it's actually very doable in this set. Next, we have this Aoshi level 3 blue combo. He is basically like Mai from the new Bunny Girls set. A lot of people, I'm always confused. I will see people look at the Mai and they will say, wow, that level 3 Mai combo is a 5 out of 5. Then they will look at this and they say, this is trash. This is like a 0. Maybe it's a 1. This functionally is the Mai from Bunny Girl. Yes, this does have a lower ceiling. I will admit that the Mai mills 2 up to 3 times from the bottom of your opponent's deck, and if there is a climax in any of those groups of 2, you burn 2. So if you mill the bottom 2 cards from your opponent's deck 3 times off the first Mai, and there is a climax in each of those groups of 2, you are burning 2 3 times, and that's just off the first one. This one, it deals X damage. X is equal to the number of climaxes in each of its mill 2s from the bottom of your opponent's deck. So you could burn 2, but you'd have to mill 2 climax to do that. However, multiple instances of 1 for a very cheap cost is still pretty good, especially if you triple this, and it's very easy to triple this because you only need 7 stock up front. It's just a pay 1, ditch 1, very cheap. A lot of people, I think, get too obsessed with, there is a support card for this that is a blue 3/2 that does help this combo, but to do so you really have to lock into blue, and most of them aren't that great. You're spending a lot of stock just to get a tiny little boost. I don't think it's really worth it. You don't need the memory condition that the Mai needs to maximize its combo. I think you splash a little blue into your Kenshin deck just enough so that you could get this out at 3. You don't need blue really any other time, and this is a perfectly fine finisher. It's not as explosive as the Mai, but it's very similar as the, let's say, Aki from Chainsaw Man. The Aki deals 1 multiple times. This very often is going to be dealing 1 multiple times. This looks at 6 cards. The Aki looks at a max of 8 cards. No, I'm not saying this is Aki. I'm not saying Kenshin is as good as the Chainsaw Man set. I think, though, when you look at it in a vacuum, if this card was printed in a series that had just been more well received, I think people would have not dismissed this card so much. In my testing, it's actually very strong. It's very reliable. It does decompress your opponent, and it does pretty consistent damage. Next, we have the Trial Deck Kenshin. It's basic, but it is a trial deck. Pay 1, ditch 1. Look at the top card of your opponent's deck, then put it back on top, put it on bottom, and deal 2. For a trial deck, not bad. At the bottom, we already talked about the Kenshin off finisher Musashi, so we'll skip to the Sanosuke. He is just a Fumio. He's a Fumio where if you don't want a Fumio, he can heal instead. Fumio is always decent. Other playable card in the set, we have a money counter. It is a 5 or more on board memory counter. It does also give one of your characters power, but it's always nice when your set has money counter. Stopping damage is always nice. Next, we look at the level 1 Kenshin combo. I really, really enjoy this combo. On attack, he looks at up to 2 cards, and you put one and the rest go into waiting room, and he gets 2000 power for the turn. You don't need the climax to do that, he just does that. Then with the climax, you could look at up to 5, add a character to hand, rest go to waiting room. This one card alone is it has so much deck speed with it that even 2 copies just helps you really move through your deck. If you're in a bad deck state, maybe you cancel just a lot early and you've got a fat deck and you just need to burn through it. This processes so many cards. I do think this is the standout level 1 combo from the set. It is on a door. It has pretty decent synergy with the level 3 Kenshin combo from the booster, the burn 2 twice one. It is just a really great card. It also has 2 really important pieces of support behind it that we'll get to later. But these are just some of the playable combos. I'm not even going to get into all of these zeros that are super, super playable because there are a lot of them. You have different profiles for a lot of different things depending on if you're looking for power or deck speed or whatever you want. There are lots of good cards. Next, card design, which I'm giving a 4 out of 5. This set has a lot of really good profiles in it. It does have some profiles that we have not seen, profiles we've seen on separate cards that we now see on one card, profiles we don't see often. There are plenty of profiles we have seen plenty of times before, so I'm not really including those in this ranking. There aren't a ton of cards that are necessarily bad. Every set has pack filler to a certain degree, meaning that there are just some cards that are really, really basic. They don't do much, and you kind of just wonder why Bushy would bother printing them at all. This set sort of minimizes that. There's not a ton of that. There are just a lot of really solid cards, and then there are a good chunk of very exceptional cards, especially in terms of card design. I think the standout in terms of card design is the level 1 Kenshin combo that we already looked at. While being a very good combo on his own, he has 2 key pieces of support behind him. He has the 1-0 Kenshin in the middle. His effect is when you play a climax with a door trigger, you can discard a card, and then you could salvage any climax. Not discard a climax, grab a climax. You could discard any card in your hand as long as you play a door to salvage any door that is in your waiting room. Then he gets the following ability till the end of your opponent's next turn. Pay 1, put himself into waiting room. When your other character's frontal attack, you can return that character to your hand. So you play the level 1 door combo on the left, you've got this Kenshin there. You used his effect to grab back another copy of the level 1 door, and then when your opponent attacks your level 1 combo next turn, you just pay the cost and you bounce it back to hand, and you've already grabbed the climax from your waiting room for really no true cost, and you can just do it again the next turn. Usually we see this sort of looping level 1 combo on a bar, most common, maybe a pants. We don't often see it on a door, and this set really just helps you do that to a tremendous degree. He also has 2 soul. A lot of people miss that. So with the climax, he is fronting for 3 soul. He is pretty weak at only 1500, 2500 with a climax out, but they gave him the extra soul, so you could really side and still feel pretty good about yourself. Even if you side a level 2, he's still swinging for at least 1, and that's before your trigger. If you're siding your opponent's level 1s, you're siding still for 2. That's very strong, and that's before trigger. Then there is this 1/1 that we do see played a little bit less. I think mostly because sometimes it's harder to generate the extra stock at level 1, but it is a very good card. When you play a climax with door, when you play a door climax, you choose one of your characters, and it gets the ability, when it attacks, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's level 1 or higher, you can put it into your stock. It also has an ability that you could rest it, look at the top card of your deck, put it on top of your deck or into your waiting room, give one of your characters 2000 power for the turn. This is very, very perfect with the level 1 Kenshin combo, because the level 1 Kenshin allows you to look at up to 2 cards from top of deck, leave one there, put the other into waiting room. So this helps you set up the blind stock. Well, not really blind stock. As long as it's level 1 or higher, you get to put the card into your stock. Not only that, you can rest it to give a pretty significant amount of power to something, and you still get to look at the top card of your deck and leave it there, put it to waiting room, which means that if the top card is a 0, you could just dump it, and now your Kenshin, he effectively is looking at the top 3 cards of your deck because you've already gotten rid of one of them. That helps you generate stock, which is very important for your level 3 combo. Now you do have to pay a stock to play this girl out, but you are going to be looping this combo very, very easily with the level 1 Kenshin in the middle there, so it'll start paying for itself eventually. It's very, very strong. This package feels really good to play. I've played it a lot in the simulator, played it a bit in person. Haven't played it as much lately, but I've been meaning to get back to it. It's always felt very, very strong. It is definitely I think the level 1 combo and this package is the standout package in the set. And in terms of card design, they basically made this Kenshin and then they were just like, how do we make it the best level 1 combo we possibly can? I think if other sets had the 1-0 Kenshin in the middle that allowed them to just loop their combo so easily, I think people would trip over themselves running to play it. I think because it's Kenshin, people just sort of dismissed it. But this package really has a lot going for it. Maybe it's harder to see when you're not actually playing it, but when you're playing it, you do feel very, very strong for a variety of reasons. There are also other cards that work pretty well in the set that represent some really good card design. We have this trial deck level 1 Sanosuke combo. He gains 3,500 if you have another character, and if he's in the middle position of your center stage, he gets on a hand encore, so just discard a character, and you bring him back when he dies. A lot of Sanosuke's cards, probably most of them in this set, they have that. That's just flavor with the show. It is pretty cool that they did that. He's always getting back up in the show and all that. And his combo is on his Stock Soul. Stock Soul is pretty neat. When his battle opponent becomes reversed, if you have the Stock Soul, you do the following action twice. Mill the top card of your deck. If it's a character, add it back to hand. While he is lacking in selectivity, he does get you a lot of card advantage. Now you could mill a climax, you could mill an event, that would make him whiff, so you probably can't be playing events in any deck that you're using him in, so no money counter or anything like that. At that point though, you're just whiffing on a climax. There is a 1-1 1-1 Yahiko, who is a frontal assist, it's a frontal level assist. But also when you play a climax that has two soul triggers in it, so like the stock soul climax that works on the Sanosuke, you look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck and you put them on top of your deck in any order. This is very, very good because maybe there's a climax on top, maybe you put that first, that way your mills are clean and then you get 2 characters back. Maybe you don't put it first if you don't want to get it stuck in your stock and it otherwise might have, so that you could just mill it, even if it means you don't grab a character back. Maybe you see 3 clean characters, but the character you really want is right on top. And you want to add it to your hand. Now you just put one of the other 2 cards that are left on top, a card you don't care about, and you trigger that. That goes away to stock, and now you mill 2, and you get at least 1 character you care about, maybe 2. So that I think is a fantastic piece of support. The level assist probably isn't the most relevant thing, but honestly, it's like not bad. You probably play this card in this deck just because of the second effect, so having a bonus effect on top of it that isn't bad is pretty decent. Because the Sanosuke has hand encore, it is something you would like to loop a lot. I have tested this a lot online with the level 3 pants combo that I talked about earlier, just as a way of looping the level 1, something that's very easy because of his hand encore. It was very reminiscent to me of Seven of the Deadly Sins, how they use the Hendrickson level 3 with the pants trigger to sort of loop the Elizabeth brainstorm, just turn after turn after turn. While not exactly the same, because it's not a brainstorm or anything like that, it does process a decent amount of cards. It does swing decently big. Your opponent's rarely going to have 3 lanes that you can't get over with this thing. So it is a pretty solid card. Lastly, with this package, while I can't swear that it was created strictly to support this, I think it does do a really great job. It's also just a very good generic yellow card. It's a 1-0 with a soul trigger, which is always nice. When it attacks, it gets some power, which is nice. It does get actually pretty decently beefy for a non-climax 1-0. Non-climax combo 1-0. And when she becomes reversed, look at up to 3 cards from top of your deck, pick a climax, add it to hand. If you did, discard a card. Very basic effect. We see this on zeros a lot for a lot of different sets. Having it be a 1-0 that swings big though is pretty nice. A soul trigger, that's also pretty nice. Being yellow is very strong because you could pair it with this. It is a way to help you loop this over and over again, which is pretty nice. Someone at my locals has played this a bit, and it's always very annoying when they loot this at Nosegay. They're always triggering their stock souls, and then those always stick, and I'm eating a lot of damage, and it's just all three of these cards together. You get a couple of the Sanosuke, you get one of the Yahiko in the back row, you get one of this Karu up front, grab the climax when she gets reversed after swinging over something big, decently sized at least. It's pretty nice. For a trial deck combo, this does have a lot going for it, and I have enjoyed testing it, and I think that was some pretty cool card design. Next is art design. 3 out of 5. Um, I didn't want to judge this category based on the fact that the SPs don't have signatures, unlike Japan, which do, because I guess the signatures aren't really art, though they really do enhance certain cards, and I think the set did look a lot better with them. But if I'm not counting those, this set is a mixed bag, but it does have a lot more pluses than minuses. Two cards on the left are, in my opinion, pretty gorgeous cards. They look very nice. Most of the set has cards that just have that very clean, very intriguing art. Whether it's base rarity or higher rarity, it generally does look pretty nice overall. Especially the SRs in person. This is a set that has a massive amount of SRs. I think almost everything on the set comes as a foil. Maybe not everything, but close to it. And most of them do look really nice, even if the cards aren't as good as some others. They just look really good. They are taking a lot of art from the remake of the show, and for any faults the remake might have, it's a show that is pretty well animated. The art style is very nice, very clean. Some, well-defined lines, which I always like in my shows. It's got some very intense art. It's got some art that is more playful. It is definitely a set that it just looks very nice. However, we do have some cards that I will say honestly look below average, like the two cards on the right. Not a ton of cards look this bad in the set, but there are some that do look this bad in the set. They are, aside from the terrible backgrounds, the character designs, they look like almost pixelated versions of cards, like low resolution pixelated versions. Luckily, most of the cards that look that bad aren't cards you play, and there aren't even that many of those bad looking cards to begin with. So I give this a 3 out of 5 because it still does look very nice. Overall, it's a very aesthetically pleasing set. Collectability, this really stinks because I was really looking forward to the set. Giving it a 2 out of 5 because if you like Kenshin, it is still cool to have these cards. And because every card in the set does have a foil, and most of those foils are SRs because there's like 90 of them in the set or something like that, you can collect a lot of nice looking Kenshin cards that are foiled relatively cheaply if you're getting the SRs. Some of them are sold out, the more playable ones, but a lot of them aren't. And they're pretty inexpensive and they do look really, really nice. One big drawback for this set as someone who does like to max their decks a lot, especially if it's a set I really enjoy like this one, is that this is an Aniplex set, and for the last few years, Bushiroad has been unable to or unwilling to license these signatures for a lot of them. Sometimes that's fine. While it's always nice to have the signatures on cards, uh, sometimes they still look nice even without them. Typically, in a set where Bushiroad doesn't or can't license the signatures for an Aniplex set, they will put some sort of symbol or some other design on the cards to replace those signatures. A lot of the time, they don't necessarily look bad. They still don't look as good as if they had the signatures, but they still look pretty decent. I will say, though, for this set, they look terrible. When you compare the originals to the English ones, I don't know what those weird rectangle things are. I mean, the Japanese writing is kind of nice, I guess. I have no idea what they say. It could be telling me, that I'm an idiot for buying these high rarity cards for all I know, but it still looks kind of pretty. The cards themselves look nice, but I don't know. Those weird rectangles with the round corners are just the dumbest looking things I've ever seen in my life. And unfortunately, all the SPs have those. I could be off base with those. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I wouldn't be as annoyed if Union Arena didn't also get a Kenshin set just a few short months after Weiss got it. I think it came out in September in Union Arena. And while I think that overall the art for the Kenshin set in Weiss is much better than a lot of the art in the Union Arena set, they did get signatures and they do look absolutely gorgeous. In addition to that, Union Arena has their own higher rarity stuff that's not as rare as a signature. It's just all arts for things. and some of them do look better than the SRs we get. So I think if you don't really care about the playability of cards, if you don't play either game, and you just like Kenshin and want to collect some nice shiny cards, unfortunately, I would say Union Arena is probably better. Though I think the base rarity cards for Weiss look better than the base rarity cards for Kenshin in Union Arena. But I think if you're willing to spend a little bit of money, even if it's not on the super high end signature cards in Union Arena, if it's just like the more basic alt arts, it does just look better. So I was a little disappointed with that. This is one of the few sets. I'm pretty much just an English player and an English collector. This is one of the few sets I have considered just picking some stuff up in Japanese. I bought most of it in English, but I didn't get any of the rookies, and I only got one of the level 1 combo because it just didn't seem worth it. On top of that, this set wasn't opened a tremendous amount, so even if someone didn't really care about how ugly those rectangles look on the higher rarity SPs and SECs. They're hard to find. There just wasn't a ton of people opening it because I don't think a lot of people pre-ordered this set. We have seen that be a problem with other sets before, and sometimes it really is a shame when the set does have some fans to it. Maybe people who were on the fence about pre-ordering and then they missed it, and now they didn't get a case, and there's one less case worth of nice shiny cards out there. It is disappointing, but it is what it is. I think collectability wise, 2.5 might have been a little generous, but if you don't care about ultra high rarity, I do think there is a lot to offer about with this set. It's just a shame that Bandai was willing to go the distance in terms of licensing some really nice signatures, and their alt arts do look pretty gorgeous. And Bushiroad was not. That is a little disappointing. Um, if you don't look at the like SPs and SECs and those dumb, stupid rectangle things, which I know I've harped on a lot, but if you ignore those, there are still some cards that do look nice. We got two SRs at the top, unique art styles, super crisp. Really nice to look at. There are also some OFRs in the set. While some of the character OFRs don't, they look fine. They don't look bad by any means. They're not as crazy. This set does have some really nice OFR climaxes. Like we've got the Unwavering Conviction at the bottom there. There are actually two different arts for the same card, and the regular base rarity also has two different arts for the same card. Also, in person, I could confirm that these just look absolutely gorgeous. Some of these OFR, especially these two climaxes, really, really nice. So, super high rarity collectors may be disappointed, but there is still a lot to like from a collector's standpoint with this set. Next will be impact on the meta, which I'm giving a 2.5 out of 5. Again, this is probably being a little too generous. This should probably be more like a 1.5 if I was being completely objective. Now, this set has topped a couple of regionals. It wasn't with the combos that I mentioned. There is a pretty interesting 2-0 Yahiko combo that burns one on reverse, and you can burn it out early, and it is on a 2-0, and it swings pretty big actually. And if you start looping that, that's multiple burn ones over the course of a couple turns. It actually is pretty decent, and there is a lot of support behind it. I think that one might be the one that did the most. Back in Philly, at that regional, I think that was September-ish, on teams, I did play against Kenshin one round, and while I did win, my opponent was having a pretty rough game, but even with the rough game they were clearly having, they were still doing a lot of stuff, and based on the tools that Kenshin had at the time, he was able to do a lot despite his terrible deck state. He was able to get out of it pretty easily, probably better than I was with my deck, and I thought I had good control over the deck that I was playing. And we have seen this top a little bit. I don't think, aside from the Fumio and the money counter, and to be honest, most people won't play the money counter anyway, there isn't necessarily something you need to specifically be wary of when facing Kenshin. It's either going to do what it's going to do or it's not. I guess if you know you're playing against the Yahiko 2-0 combo, you could always just crash the turn before, so they have nothing to reverse. But I think this is a set that will surprise people, not necessarily because it has really cool things like stock swapped or something that people weren't expecting. They'll just see Kenshin, they will dismiss it internally, laugh at their opponent, think they got an easy win, and then they'll just start being told what some of the cards do, and they will be surprised at how strong the set actually is, which is why overall I'm going to give this set a 4 out of 5. Now, I know a lot of people in Weiss would probably say this is one of the worst sets of the year, or definitely not rank it as high as 6th, and that I'm being way too generous with a 4. I think it's collectability wise, I could absolutely see that argument, even though I do own a lot of the shiny cards from it, and I do think for the most part they do look nice, if not for those stupid rectangles. But playability wise, I think this is a fantastic set. Card design is great. There's really a lot going for this set, and I really did enjoy reading the cards as release got closer and I was more interested in the set and seeing different possibilities with deck building and stuff. And I think it is a solid set. It's a shame that we probably won't get a set 2. I'm imagining set 1 didn't sell too well. Definitely not in English. I'm sure it sold better in Japan, but I don't know if it's sold well enough to get another set. But I think as a standalone set, it accomplishes a lot of different things, and that is why I decided to rank it in 6th place. Coming in at 5th place is something that might ruffle some feathers, but it is Nikkei. Now, just to make it clear, I do not think Nikkei is a bad set. I know some people probably thought this would be maybe a top 2 set of the year. I think Nikkei did a lot for Weiss and is not a bad set in terms of playability or collectability or art or definitely not impact on meta or anything like that. If I had to give Nikkei a trophy, it would be an honorary trophy for services to the Weiss community, because I think Nikkei did the most for Weiss out of any set of the year. I think a lot of people who had never heard of Weiss, or people who really maybe they've heard of it, they don't play it and they don't collect it a ton though. I think it brought a lot of new eyes to the game, and as a game that's always struggled with having eyes on it, partially due to marketing problems, because if you don't market it, it's tough to find. Most people have never heard of it. They'll see it on a shelf or something like that. But I think Nikkei just brought a lot of eyes to Weiss. Maybe some of them stuck around. Maybe some of them did it. It doesn't really matter. I think Nikkei as a set did a lot of favors for Weiss, and I am grateful for that. And I did buy into it a little bit. And there is a lot to like about the set. I think you could probably swap this with my 4th place pick. I'm not sure though if I would put this higher than that, but it was a really, really great set, and I think there is a ton to like about it. Starting with playability, which I'm giving a 4 out of 5. Nikkei is a set that has a booster pack and a trial deck, and it really makes the most of that. If they wanted, they probably could have made like 5 trial decks like Hololive and Azure Lane, but they didn't. Just got the one. And the trial deck is a very good trial deck. The booster is also a very good booster. There's a lot of really good stuff in it. We have multiple good level 1 combos. We've got this Anise from the booster pack. Pretty simple, but she does swing really big, and she does give you some selectivity, which is nice. We've got the Dorothy from the trial deck in the middle. She swings relatively big if you've got a full backstage at least, and she does also cycle through a lot of cards. She's look at up to 5 and add a character. That's pretty strong. The level 1 combo though, that really is the standout of this set, and is definitely one of the best level 1 combos that we have seen in the entire year of 2025, probably 2024 and 2025, is this Modernia. This Modernia, I think, is a big reason why Nikkei has clicked as a whole, as a set. It's on a good trigger, it's on a door. She is 6k pretty much all the time, as long as you have 2 or more other Nikkei characters. That is actually pretty big. On a level 1 combo, especially cross turn, she keeps that power. Most characters these days would lose that power and they'd be really weak on your opponent's turn. She's a 1-0 with a soul trigger. Bushiroad just seems really intent on giving us 1-0s with soul triggers for no real reason, and it is definitely not a bad thing that she has it. It does work with some other cards in the set that we might talk about later. Her effect is actually something that we have seen before, like it's on the Chloe in Hololive. On attack, if you have 2 or more other characters, reveal the top card of your deck. Salvage level X or lower. X is the level of the revealed card. And if the card revealed is level 2 or higher, you put up to 1 card from the top of your deck into stock. This helps you build hand, this helps you build stock, which is very good for certain combos. It's just a great effect. It's a great level 1 all around, and there are multiple cards to support this. Modernia is really just, I think a lot of people who are building don't see any other reason to play a level 1 combo unless it's maybe a color requirement or they're looking for a specific climax. But this Modernia really is just fantastic. I have gone against this and many times, as I'm sure most people in the Weiss community have by now, and it always feels annoying when you just see how big this thing is on both your turn and your opponent's turn. And when you see your opponent not whiff on this, and they can definitely make it not whiff because of the tools that it has to make sure you're generating that stock, you just sort of do a double take when you see how they started the turn with few resources and now it seems like they have multiple turns worth of stock. They got a full hand. They got a big board. There's just a lot to like about this card. It's just very strong. Some other really good playable cards in this set. We will start from right to left because the left is probably the most interesting. Right is just a Fumio. Talked about this a lot before. Fumios are always good. It's not something you're going to play every single game. In fact, if I play a set that has a Fumio and I play 10 games with it, I'm probably only using a Fumio maybe once or twice, but it's something that you should always be able to have to threaten your opponent with it, and if your opponent does leave you a very nice chunky waiting room with only one climax in it, you might win the game just because of that, so it's nice to have. A real standout from this set, or at least something that has made a very big splash, even though it's a relatively fair card, I think it's a minor amount of power creep on this card, is this Alice 3-2. If you have 4 more Nikke characters, she gets minus level, so you burn her out very easily. 4 more is a great condition, probably the best early play condition. If all of your characters are Nikke, so if you're just playing the game, she gains 2,000 power. Now this power is cross turn. A lot of early plays, they lose their power on their opponent's turn. Some don't, but a lot do. The fact that she is 10k all the time is actually pretty beefy. She also gains the ability that when her battle opponent becomes reversed, you may put that character on top of your opponent's deck. This is incredibly strong. So your early play is going to be bigger than pretty much everything on your opponent's board, or at least it should be. And you reverse something, put it on top of their deck. That is helping decompress your opponent slightly, but if you're also swinging with something that's only got 1 soul, you're basically guaranteeing that damage. If you're swinging with something with 2 soul, you're basically just burning them for 2 very easily. It's just a very strong card. On paper, when I first read it, I thought it was good. I didn't think it was like the most amazing thing. When you play it, you could also discard a character and put the top card of your clock into your hand. When you actually face against this, because it sits so big, and those reverses and top decks really do start adding up, especially if they start playing multiples of this gets very annoying very fast. I mean, if I had some sets that had this that I like, that have weaker early plays, I would love to have something like this. I hope this does not become the new standard for early play heals, because being able to just potentially help deal extra damage to your opponent is really strong. This really is a great card, especially when you're playing standby. Definitely a standout from this set. Next, we have this golden ship. If you don't have a character, you can't play it, but if you do, then you choose one of your characters, and that character cannot become reverse. Not anything special, no one's paying for stock for that, but it also has an effect. You choose a character in battle, that character gains the following ability: it cannot deal damage to a player. Now, this is not as good as a rest counter, that's for sure, and to be honest, I don't often see people playing this backup because there's a different event counter that people would rather be playing, and that's the next card we're going to talk about. But I still think this is a very solid card. It is effectively a next. We've looked at other things in this video that are -3 soul event counters. That this effectively is that, except it's really guaranteeing that you're not taking the damage. Sometimes when your opponent's swinging for 3 with the climax, they might trigger and swing for 4. So even with the backup, they'll still deal 1. This just says, doesn't matter what you're swinging for, you are not dealing damage. And this does have a very nice bonus effect that most climax combos at level 3, that the damage they deal is on attack. However, there are some, notably Bochi, that's something that's pretty meta, And there are a couple of other things that are end of attack. This completely shuts down all damage, not just damage from its attack, but also auto damage too. So if your opponent's effect would deal damage at the end of attack, this will also stop that. And while something like Escanor from Seven Deadly Sins doesn't really see any play anymore, this would shut that down. Dolores from Bane Dream is a very popular option. This completely shuts that down because the Dolores needs you to cancel in order to get any of its actual burns, and you can't cancel if it can't deal damage. So while this card doesn't see a lot of play, I'm sure at some point we're going to get a Nikke set 2. They're going to want to move on that fast based on how well set 1 sold. This is a card that's nice to have for the future. Next card, we're going to talk about the Modernia on the left and the event next to her because they're sort of all part of the same package. The Modernia on the left, the 3/2, on play, you can basically just play a character from your hand for free, and that character gets 2k power for the turn. She's also on attack, discard 2, middle the bottom 4 cards of your opponent's deck, and deal X. X is the number of climaxes. Very solid off finisher. Pretty good. Something that a lot of decks play. Decks would probably play it if the event next to her didn't exist, but they basically have to play her because the event next to her exists. The event next to her is a 3/0 event that you choose one of the following effects and perform it. Draw 1, pick a card in your hand, put it to waiting room, choose a character in battle. That character gets +6 soul until the end of the turn, and then you put the event into your clock. So we've seen and talked about +6 soul backups in this video. Most people, however, are not playing this card for that effect. They're playing it for the other effect you could pick, which is you put one of your New World Modernias, the one on the left, into your memory from your stage. If you do, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, put them on top of any order. In any order, then you choose one of your opponent's characters and rest it. This is a 3/0 event that rests something on your opponent's stage for really no cost, mostly because you are playing the Modernia. The most popular Nikke deck would be Modernia Biscuit, and Biscuit, for anyone who doesn't know, is off a standby. Modernia generates you a ton of stock. You're playing a lot of red, there's a lot of good synergy there, but you're bringing the Modernia out very easily. You're pretty much always going to have her, and even if you weren't playing standby and can get her out pretty easily, there's no harm in just playing her out because she will play your level 3 combos for free anyway. She'll play 1 copy of at least, so you're not going stock negative. Not that that really matters because this is a stockless rest counter, which is truly just fantastic. You could just plot Modernia in the back row, or if you trigger a standby and you didn't have her, and then you can just bring her out and now you do have her. And even if you don't have the Modernia, if you really just couldn't get to her or something like that, you still have a pretty decent defensive counter waiting for your opponent. But the rest counter for 0 stock just feels really, really, really unfair. And it is. This, I think, between the Alice and this rest counter and the Modernia, that really warped the meta. A lot of people suddenly had to play bouncers or de-levelers, that sort of thing, just because they were so terrified of having to deal with this Modernia event package. All these things combined into one, was very, very effective. So playability wise, you have some very good offensive options, but you also have some of the best defense options in the current meta, probably the best defense options that any real meta deck is playing. You don't even necessarily have to be playing the most meta builds. As long as you're running Modernia and the event, you're in a pretty good position. Your opponent's going to have to side you. They're going to lose soul when they do it, as long as you keep up a decent sized board. That event is like the bane of a lot of players' existence since April. I know that I am so tired of dealing with it. It's just a very, very good card, and it definitely helps elevate the set. Now, next thing is card design, which I am giving a 4 out of 5. I think while this set is lacking a little bit in level 3 combos, which is probably why I didn't talk about any of them in the playability section, I think that is the big weakness for this set, is that its level 3 combos are sort of blah, to be honest. Some of them are fine, none of them are really great. A lot of them could be great if conditions are right, but there's a lot of steps to take to make that happen, and they just don't usually happen consistently. But despite that, I think there are some good examples of card design in this set. For example, we have this Paradise Lost Dorothy, which is a level 3 combo. When you play the climax, you could pay 1, so you'll need 9 stock up front if you want to triple her. And then she gets some power. She also gets the ability until end of turn that your cards with soul triggers in the trigger icon in all of your zones gain shot in the trigger icon. And when she attacks, you look at up to 2 cards from top of deck, choose a card from among them, put on top of deck, put the rest into waiting room. This is something that closes out very easily from 3-0. Even triple has a hard time killing from very far beyond that, but it effectively means that when you attack, if you, let's for example, you triple this, you use all 3 effects, you attack with the first Dorothy, you trigger a soul trigger, your opponent cancels. What then happens is that you burn 1 3 times. We know multiple instances of burn is very strong. This is sort of almost like an Escanor, but it just requires a cancel. Now, the sad thing about this card is that it is extremely easy to counter, which is probably one reason why it hasn't done too well since Nikke came out. Neg Soul counters, backups, they totally destroy this card. Money counters absolutely wreck this card. But it is a pretty solid thing. I'm not really going to talk about the playability much more of this. I think the card design, though, it has a lot of support backing it up. Like we have this 2-1 Snow White, where if you don't have another copy of her on stage, all of your door climaxes, they gain a soul trigger in the trigger icon. Now, we know that doors do not have soul triggers already. This obviously pushes the Modernia combo, in my opinion. It's the best door combo you'd be playing at level 1. You'd be playing the Modernia pretty much any day over the Dorothy unless you really like deck speed, which I guess the level 1 Dorothy from the trial deck does provide. But the level 3 Dorothy pictured here, she does need a lot of stock up front, and from my testing, the only real way to reach that stock requirement is by playing Modernia at level 1. At that point, you might have more stock than you'll ever need to do it because the Modernia just builds so much stock. So I think they realized when they were designing this set that the Dorothy might be a little too stock intensive, so they just gave this Snow this, who might have only started out as a frontal 2000 assist. They gave her this bonus effect and just made that combination very, very deadly, made it a lot easier to meet the stock requirement, gave you extra soul triggers in your deck to meet the effect of the Dorothy so that you get the shot triggers on your soul triggers. We also have this Pravati Unkind Maid. Now, the Pravati is something that is useful not just in this deck, but it's actually useful in a lot of decks. Her effect is if you have a climax, she gains a shot trigger in all of your zones, which means even if you are just slamming a climax without a climax combo at any level, if your opponent cancels and you triggered this on the attack, you get to burn 1. You treat her as if she was a stock shuffle. So she already has her own soul trigger. If you have a climax, she'll get a shot trigger. Something that's really powerful is if you happen to get lucky enough with the Dorothy and you trigger one of these Pravatis, you will actually burn, if you triple the Dorothy, you will burn 1 4 times. I think that is very, very strong. So I think these 3 cards together are really great. The Pravati works well with a lot of other decks in the set as well. Pravati is just such a generic thing for the set, but Bushiroad clearly knew what they were doing. They were really pushing shot triggers in this set, but shot trigger is actually pretty terrible when you're forced to play shot trigger, so they just gave other cards the abilities to give cards shot trigger, and I think that bit of card design was really nice. But there are other things that are pretty cool card designs in the set as well. We have this level 2 Scarlet Flash Climax combo, which is a decent enough combo. It's early play condition. You can burn it out at 1 if you have the Scarlet on the right in your clock. Now, the Scarlet on the right is on play. You can climax swap with your deck, which is pretty decent. But when she hits waiting room from the stage, you can put a blue character from your waiting room to the bottom of your clock. So you could put herself at the bottom of clock and meet the condition for your level 2 combo. And then she also pluses you a card. So she is a stockless way to put herself into your clock right where you want her, and she gives you a card as long as you don't whiff it. I think a lot of the time in the past when we have seen cards have early play conditions that require a specific card in clock, while the cards that need to be in clock aren't necessarily bad, they just don't put themselves there. This one does, and it happens to be on a card that has 2 pretty decent effects. So I think that synergy there is pretty good. They very easily could have made the clock condition Scarlet be like just a bad card or something that has no synergy with the actual combo. But not only did they give it good synergy with the combo, they still gave it a climax swap with the deck, which is just pretty powerful. And I thought that was pretty neat. Going back to the Modernia, talked earlier about how they really thought this set through. When they were designing the Modernia, they just gave her all the support it could possibly want. The goal of the Modernia is to get back some of your hand, but also build an egregious amount of stock while you're doing it. And to do that, you need to reveal a level 2 or higher card when the Modernia attacks. So they gave this set the Rappy in the middle. On play, she is a draw ditch, which is fine. But when you play a climax, you can bounce her back to hand, give something 1,000. So your Modernia is going to be even bigger than she already was, and you give it the ability that when it attacks, you look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, leave one there, dump the other one. This gives the Modernia the ability to top check and dig for a level 2 or higher and leave it on top. The Delta on the left is somewhat similar. It is a on play, you get to pay 1, ditch 1, salvage, which is pretty decent and give some power. But also on play, you get to look at up to 2 cards on the top of your deck, put them on top of your deck in any order. If you don't have 2, let's say you're going into your level 1 turn and you've got 2 Modernias, you don't have 2 Rappies, you've only got 1, but you also got this Delta. In combination, these are just 2 really good cards to sort of know what's going to be on top of your deck and rearrange them. This might very well affect which order you attack in, but they both further the Modernia effect, and they just have good effects stapled to them. There's nothing wrong with the draw ditch, especially when you're reusing it turn after turn, because it does bounce back to hand. And the Delta also salvages something, which is pretty nice. So Modernia really has all the tools she needs to really never whiff on her combo, unless you just had a whole bunch of zeros or ones on top of your deck. And that was pretty thoughtful. Then we have the Noir and Blanc level 3 combo. The Noir gives shot triggers +1 to the damage they deal. Normally shot deals 1, which is good, but it's also not the most explosive thing. So if you have 1 Noir out, shot triggers will now deal 2. If you have 2 Noir out, they will now deal 3, which is pretty good. She also can look at top 2 on attack, leave them there, dump them. Shot triggers need you to cancel when you trigger them in order to actually get the burns, otherwise they don't do it. So she's really good at digging for the specific triggers that you want. The Blanc needs to be played in order for the Noir to actually be allowed to get her effect. So she's whatever, but she's not bad enough in and of herself. We also have this Noir Black Rabbit on the right, which really helps certain decks, but it definitely helps the Noir. While she's on your stage, if you have a climax with a bar in its trigger icon in your climax area, which the Noir combo is, it's on a bar, your climaxes in all of your zones get shot in the trigger icon. This is really important because if you're playing a bar or whatever, the Noir wants to dig for your shot triggers, and now all of your climaxes have shot triggers. The Noir also does stack. She doesn't have an effect that says you can't have any other copies of her, like some cards like this do. So you could play 2 of her, which means that if you have 2 of her, like let's say you got 2 in the back row, you got your Blanc, and then you got 2 Noirs. If you dig with the Noir, you see a bar climax or any climax, I guess, you trigger that. Your opponent cancels. Not only are you now dealing 3 damage, you're dealing 3 damage twice because you have 2 of her. If you only had 1, you'd deal the 3 damage once. There is a ton of setup. That's obviously a lot of setup. And I know a lot of people are really hyping Noir up to be the super explosive finisher that could kill from like 2-0 or less. And I guess technically she probably easily could if conditions are right. I think it's way too inconsistent and requires you to trigger specific things and requires your opponent to cancel on the first swing and then eat the rest of the damage from the shot triggers that you gain. But it's definitely cool how they design this. It's a lot of setup, but they did do their best to make it as simple as possible to do it. But there are also some other cool cards in the set that are decent enough. This little thing, if you have a climax with shot trigger and its trigger icon in your climax area, This card in all of your zones gets shot trigger. That's pretty interesting. But she also is a discard one and put herself at the bottom of your deck to search your deck for a Nikke character, which is a good effect on its own, combined with the fact that you want her in your deck anyway because you want to trigger her while you have the shot climax out, is pretty good card design. Combining those two effects seems pretty perfect, so I enjoyed reading that. There are also plenty of interesting level zeros that are certainly some good pieces of card design. The first is the Scarlet on the left from the trial deck. She is like the Ricky of the set. On play, top card of stock goes into clock, and then you could look at up to 6 cards from your deck, choose any Nikke character, put it into your hand, and then you look at up to 2 cards from top of your deck, put them on the top of your deck in any order. Now, most Rickies will typically search your deck for a level 1 or lower, or a salvage Rickie will salvage a level 1 or lower. Some salvage Rickies will salvage something of any level. This gives you some deck speed. It also gives you top check knowledge, which again is really good for the Modernia. You're probably looking to grab the Modernia off this anyway, and then you'll know the top 2 cards of your deck, which is just great. Plus, she also has an effect when you play her out. She gets power based on how many cards are in your clock, and she's putting a card into your clock, and you could do those effects in any order. So whichever maximizes her attack, you'll have a Rickie that could be swinging very, very big. I think that was some pretty cool card design. We also have this Red Hood, which is the brainstorm of the set, really. It's a salvage brainstorm. However, she does have an on-play effect where she does different things depending on what level you are. And a lot of the time, once you get your brainstorms or you got one out, a lot of people aren't going to be playing 2 brainstorms. So any additional brainstorms that they draw throughout the course of the game, you kind of just clock them or you dump them or you just crash with them or something. I think it's pretty cool that there is a brainstorm in the set that still has value as the game goes on. Now, the effects don't stack, so you can't do each effect. The higher level you go, it has to be whatever specific effect is for that level. But the effects are pretty interesting, and they do come up sometimes. Then we have this Anise from the trial deck. She is just a Rico, which is a pretty strong effect as it is. She does say she can't stand if you don't have another Nikke character, but you pretty much should always have another character on stage. And she's only 500, so she'll lose every battle she gets into, most likely. But she is a 0/0 with a soul trigger. So a Rico is a very good profile. I love seeing it. I think what sets this apart is the fact that it does have a soul trigger, which does benefit certain endgame pieces like Dorothy that want to see soul triggers, or other things that want to see cancels. So I think it's always nice to see soul triggers on cards. It's a little busted. Bushiroad should probably stop doing it with zeros. However, giving it to this specific card I think was just a great piece of design. It's a great card you'd want to play anyway, plus it does further several themes. We've already talked about this combination. This card design is sort of just insane. They could have, I think a few years ago, if they made this event, they would have made the card that it's tied to be probably a really bad card. That's something that they used to do a lot, where if they printed a good card that required you to have another card, a lot of the time that other card would be bad. And maybe that was just a way for them to try to balance the good card. But with this, they gave this to a really, really good card. Not only is it a good off finisher, it's playing other cards for free without stock requirement and giving them power. Just really, really solid combination. Kind of gross that they did this, but it's definitely a good piece of card design in terms of playability and all that. Next, we have art design, which I'm giving a 4 out of 5. This is a really nice looking set. There were a lot of people that were just probably don't even know how to play Weiss. They were just looking to collect this set. And then there were a lot of people who do love playing Weiss and who were also looking to collect a lot of cards in this set. And that's probably because the cards in this set are stunning, especially when you look at some of these SEC pluses have probably the best art in the set, but the SPs also look really nice too. The SSPs don't really look that great in my opinion, but there's also a lot of lower rarity things, particularly a lot of the climaxes look fantastic, whether they're the regular versions or the triple rare versions. A lot of the SRs in the set look great. Some of the lower rarity stuff does look a little basic, but it still has very, very clean card design. And I mean, we just have some of these really gorgeous SPs. The set does appeal to different demographics, so there are certain people that will like some of the specific kinds of art in this set, and if you don't like that specific kind of art, like we see on the left there are plenty of more innocent arts like the one on the right, and then we got some things that are a little more badass like the Scarlet in the middle. Um, Overall, the set does just look really, really good. Even the base rarity stuff, like we got a rare and a common here. While the backgrounds are very, very basic, the art is so clean, even if it's lifted directly from the Nikkei game, it's very clean art, very nice looking. Biscuit's cute, character, Axia, whoever she is, I don't play the game, looks appropriately moody, but is still nice to look at. This is true for most of the lower rarity stuff. Even if you just buy a playset because you like Nikkei, even if you don't play the game, I don't think you'll be disappointed to have these trading cards of these characters because they do just look very, very nice. Collectability, this was a massive collector set. While this set also was a set that was played a ton, it's topped a lot. It had a wide spread of representation, I'm sure at locals, but definitely at regional level events. This was a set that attracted a lot of collectors, especially from outside the normal Weiss community. I never heard of Nikkei until this set got announced, and I very quickly learned that a lot of other people have heard of Nikkei, and they really, really, really liked it. It was very clear when the set came out how many people just wanted their favorite girls, whatever, people who had never touched a Weiss card in their life. They loved the art. They loved the fact that it had a signature on it. There were a lot of high rarity collectors looking for things in this set. People were buying and selling these secret rares for a ton of money for a good long while. There's still people trying to get secret rares for this set. They did a very soft reprint of the set, not a full normal reprint. Signatures all look the same and all that, but just because there was such high demand, that's not something that Bushiroad does often, where just a couple months later they give us a fresh wave of new cases to open. But it was probably needed, despite the fact that the set had a ton of supply. It just had so much demand. I don't have sales numbers, but I gotta say I'm sure this is the best selling set of the year. I have not seen another set quite like this, and I have been playing and collecting Weiss for about 5 years now, and the hype around this set and the number of people that were just buying into it as purely collectors and the amounts that they were willing to spend on some of their favorite cards, or best looking cards, I guess, was truly just insane. So again, I think the collectors really helped boost this set to just be a set that had a lot of eyes on it and really, helped generate interest in Weiss. Maybe some of them will stick around, maybe some of them won't, maybe some people will refer the game to their friends or something like that. A set like this only helps Weiss, I think, at least in terms of getting eyes on the game itself, which is always a good thing in my opinion. Impact on the meta, giving this a 4.5 out of 5. While I think there is a lot to, I'll start with the minor negative I have about the impact on the meta for this set is I think the set is really great between levels 0 and 2. I really don't like its level 3 game for the most part. I think it's got a lot of cool stuff, but a lot of it also has a lot of inherent weaknesses. Like my favorite level 3 combo is probably the Dorothy, but the Dorothy needs to be at level 3. Your opponent needs to be at level 3 in order for you to really kill with it, and it's really easy to counter if your opponent has a Neg Soul backup or a money counter or something like that. Still a lot of cool things at level 3 that aren't just the event that I've talked about a ton, the rest counter. There are lots of cool other things. I think this is a set that if it gets a set 2, or more like when it gets a set 2, all it needs is a couple of solid level 3 pieces and it's really going to explode. It's probably going to be a 5 out of 5 in this category at that point. Even if you factor in the weak, in my opinion, level 3 game, in terms of level 3 combos at least, this set did make a huge impact on the meta. So many people were playing this at regionals. This definitely was reminiscent of like when Hololive 1 and Hololive 2 came out. Those were sets that were just opened by an insane number of people. Not everyone in Weiss is buying a playset or building decks out of every single set that comes out, and a lot of them aren't even building decks out of half the sets that come out in a year. But something like Hololive, something like Nikkei is just open to a tremendous degree where pretty much everyone and their mother has a playset available, which translated into seeing it represented a lot at tournaments. We get some tournament reports, and throughout the entire trio season, starting from when it came out and was legal, and into the single season, we see how many people are playing it. Nikkei makes up a huge percentage of players, just a lot of people on it, and it translates those people playing it into tops. It was on a lot of topping teams during its first trio season. It was on a lot of winning teams too. And then when we got to single season, I think it won in Chicago and it's topped very well at every regional pretty much. It's just something to look out for. It may really put a lot of pressure on the rest counter and the Modernia generating a lot of resources, but no one can deny that this set has been insane. It's something that you really had to prepare for when going up against it. You should know what it does, especially if you're playing like the most meta build. Need to know what it can do to you and how to try to counteract that. And even if you do know that, it is a little tough to do so because it is just a very solid set overall, which is why its overall score is a 4 out of 5. I think this is a really great set. I do enjoy it. I don't love it as much as other people, but I still like it, and I can't deny that it was just a very strong set. Its level 0 game feels very smooth. It has multiple good combos at one, and the Modernia just feels so broken. It's such a stupid card. Level 2, it's got some good options. Level 3, it has some fun level 3 combos. Not anything too meta, but it really doesn't need it because it has so many other good pieces going for it, specifically like the Modernia rest counter package. Even if you don't care about what the cards do, the art on most of the cards is really, really nice. I don't care how much, I have no idea how much of it was lifted from the game itself. It's just a good looking set. I know nothing about the game and I have been I spent so much time just staring at the cards. Collectability wise, it's just a fantastic set. Impact on the meta cannot be understated. So many people were playing this. Not only that, a lot of people were topping with this. It was on so many topping trios teams during the spring season. It's topped so much during the single season. Overall, it really is a fantastic set. I'm sure we'll get a set 2 at some point. I hope very much that they don't give it anything too crazy because then at that point it might just be too good because it has so much going for it already. And with all that, that is why I place Nikkei in 5th place. In 4th place, we have the Licorice Recoil Premium Booster. This came out at the end of June, and I think this premium booster is the perfect example. It's a shining example of what a premium booster should be. Licorice Recoil, its main booster, came out in March of 2024, and it was a very solid set. Definitely had a lot of good things going for it. It did feel like it was missing just a few things. I think the premium booster overdid it and how much good stuff it gave this set. I love Licorice Recoil ever since I watched the show. I saw it a few months before the Weiss set came out, the first set, and I just fell in love with it. And the first set was one of my most anticipated sets of 2024 when they announced this premium booster and they started revealing the cards from it and just how good they were, both in terms of playability and art. I was really, really hooked. I know Licorice Recoil has a lot of fans. There might be some people that are upset that this is ranked higher than Nikkei. It definitely didn't sell anywhere near as well as Nikkei, but I do think Licorice Recoil has a lot of fans, and this was one of my personal favorite sets of the year. It might be in my top 3 personal favorite sets of the year. So to get started, playability, this is a 4 out of 5 set. Set 1 did have a lot of good things. It was missing certain profiles and things like that, but it was by far not a bad set. It didn't have the most explosive finisher, but it did have a very solid finisher that could do a lot of things. This set didn't do anything really in terms of new cards for level 3, though it does have new level 3 climax combos. But there are a lot of really good playable cards outside of that. We have a new level 1 door combo. Pretty simple, it just searches your deck for a character on climax placement. But it's a very solid card. It's in a good color, good trigger. Door is important for a couple of cards in the set. There is a brainstorm that does things when you trigger doors, so having more good door cards is always nice. It's very, very selective. Then there is that Chisato. On play, you are able to send something. If your opponent only has one or less other character, you could choose a cost 0 and you could put it into their waiting room, which is fine, but the reason you play this card is because its other effect is you could put the top card of your deck into clock on play and you blind stock yourself. It's always good to be able to clock yourself in the main phase. What's even better is to clock yourself and to generate stock while you do it. Sometimes you just need to get to the next level. Not only does this card do that, but she also generates stock. There's a pretty cool Chisato after her, Final Duty Chisato. Now, this is a card that was a promo released in Japan with set 1, but we did not get that promo. They finally released it to us starting with the premium booster, so it did come out a while ago, but she is technically part of this set. You can rest her, and then you could swap a character in your level with a character in your waiting room, which isn't that crazy, but she also has this awesome effect where if she's on your stage, your opponent cannot deal auto damage of 4 or more to you. That might be somewhat niche, but when she came out, Seven Deadly Sins was still doing really well. Hendrickson burns 4. She is a really good counter to Dolores from Bane Dream as long as you crash all of your lanes before the Bane Dream player goes into their level 3 turn. Your opponent will have to be swinging for at least 4. As long as you have her out, your opponent won't be able to deal any of that Musashi burn damage. So she's definitely something that is just a one of, and she could be format dependent, but she is just a fantastic, very playable, very good card. Next, we have this Chisato. She is on play. Clock yourself from waiting room. Search your deck for level 1 or lower. She's an on play Ricky. Licorice Recoil only had an on death Ricky before that was also a runner. Wasn't bad, but it's always nice to be able to search something and to be able to clock yourself by just playing a character rather than needing it to die. This character also has a soul trigger because all zeros seem to have soul triggers these days. Just makes her very, very good. There's this new 3-2 Snowy Knight Chisato and Takina combo. If you really don't like the swimsuit combo from set 1 that featured Chisato and Takina, this is a pretty decent option. You could play 2 copies of her for only 2 stock. You could play one from your level, and it's on attack, pay 1, ditch 1, burn 2. Very, very decent for a very cheap cost. It's definitely an interesting combo and something to play if you can't get your hands on the older Licorice cards or just want something that's a little different. They also, at the bottom left, we've got this Takina. She is a straight up reprint of a card from the first set. I think her name was Fuki. However, they kept it exactly the same, except they changed her name to Takina, which can be relevant for some cards that do specifically target Takinas and Chisatos. So it's just nice to be able to have that profile because it is a pretty good profile. She just clocks herself from your stage and then you look at up to 4 and you get to add a character. It's again nice to be able to clock yourself during your main phase in case you do need to level up, especially when you can do it without expending stock. Another very, very good card on the set is the My Duty Takina. This was another one of those promos that Japan got with set 1 that we never got. She's pretty standard. She gets big if you on play reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character, she gains 3,000 power. That's not that interesting, but on play you could pay 1 and then you could choose one trait on your opponent's stage. All of your opponent's characters lose that trait until the end of turn. This is pretty cool. It's very devastating against certain decks that have certain trait requirements. Not every set will necessarily need them. Some will just say if you have X amount of characters, do this. It shuts down some backups that might require you to have a certain number of traded characters. It's not something you're going to use every single game, but when it comes up, it is very strong. Next is another Takina. She's pretty interesting. She's just a normal Rico, which set 1 didn't have. Always good to have a Rico. However, she also, while she's in the middle position of your center stage, she gets 1 soul for whatever reason, which is really nice. Next is a Chisato. She is a stock shuffle. That's not great. Stock swaps are always better. Set 1 did have a stock shuffle, but it came out at level 3. This one does come out at level 2. This one also does gain 6,000 power when it attacks level 3 or higher, which has come up for me a couple of times. So that's not terrible. I don't play it a lot of games, but it is nice to have the option to try to decompress your opponent a little bit at level 2. It's always better to be able to have the option to do it at 2 than level 3. Stock shuffles are good if your opponent's in a very specific deck state. It's just a decent card to have. The last card that is really fantastic, which we're going to talk about more later, is this Takina and Chisato at the bottom right. It is an absolutely fantastic card. It's a broken card. It feels like a custom card. it reads as if someone at Bushiroad just really loves Licorice Recoil and wanted it to be as meta as possible. So they gave it this one card that grabs your climax. It plays two characters for free, almost. It's pay one, put itself to waiting room. So you're playing. You could play two pieces of your level 3 combo for only 3 stock, and it grabs your climax on play for free. And it gives those characters you summon the ability that your opponent can't use events during their battle. These are just some of the many, many cards in the premium booster that are super playable, really, really good cards. You'll see some of these, you'll see a lot in a lot of different Licorice lists, especially ones that top. They also look really nice. Just a lot of really, really good, solid cards in the set. Next is card design, which I'm giving a 4 out of 5. I think this set has a lot of really cool profiles going for it. They're types of profiles that we don't see too often, or if we do see them, this does just enough to make them better than the average profile that's very similar. Like we've got this Mizuki 2-1. She is a double bouncer essentially. She bounces and she de-levels. Very often we see cards that will bounce a character in our opponent's stage when you play them. We also see often enough characters that will de-level an opponent's character when you play it. We don't see this combination where you get both effects on one too often. Having that option to do it, essentially get rid of two of your opponent's problem characters. So if you are playing against Shana and they've got two Yujis out, which would stop auto damage, this can deal with both of them as long as you're able to pay the cost. And the cost is relatively cheap. You will be losing 3 cards out of your hand when you do this, but 3 cards, 2 stock to deal with 2 problems if you really need to. You don't have to use both of the effects. It's just a very, very solid card. It's definitely one of the big reasons I think why you should be splashing more yellow into it just so you could play this. It's nice to have. Doesn't come up every game, but when you need it, you really do want it. Another interesting profile is something that I have started to notice more on the JP side. Haven't seen it a ton in English, but it is a Brainstorm Takina. It's a search brainstorm, which isn't great. Salvage is almost always better. However, at the beginning of your climax phase, if it's resting, you put her to memory. That is mandatory. If you do at the beginning of your next draw phase, you pick a copy of yourself in memory and you put it back on the stage. This is really, really good for standby, because now you play a standby, she goes to memory, you play a character out where she was, then odds are the next turn comes around, you'll have lost some characters in your center stage. You could just put this Takina back in your center stage, and then from there you could just move things around. 8 standby is not the strongest thing in Licorice Recoil, but there is a new level 3 standby combo, and I'm sure we'll get sets in the future. Maybe they'll support standby more. But this is pretty cool. It also works well with Clean Cut if you would have had a full stage. It is just a very interesting card. You can see what they were going for with this, and I think it's definitely the type of thing that Bushiroad should continue to be mindful of depending on the types of sets they build. They have moved away from standby a lot in recent years and tried to rein in the power on them, but sometimes we see them dip their toes back into it. I think a card like this fits perfect in those strategies. Then we've got this Halloween costume Takina. I use this in my Pants Door deck. She's an effect we've seen a lot. When you place her on stage, she gains some power. When she attacks, if you meet experience condition, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's level 1 or higher, put it to stock. This card would be a lot worse if it was on pretty much any other color. The fact that she is on blue means she has very good synergy with the level 1 pants combo from the original set. That is a mill 2 salvage level X, and then you get to look at the top 2 cards of your deck and rearrange them. So you play like I do. If you play that combo, you throw this in there, you'll know what your next 2 cards are, so you'll know you can rearrange them however you need so that when you swing with her, she will just generate you the stock. If this was on yellow or if this was on red, there is no green in Licorice Recoil. It would be a lot harder to use this because it would be more difficult to meet the color requirements at once since the level 1 combo is on blue. But having those 2 things together shows me that Bushiroad was, unless it really was a coincidence, I do think they were paying attention and they recognized that synergy. And a lot of these effects that reveal top, if it's a certain card, put it to stock, a lot of them don't have the sort of synergy where you have any way to really check that. I know we just talked about Nikkei, which has a million ways to confirm it, but most sets don't. This set has one way, and that way is in blue. So I think it was really great card design when they did that. I use that all the time, and I absolutely love it. It almost never whiffs because it's really hard to whiff unless you just have so many zeros on your stage, and it's just a way to generate extra stock. Not that you really need extra stock, because the main combo in Licorice Recoil has always been this Chisato and Takina on the right there, and that really doesn't change with this new set. However, it becomes so much better as a combo because it becomes a lot cheaper. This card on the left that I mentioned earlier, we'll talk a bit more about it now. Card design, this is not an example of good card design. This is an example of custom card design. If you ever are on Facebook groups for any card games, some people like to make custom cards. They are usually some of the most broken things ever because people just let their imaginations run wild. That is what it feels like with the Chisato Takina card on the left. Outside of having some really nice art, this card, when you play it, you get to grab your specific level 3 combo pictured on the right. You get to grab it from your waiting room for free. Usually, when something grabs a climax from waiting room when you're level 3, you have to pay a stock to do it. This does not, you just get it. And then during the turn that you play her from stage to hand, beginning of climax phase, you pay 1, discard a card. Sorry, you just pay 1, send yourself to waiting room, and then you get to play 1 copy each of the Chisato and Takina on the right from your hand to the stage. You also get to search your deck for a character, search your deck for anything. It's just a really, really great card. After that, you shuffle your deck, and those two, the Chisato and the Takina that you brought out, they get the ability that your opponent cannot play events from their hand. It gives them very, very good defensive options because now your opponent can't do anything, which means like they can still back up, I guess, but it means it turns off money counters. Money counters are really powerful against restanders, and the Chisato is a restander, so it turns them off. It makes this deck really, really great against Nikkei because you don't have to worry about that money counter in 2 out of your 3 lanes, and typically your opponent is not going to have 3 really beefy lanes, so one of your lanes you will be able to side attack. But even then, it's just this card is just so custom. A lot of people were already hyped when they revealed this card, and I was super hyped as well. I was really looking forward to this set. When I got this card in my hands, I could not believe that they printed this card. It is such a stupid card for what it does for this combo. I think if other sets had a similar card like this to boost their combos, the game would just be chaos because it is too good of a card. You get to play your level 3 combo for 1 less stock. You grab your climax so you don't have to worry about holding on to it all game. And it gets you a character, all for free. You do it all actually for 1 less stock than you would if you just normal played the Chisato and the Takina. Except now you get your climax and you get an extra character from your deck. Maybe that's a character that you really needed. It's just very, very strong. Everyone is playing it. That card on the left is the prize card from the Meister Cup. Just a very, very good piece of card design, a broken piece of card design. Next, we have art design, which is a 4.5 out of 5. Bushiroad, when they were making this set, at least on their webpage, they claimed that they hired, I think it was like 30 to 40 different artists to work on this set and come up with some original art for it. Well, it sort of shows because the cards in this set are absolutely stunning. There are no signatures in this set, but that might be a good thing because signatures would get in the way of how nice these cards look. We got some SPs up top in the top row, but they just look absolutely gorgeous. I particularly love the Chisato and Takina at the top left, but even the Tropical Girl Takina and Chisato look great. Then we got things that aren't SPs at the bottom. They come base rarity, non-foiled, but they also come foiled. Everything in the set has a foil option. And even if something isn't the most playable thing, or it's not the most meta, pretty much every card in this set just looks really great. If you are a fan of Licorice Recoil, I don't think you're going to be disappointed at all with any of the cards in this set in terms of how they look. They really do look great. And for people who have not watched Licorice Recoil, I think they will look at these cards and they'll just think they look great anyway. I try to get as many people as I can to watch the show, and sometimes when I do, I will show them some of the cards from this set and they get really hooked immediately because they fell in love with the show and now they see how nice the cards look and they just want to buy them. and then I have to disappoint them that the first set is overly expensive. But the set does just look beautiful. There are so many nice looking cards in the set. The set has 50 cards in it, plus everything gets a foil. And then there's also the SP versions. Most of them, with maybe off the top of my head, two or three exceptions, which there are, I guess, two or three cards that look a little basic, like that Talking and Brainstorm I talked about a little bit earlier. Most of the cards just look fantastic. They're not art taken from the show. There is no manga for this. It's just an original anime. So they just hired a bunch of artists and said just make these characters look nice and have them doing cute things. And they really, really succeeded. This seems like a set that Bushiroad really did go all out for when it comes to art design, and I think it was worth it. Next, we have collectability. I did mention that this set does not have SPs with signatures in them, which does stink. However, when this set came out, that did not stop people, including myself, who really, really, really wanted the SPs, because the SPs do have different art from the other foil versions that they have, and they do look really gorgeous. Even if you don't want to spend any money on an SP, just regular base rarity and then the foils of the base rarity cards do look absolutely stunning. It's a very, very nice looking set. There's so much great art. I think collectability wise, it doesn't matter that there aren't signatures. Cards have maintained some value. The cards just look so nice, and people are so passionate about the show that when the set came out, there were so many people that were looking for cards. Some of the more desired cards, even if they were lower rarities, sold out on TCG Player, and maybe they got restocked eventually. But uh, just a lot of people looking for the set, even if they didn't want to play it. The set just looked really nice, and a lot of the stuff was relatively inexpensive, particularly the cards that weren't as playable or as meta, but still looked really nice. And the people who just collect Weiss and don't know it, you could get some gorgeous looking cards for very inexpensive prices, which is always a good thing. However, this set also does have serial rares, which is something that Bushiroad has done a lot more of recently. You're pretty unlikely to actually pull one, but it does, I think, help sell boxes that are just sitting on store shelves because it could contain a serial, even if it's pretty unlikely. But the serial rares also come with exclusive art that you can't get from any of the other rarities, even if they are cards that are already in the set. And despite the fact that the lower rarities already look really nice, the serial rares look even better. The Sharing the Summer Chisato, we already saw the art of that for the lower rarity earlier, but the serial rare is just so stunning, so beautiful. All of them are like that. Not even the most playable cards. Some of them are fine. Like we have the Takana in the middle, and it's just an early play stock healer. But it just looks so much better as the serial art than the lower art. It's just a very great looking set. Collectability wise, this will keep it from sitting on shelves for too long. I think we have seen not every set that gets serials. Some of them do sit on shelves, to be honest, like Saikano. I see plenty of those at my locals, and no one really ever buys them. But we do see plenty of other things. So while it's unlikely that you'll ever actually pull a serial, they do add an extra element to the collectability of this set. We've seen other sets that did sell out eventually, and I'm sure some of them were just chasing serials and stuff. I don't think this is any different. The art just is really nice. While it would look better if they were serials with a signature, like we've seen with some others. In third place, we have Azurlane Volume 2. This is definitely one of the most anticipated sets of the year. I think it's a great set. I really like it. It would definitely make my top 5 on my personal favorite sets of the year. But I think objectively, this is definitely a good pick for number 3. There's a lot to like about this set. It's highly playable. It's just like set 1. It's very good for collectors. There is a lot to like about this set, even if you know nothing about Weiss. There's just a lot of very nice looking cards to pull and to collect. Very, very good set overall. If I had to guess without having actual sales data, I would say Nikkei is the best selling set of the year. This was the second best selling set of the year. It just drew a lot of people to it. A lot of people were chasing these things. A lot of people still are chasing these things even 2 months after the release at the time of this recording. Just a very, very good set overall. Getting into the playability, I'm giving it a 4 out of 5. There is just so many new cards to choose from in this set uh, at any level 0, 1, 2, 3. There's multiple new combos, there's good utility, there's early play options. There's just a lot of good stuff in this set. While set 1 did have a lot of great stuff in it, there were a few things that it was missing, and Agile Volume 2 largely patches the holes in the ship. No pun intended. Start off with some cards worth mentioning. Got a new level 2 bar combo. We did have one in set 1. This one does deal damage, or it can salvage a character. It's a pretty solid thing. A lot of people are excited about it. Another bar combo is at level 1. It's actually Sakura and Noshiro. They work on the same climax, and the Sakura can search the Noshiro from your deck at a very cheap cost, and she does plus you when you play the climax. The Noshiro is not very selective, but it will fill up your hand very fast. She also digs you closer to a climax. She sits pretty big on your opponent's turn. Very good card, very playable, great art, especially on the Noshiro. Unicorn is a good level 3 combo. Set 1 was sort of lacking in level 3 combos. While they did have them, the only one that most people ever really talked about was Bismarck and Shinano. Both are very good. I've played both. I do like both. Each one does sort of have its own weaknesses. Unicorn is something that just deals a lot of burn ones, but it deals multiple burn ones. You can always whiff it, but the set volume 2 gave it a lot of tools to make sure you minimize how often you whiff it. It's also stockless, it requires no hand. Very, very good card. Something that a lot of people have looked at. My personal favorite level 3 combo from volume 2 is the Enterprise at the top right. She has Twin Drive, and she burns 3 for every blue and yellow character that you trigger off of her attack. Playing 3 of these, if you can resolve all 3, you're getting a lot of burn 3s. Even if you trigger a climax every now and then, she's still hitting for a lot. It's a lot of upfront damage too, so you're getting potentially 2 burn 3s before you even get to your trigger step where your opponent can respond. Very good card overall, very explosive. Really enjoy it. We also have some early play options. Set 1 had a lot of good stuff, and it did have multiple cards that came out at level 2, but they were level 3. However, there was only one early play card in that set that healed, and it was the Nagato, which was in green, which was kind of annoying. While green was something that was played a lot because you were playing cats, not every set really needed green so much, but a lot of sets like having early play healers, and only having one and it being in green uh, was something that forced players to maybe make deck building concessions that they otherwise wouldn't have. Bushiroad has obviously spent the last couple of years since Azure Lane Set 1 listening to those complaints, because now every set has an early play healer. I mean, every color has an early play healer. At the bottom left, you've got the Belfast. Her condition is 2 or less climax in your waiting room. She's also heal stock, which is always nice. And during your turn, if you meet her experience condition, she gets pretty big at 11.5. And when she reverses something, you can put that character on top of your deck, your opponent's deck. It's very reminiscent of the Alice from Nikkei that we talked a lot about earlier. However, that Alice does allow you to put the character on top of your opponent's deck at any time. This is only on your turn. Still, the Belfast is a very strong early play option. Healing stock is always good. Yellow is a strong color in Azure Lane, so it's nice to have it. Then we've got the Laffy early play. She's a 4 or more condition to early player, which is generally better. She heals to bottom deck, which at first might sound like you're just giving yourself more damage at the bottom of your deck, but it actually pairs pretty well with the Enterprise. Depending on your deck state, it means more clean triggers for Enterprise. She also, when she gets reversed, bounces back to your hand, so it's always nice. You can either reuse her or you have discard fodder for your combo or whatever else you might need. Even red, which was probably the color that got the least amount of support in set 1, that also gets an early play healer. That's also a 4 or more, and she gets to heal 2 stock by just discarding. She doesn't really have any other fun effects like maybe the others do, but she is a constant 10k, which is pretty decent. Red also got a new Fumio. We already had a Fumio. It was in blue on Washington. Red, out of all the colors, probably deserved this sort of support the most. It's a basic Fumio. However, when you play a climax, if you're level 3 or higher, you can reveal the top card of your deck. If it's level 1 or lower, you put it into your stock. So you have the potential to basically have a 1 stock Fumio, which is always pretty strong. Next, we'll talk about card design, which I'm giving a 4 out of 5 for this set. There were a lot of strategies in this set that supported specific climax combos that I think were done really, really well. There were also some cards that just supported the overall themes of Azure very well. Definitely, Bushiroad was not asleep when they were designing these cards. They knew what they were doing. They wanted you to play certain strategies a certain way, which is fine because a lot of those strategies are pretty good. While the Unicorn is not my favorite combo in this set, it's a very solid combo, and if she's in the left position or the right position of your center stage when she attacks, she mills 2. If for each card that has a soul trigger, you burn 1, and if she's in the center position of center stage when she attacks, you actually mill 3. That's a lot of potential for burn 1s. Milling a soul trigger can be random, however, they do try to make it less random. They give you this Sirius Ricky that has a soul trigger. Having a soul trigger on a 0 is always good, especially when it's a card you really want to be playing. It's yellow, which helps Unicorn. It's just a very solid card. It also clocks from waiting room before searching your deck for a level 1 or lower character. She swings moderately big at 2k. That's probably how they try to balance her by making her relatively weak. 2k is not the biggest, it's not the weakest, but Sirius is a fantastic card. It's an easy 4-up in any Unicorn deck. You just want to add as many good soul triggers as possible. Then we've got the Cheshire. She is played a lot. She's a 1-0 with the soul trigger, which is something we always like to see. She also swings pretty big on your turn, and she's a twin drive. She also lets you level swap with something in your level in your waiting room. Unlike most of the other finishers in both set 1 and set 2 of Azure Lane, the Unicorn does not actually have an experience requirement, which really is very good card design because the more level 1s, 2s, and 3s that you have in your level, the less soul triggers generally you will have in your deck, which really messes with Unicorn's burn ability. However, she doesn't have that. So the Cheshire is good at setting up your level perfectly in case you had to level something with a soul trigger. She can help fix that for you. She also swings pretty big, pretty decent card. The card that probably is second to the Sirius in terms of helping Unicorn, but is still very, very powerful, is the Abercrombie. On the bottom left, she's a 1-0 without a soul trigger. However, while she's on your stage, all of your climaxes with choice in the trigger icon also gain a soul trigger. This means that your Unicorn's climax will not whiff, means you could play 8 choice and none of your climaxes are going to whiff. Pretty strong card. She herself does not have a soul trigger, so it's probably better you only run a couple of copies of her, but she is very, very strong. She also lets you rest herself to give something power, but more importantly, she lets you look at the top card of your deck and you could either leave it there or you could dump it. This is very good before you attack with Unicorn, so that you can, if you see a soul trigger, you'll just leave it. If it's not, you'll dump it. That saves you a mill, a wasted mill that wouldn't burn 1. She just gets you closer to a burn 1, and that's all you really want to be doing. Now, most people, at least the people topping, they seem to be playing some variation of standby choice. For people who live life on the edge a little bit, they might be doing 7 standby 1 choice because that's just a lot of soul triggers. It is a tremendous amount. And some people might be doing 6 standby 2 choice. Either way, you're getting a lot of burn 1s, and a lot of the time the burn 1s, they're best when they are just sniping climaxes off the top so that your swings for 3 and 4 just stick. a lot of cards they made to just directly support this, and then some that just indirectly support Unicorn. Next are the Noshiro Sakawa level 1 bar combo we already talked about. These cards just work so well together. The Sakawa either will search your Noshiro, or if you don't need her to search it, she will just give her power, which is good because Noshiro needs a reverse, but Noshiro does swing for 7k with Climax. That's before any other attack boost or anything like that. So very strong. The Sakawa also pluses you. Putting these cards together, having the Noshiro have a searcher that's a very cheap cost, and it's on a bar, so it's much easier to loop this, was very, very strong. We've seen a lot recently that Bushiroad is sort of pushing these bar combos that they really want you to be just looping over and over. While bar has always lent itself to looping, especially if it's a level 1 combo, when you have these secondary cards that just bring out the level 1 from somewhere for a cheap cost, it feels very good in practice. I've played this. I've really enjoyed this combination of effects. Just works really, really, really well. It may not be the most selective, but you're adding so many cards to hand that it sort of doesn't matter. At a certain point, you will just get what you need off of it, or you'll have enough cards in your hand where you could always just use a helmet, or this set has a search your deck helmet effect. So you'll have enough cards where even if you bleed your whole hand, by the end of the turn, you very well may have 7 cards again. One of my favorite cards in the set, even if I haven't played it a ton, to me, it's just an example of Bushiroad seeing what needed to be fixed about set 1 and just making that into a card. That would be the rune on the left there. She's a Salvage Brainstorm in red, nothing special. However, her first effect is at the beginning of your main phase, you can pick up to 3 level 2 or lower characters or events in your level, and those cards get +1 level until the end of your opponent's turn. That is really, really strong. Azure Lane suffers from an experience problem. Almost all the higher level stuff does require you to meet some experience condition. Some are higher, some are lower, but a lot of them do require that. Set 2 gave us a lot of on play, get some sort of level swap thing going, but putting this effect onto a brainstorm that you would want to be playing in red anyway because it's a red salvage brainstorm, which is already good for red decks, and red does have some very high experience requirements. This is very strong. It lets you pick up to 3 cards in your level, so and you can stack it. It's just a very strong effect. Shows that Bushiroad really was listening, because I think that was one of the bigger complaints of set 1. While it had a big card pool, it did mean you had to shove a lot of level 3s into your deck just so that you don't whiff the condition. And some of the experience conditions, it's easy enough when it's level 6 or higher experience. That means you can whiff it once and still be okay. But some of them are level 8, and sometimes you do just miss, and it does feel pretty brutal when you can't get some effect because you only have experience 6 instead of 8, and 8's a very high number. This does fix that. We also have the San Jacinto Brainstorm, which I think is really good. It's a salvage brainstorm. It is also on play, put a card from hand to stock. This is very good in the Enterprise deck because it is a blue salvage brainstorm. Even though we already had the unicorn salvage brainstorm, this helps you build the stock requirement necessary for Enterprise. She does need 8 stock up front to triple her, so putting a brainstorm in that can also help with that is very nice. Think they recognized that the Enterprise was going to be the go-to blue combo, but she had that threshold, so they invented a card that made it a little bit easier. Then we have the Enterprise combo herself. While very strong on her own, if you can get multiple copies of her, they also made this Yorktown, which seems like it was made to help Enterprise. When you play a Climax, you can look at the top card of your deck. You either leave it there, you put it to the bottom of your deck, or you put it into your waiting room. Also, when you trigger a Climax, you can discard a Climax to salvage a blue character. Having the ability to look at the top card of your deck right before you're going into your attack phase is very, very good with Enterprise. If you see a Climax, you could either put it to bottom or you could dump it, depending on your deck state and all that. It just helps you ensure that that first Enterprise is going to trigger at least one clean character, which is fine on its own, but it's really just not getting those, triggering those climaxes. It's a really strong card. It's something that you don't want to attack with it. It's something you always sort of want to have in the back row. Typically, you want to have a brainstorm in the back, the San Jacinto, or the unicorn if you're sticking with unicorn. And you have this. Definitely by the time you get to level 3, you want to be seeing this Yorktown on your stage. It's just a really good card. It's also good in some other decks, like if you're playing 8 Pants with Bremerton, this also lets you know what's going to be on top. Bremerton salvages based on the levels of milled cards, so this can help set up your deck or dig you closer to a higher level. So if you see something you don't want, like a level 0, you could just dump it or put it on bottom, digs you closer to a higher level. Very, very good card overall, and it seems almost tailor-made for Enterprise. Next, we will talk about the art design, which I am giving a 5 out of 5. I would have to go back and check, but I think this might be the first 5 out of 5 I've given to any category in this set review, in this 2025 set review. There are a lot of very, very beautiful cards in this set. There are cards that look pretty, there are cards that look badass. There's just a lot going on in the set to like. If you know nothing about Weiss or how to play it, you just like nice looking cards and all that, this really is the set for you, just like with Azure Lane Set 1. There have been other sets over the years that seem largely catered towards people who are collectors and like nice art, like Hololive has a lot of people who maybe don't know much about Hololive, but they see it, they think it looks cool. In addition to the hardcore Hololive fans, of course, Nikkei was one of those sets where it just has such great art. It's hard for the average person, I think, even if they know nothing about Nikkei or Weiss, to see that set and not think it looks pretty cool just based on how nice the cards are. Even the lower rarity cards still have really tremendous art. A lot of the time, Bushiroad will make the lower rarity stuff not look as nice, and the higher rarity stuff will be where it's at. I guess they want you to buy more products to try to pull the nicer stuff. Lately, though, there has been a slow shift away from that. Part of that could be attributed to just the fact that they are pulling a lot of the art directly from the Azure games. I assume I don't play them, and the art is just very clean in Azure. So you see at the top, we've got the two Arguses, the common and this SR. Even the common does look pretty nice. The SR might look better, but the common still has very clean art. It looks really cool. I'm not even reading what the card does. I don't need to. It just looks really nice. And then we have some instances like the Shamanto at the bottom where while I think the SR art on the bottom right does look very nice, I actually preferred the regular rare art. I think it looks super epic. It's just really, really cool. There's a lot of that going on in this set where sometimes it's hard for me to decide which art I like better between different rarities. They both look good. They're different art. I like having the option of having both. Just a very nice looking set. And then we do have SPs. Some of the SPs do take from either the base rarity art or from the SR art because this is a set where everything gets an SR, which has advantages and disadvantages. So things like the Yorktown follow the SR art. However, there are things like the Enterprise in the middle top there, where if you want that art, she is only on the SP. The regular SR and double rare art does look very nice. We saw it earlier. However, this really adds a new layer of depth to it. It's a bit more descriptive. It just looks very nice. You got the little eagle in the back. The New Jersey appeals to a certain breed of people. I can't deny the New Jersey looks very nice. She looks very cute. You only get that art on the SP. However, there is plenty of art in this set where you can get the objectively more desirable art on the lower rarity stuff. For example, there's a Laffy. I don't really care for its SR art or its SP art, but it looks, I think its base rarity looks really, really nice. I think it looks pretty cool. But no matter what you go with whichever characters you like or collect, whether it's certain characters, certain colors, if you only collect combos, whatever it is, no matter what rarity, you're getting cards that do just look very, very nice. So I think Bushiroad really did a great job when they were designing this set. I don't know how much of the art was lifted directly from Azure, if any of it was original, but either way, the set looks absolutely fantastic. Next will be collectability. This is also another 5 out of 5 in my opinion. Nikkei was highly collectible, of course. Hololive is a set that is highly collectible. People who know nothing about Weiss will flock to Weiss temporarily, at least, just to collect their favorite boats in Azure Lane. This set has a lot going for it. So many people buy into this set that there is an abundance of cards at pretty much any rarity. On the one hand, that's really good for collectors because so many people are opening it. I have seen playsets drop to the $100 or even $90 mark on a modern playset and a set that's got a lot of double rares in it. While that might be bad for sellers, it's a fantastic thing for consumers if you just want base rarity stuff, because the base rarity stuff, as we've discussed, is still really nice. That is a really, really cheap price to get 4 of every base rarity card in a set. So if you're a low range collector, you just care about base rarity, this is a terrific value. You're getting good looking cards at a fantastic price because it's open so much. There's so much supply, which just puts pressure on the price and lowers it. However, if you are a mid-range collector, there's also tons of supply for the SRs and the triple rares for the most part, and high range collectors, if you want SPs, there are tons of supply, whether you find them on CCG Player, eBay, the Facebook, or the Discord groups. There's just a lot of supply. So this set has something to offer people at any price range, and you don't have to worry about how Hatsune Miku, for example, had a real supply problem when it comes to the higher rarity stuff. No matter what you're looking at, you're probably going to be able to find it if you are just willing to spend the money on it. This set also has secret pluses, which is a card that's very hard to pull. I forgot the exact ratio, but it's definitely like you pull one out of every several cases. I've seen some people say 8 cases, some people say 9 cases, some people will just say it's 3 master cases. Whatever it is, it's a hard card to pull. I do think the lack of signatures sort of kills it a bit. We do see signature pluses like in Nikke that still get the signatures. Um, and I'm not going to necessarily say that the rune looks better than her SP version, but they still look very nice. And I don't think anyone's going to complain if they pull this, especially if you're just a collector and you learn how rare this is. You'll feel really great about your pulls. They still look very nice. Every card here is still pretty playable. The Shinano might be a bit more to just collect. She's not maybe the best card in my opinion, but she looks absolutely stunning. Really great art. The Enterprise looks great. And the Secret Rare Pluses, they just add even more to the set in terms of collectability. People just, some of them want the highest rarity stuff for their favorite boats, and this set really has it. This set also has serialized cards, really just one card. It is the Grey Ghost Climax. Unfortunately, this is not the Climax for Enterprise for Volume 2. It's actually her Set 1 trial deck Climax combo, which isn't as good as her new one. However, that Enterprise looks awesome, and this serial looks really, really awesome. In Japan, when they released this, they actually got the actors to hand sign the climaxes. In English, we don't get that. We still get a signature on it, it just wasn't actual hand signed. However, seeing this circulate online, the actual card, this sample image does not do it justice. It looks absolutely stunning in real life. The serial element of it will always attract people. There's always that going to be that hope when you go into a shop and you see they've got Azure. There could be a serial inside of it, in addition to the million other cards that you would want to just pull and collect and all that stuff. So this is something that I think, just like Licorice, I think serials are just a pretty decent way to help sets sell once the hype has died down a little bit. People are always going to be chasing them, at least some people, and it's something to strive for. And when you do pull it, it does feel pretty awesome. Not that I would know. Next will be the impact on the meta. So Azurlane's in a weird place. I'm giving it a 3 out of 5. We saw immediately that with the release of Volume 2, there was a significant uptick in the number of people that were playing Azurlane at regional level events. And I think in the first or second regional after release, I think it was, I forgot if it was Texas or wherever it was, but I think something like 30% of players or so in the room were on Azurlane. Part of that could just be that, like Nikke, like Hololive, this is just a set that a lot of people buy into. Not everyone is buying into, even if it's just base rarity playsets, they're not buying into every set or even most or even half of every set that's released in a given year. However, Azurlane, Nikke, Hololive, those seems to be sets that people just buy into. So Part of it could be that just a lot of people have it. However, I think that sheer number so quickly after release just shows how popular the IP is, how much people do enjoy playing it. Now, it hasn't translated that representation directly into wins. While it has topped a bit, I think this is a very, very difficult meta to break into, and people are still figuring out some of the decks, especially Enterprise. I think is something that people are still looking at. Unicorn has seemed to do pretty well. I do expect this score to go up over time, especially if we get a ban list at some point to hit the current top decks, some of which are just so ridiculously overpowered that it's really tough for anything to break in. But luckily, pretty much everyone and their mother owns Azure Lane. It's just been so widely distributed that I expect this number to go up over time. Overall, going to give this set a 4 out of 5. There's really not much that I particularly dislike about this set. Something that I would say about any set, no matter how good it is this set doesn't have a stock swap, which playability wise does hurt it. However, it has so much going for it, I really don't even care or think about it. It now has 2 Fumios. It has so many good level 1 combos, multiple good level 3 combos at this point. It basically has every level 0 profile I could ever want. All the cards look fantastic. It's fun to play. It's fun to collect. It's fun to talk about your favorite arts with different people, whether they're collectors or players, favorite card designs, different decks. It's just there's a lot about this set that is very, very good for the Weiss community. Brings a lot of new eyes into Weiss, or it brings back people that may have stepped away and they just like Azure. Maybe some of them stay. Either way, I think this set is something that's very good for the Weiss community as a whole. A lot of people just really like it, including me. So it rightfully earns its third place slot. And narrowing down our list, we have our second place set of the year. This is the Rascal Does Not Dream series set. This is the third Bunny Girl set that we have gotten. It's the first Bunny Girl set we've got in a number of years. This set covers the 2 movies that came out back to back. The Rascal Does Not Dream of a Sister Venturing Out and Rascal Does Not Dream of a Knapsack Kid set. This set, if this got an honorary award, it would probably be given to the most feared set of the year. Long before the set was even officially confirmed for English, and certainly once it was confirmed for English, everyone was afraid of the My deck. The My deck is very strong. It's got good things going for it at every level. It's a really busted deck. They did hit it on the choice list. While I think they might have hit it too soon, just because not everyone had a chance to really use it at a regional level, because Weiss does not have that many regionals. It is something that was going to get hit at some point. It is such a good deck. The finisher is so strong. I think every once in a while, maybe a couple times a year, if that, we get this sort of chill running through the player base's spine when a new combo is going to come out. It's something that really just brings a little bit of fear because we know how strong it is. We generally see it coming out in Japan first. Things like Gura from Hololive 2, which was just an insanely powerful card. Ainz from Overlord Volume 2 or Nazarick Tomb of the Undead Volume 2 was something that was also had people really, really afraid and thinking it was really going to warp the meta. Aki from Chainsaw Man, Alice from SAO Animation Set, just the cards like that that fundamentally change how people play the game or just feel about it. Sometimes they require you to play very different types of cards. Other times, when it's something like Gura, when it's something like Aki, or something like the Mai that we'll see in this set, it's something where you are so afraid to push your opponent to level 3 because you know odds are if you do, you're going to lose. So sometimes it just changes how you play and makes you just stop attacking because you can't risk it because they are such powerful cards. Well, this set has that in the My level 3 that has been the boogeyman of 2025, I would say. The set also has a lot of other things going for it. I know not everyone really talks about much of Bunny Girl 3 outside of that one deck, and that one deck sort of deserves it. However, as someone who has loved the series ever since it came out, but got into Weiss too late, um, at which point Bunny Girl Set 1 was already pretty dated. It was also pretty hard to find. They did eventually reprint it, but when they did the reprint, it was still pretty dated. And then they came out with Set 2, and Set 2 was a set that came out way too late. It was also very dated by the time we got it. I've never really been able to play Bunny Girl and feel good about it at any point. And whenever I did play it, it had to be super casual or I was going to have absolutely no shot. So I was very excited when they announced this for English. And even with the hits they've done to Mai, and I've moved away from playing the typical Mai deck, which still is pretty solid, there are multiple other decks and cards that I have really found that I've liked in this set. So playability, we're giving this a 4.5 out of 5. This really is just a set that is chock full of good stuff. I know everyone just really focuses on the 8-door deck, and a lot of those lists are very similar, but there are a lot of other really good cards in this set too. Of course, some of the ones are the ones that are in that typical door deck. We have the event at the top left, which I think is one of the most insane cards of the set. I was at first not playing it, then I did 1 copy, then I did 2 copies. I think at one point I was just playing 4 copies, which is probably too much. I just love this card so much. It's very strong, especially in a Mai focus deck. Not only do you get 1 stock memory compression, you get to pick 2 specific Mai's in waiting room and add them to hand just for the cost of 1 stock and discarding a card. Then, if you have 6 or more door climaxes, you can pay 1 to refresh, and then you draw a card and you discard, which helps set up your waiting room in case you trigger a door after your refresh. Then there is the Mai level 3 combo, which is at 2 copies now, probably rightfully so. She is just so strong. Sometimes Mai, even triple Mai, does do nothing if your opponent has all their climaxes right on top of their deck. However, Mai very often has won me games that I have absolutely no business winning. I'm sure a lot of people feel the same, where your opponent can be really low into 2 and you just double or triple Mai and you just absolutely blow them out because their climaxes were just stacked in their deck just the way you needed them to be. Just burning 2, burning 2, burning 2, swinging, burning 2, burning 2, swinging. Super powerful. I remember the first time I actually used this in person. I think my opponent was 2-0, 2-1. I tripled Mai, just killed him from that low. It is a very, very powerful card. It's also featuring the best character in the entire show, so that is also pretty nice. She earned the right to be as feared as she was, and as much as I love her, she does deserve to be on the choice list, and I don't see her moving from there anytime soon. But this set does have some other pretty cool things going for it. We've got the Kaide level 3, which is reminiscent of the Ichika early play level 3 from Quintessential Quintuplets. This one also has an early play condition, so you can bring her out at 2, and that early play condition is very synergistic with the overall deck. However, unlike the Ichika, unlike other similar combos we see that come out early, this one, while it can search your deck for a character to add to hand and a character to put to stock so you're building and maintaining resources, she also has optional burn too, which you also do at climax placement. I think she's a very underrated combo. She's pretty strong. I've had a lot of fun playing with her. It's nowhere near as strong as Mai, obviously, but I think it's a very competent card. We also have this level 1 Knapsack Kid. She, at the end of her attack, if you have the climax, reveal the top card of your deck. If it is a character or an event, you add it to hand, and then you send her to memory, and at the start of your next turn, you bring her back onto your stage. She is also on a pants trigger, so it's very easy to reuse her once you bring her back. While she does leave you open lanes, so your opponent might deal more damage, it also makes it more likely that they'll cancel. So if you got some climaxes in your deck, she's a pretty cool card. Knapsack Kid is a very interesting figure in the show. I have enjoyed playing with her in the simulator. I have been meaning to play her more in real life, but she is a very solid card. She pluses you 2 different ways. She's also swinging decently big. You don't have to worry about her numbers defensively because you're putting her into memory. Another card that I didn't think I would love as much as I have, but I use that now in Bunny Girl, every single Bunny Girl deck I play, is the Shoko at the bottom left. She's a normal helmet, which you typically play 1 of. I very often play 4 of her because during your opponent's turn, if you have 4 or more cards in hand, she gains 1 level, 1500 power, and she is a runner. That is super, super duper strong. The +1 level combined with the 1500 power means that very often your opponent's just going to have to frontal into her, otherwise they would lose soul, and she'll be bigger than most things, especially if you leave yourself some open lanes in the front. She will be able to go to any position with a character facing her. She's a very strong 0, which was something that Bunny Girl was severely lacking. Bunny Girl has some decent zeros. It doesn't have any particularly strong zeros outside of like 4K beaters. This is such a versatile card that once you get past zero, you don't feel bad about drawing it because it gives you so much selectivity with your waiting room. We got the level 1 My combo that everyone knows at this point. Um, it's a very strong card. Look at up to 3 cards, add any card to your hand. You don't have to show your opponent. It can grab climaxes, it can grab events, characters, whatever you need. The mandatory twin drive is kind of annoying. Sometimes you don't want a twin drive, and too often my first thing is a climax and it really stinks. But this is an incredibly powerful card where even if they banned the level 3 My, at some point, I could, which I don't think they'll do, I could very easily see people just continuing to play this level 1 combo no matter what their new level 3 is, because she's just a very strong and versatile card. Between her twin drive and her top check 3, she is processing 5 cards, and being able to grab anything really helps her stand out. There's also other good level 1 combos, like I think it's super underrated, but we got this Koga level 1. She's on a bar. When you play the bar, you give one of your characters the ability that when it gets a reverse, you can search your deck for a character. Also, when you play a climax, it could be any climax, but when you play a climax, you give some power to one of your other to any of your characters. You can just pop a couple of her in the back row. She is on a bar, so you can loop this pretty easily. She's very selective. She compresses your deck. As long as you got some climaxes in there, compresses it in a good way. I think she's a very underrated card. If people did ever shift away from 8 Door, I would expect her to do a little bit better. She's very reminiscent of the John from Ruby. However, the John from Ruby is on a choice, and it also needs to attack in order to give its power boost. This does not need to do that, so you really can just plop her in the back, give the power to something else, give the ability to something else, just loop her because she's on a bar. We also got this cool Futaba, which is another very solid level 0, which Bunny Girl desperately needed. She is just a deck climax swapper, and she is a on deck discard 1 look at 4, add a level 1 or higher card. Something we have seen before, but haven't necessarily seen that effect paired with a climax swapper. She's just a very good card that you don't feel bad about putting out on your first turn, which I usually have felt bad when I played Bunny Girl, no matter what I play going first. The My is definitely the most destructive card in the entire set. It's one of the most destructive cards in the entire game. Um, if you took this card away, it would affect maybe the playability a bit. Like, let's say it was banned. The set is not going to be as explosive as it is. However, I think people do put a little too much stock into this card. This card, in my opinion, is like a 5 out of 5 finisher. She's very strong. Sometimes she does whiff, and I've talked about this with people at my locals. Even when she was at 4, if you tripled it, sometimes it does really just stink. Their climaxes really are right on top, and she does absolutely nothing, which stinks, but most of the time you are just blowing your opponent out with this card. It is very strong, and the fact that it has such a high kill range, she really is just that powerful. I can see why people are still continuing to play her, even after the list, which put her to 2 copies. Next will be card design. This is a set that I always thought had pretty decent card design, and I was only thinking about the 8 Door deck and the cards that directly furthered that strategy. But the more that I looked at this set and I reviewed the entire set before I made this video, I just realized that there's a lot of cards in the set that are really good. They have really good card designs that fill a purpose, that even if there's a lot of cards that support other climax combos, including climax combos from older Bunny Girl sets, and while they don't necessarily make those cards better, it supports them pretty much exactly in the way that those cards needed support. And the whole set is just chock full of things like that. The best cards are obviously going to be the My cards that further your whole memory compression and also support your level 3 combo. We got, for the first time after 3 sets, we finally got an on-play Search Ricky. It also just sends itself to memory either at the end of its attack or when it becomes reversed. Having the option to do that is fantastic. We got a 1 cost My that lets you look at the top 2 cards and add any of them to hand. She also gives some power when you trigger. Super strong card, usually sees play 2 copies maybe in a deck. She's very, very good for grabbing climaxes or that sort of thing. I absolutely love this next card. She's a 1/0 My. She reverses anything that's level 1 or lower, and when she gets reversed, you can pay 1, ditch 1, send herself to memory, search your deck for any character, even more memory compression. and she's very selective, and she still gets reverses. The event is one of my favorite cards in this set, if not my favorite card in the set. It is just so strong if you are playing a lot of my cards, and a lot of my cards are the best cards. So you're probably playing this event. It just does so much. It does exactly what you need, grabs exactly what you want, has the optional refresh. You could even play it if you're not playing 8 door, if you're only playing 4 door, just to be grabbing Mize and get some memory compression. Already talked about how great the level 1 combo is. At the bottom, we got this 2-1 Mai that works really well. It assists your your characters in front of it, but she also has this optional when you trigger a door, if your memory has 2 or more cards, which you should. As long as they have different names, you look at the top card of your opponent's deck and you put it on top or bottom. This can help you snipe climaxes, which is always nice, but it really helps set up the Mai. It's just a pretty solid support card. The assist is not bad. The other 2-1 is also really great. It is a 2-1 that has 2 souls, which is always nice. She gets incredibly big if you are forced to attack with her, but you could also send her to memory in order to search your deck for either your level 1 combo or your level 3 combo, which is just really fantastic. They really, I don't know, it's the chicken or the egg, which came first, these cards or the level 3 Mai. My guess would be they made the level 3 Mai combo and then thought, how do we support this as much as possible? And they did exactly that. However, Mai is not the only good level 3 combo. She is definitely the best by far, but I think the Kaide level 3, as I mentioned, is super underrated, and the card design in this set I think reflects Bushiroad's thinking is pretty similar because they gave this card so much support. I think they really thought, you know what, at one point we're probably going to have to ban the Mai and they're going to need something else to play. So let's give them something really good at the ready. People still play Mai, so that hasn't happened yet, but maybe one day. 8 choice is very viable now. We've got a new level 1 combo that is pretty simple. It's just look at top 4, add a character or add the event that is next to it, the 1-1. The 1-1 event is you choose a character in your waiting room and you salvage it, and then you could pick a card in your level and a card in your waiting room and exchange them. Notably, it doesn't have to be a character, it can be events, which is good because you need that card and the 1-1 next to it as the early play condition for your level 3 combo. And the 1-1 character itself is very good. She makes it so that the 1-1 event, is costless. So you do have to pay the stock to bring her out, but she makes your event stockless, which means free salvages, free level swaps. She does have a soul trigger. She also gives the event a soul trigger in all of your zones, which is pretty strong. You can't grab it off choice because choice only grabs characters, not events, even though it will have a soul trigger in all zones, but it does mean you can push a little bit of extra damage. The event also has this really, really interesting neg soul effect. When she's in your level, at the start of your opponent's attack phase, if you have a copy of her in your level, if you have the 1-1 Kaide in your level, and you have a copy of the 3-2 Kaide combo in your level, you could pay 4 and then put this card into memory and put a character from your waiting room into your level. If you do, you pick a character, you give it -3 soul. Very, very strong. It's really not that hard to get that exact setup because you're able to loop the event pretty easily, and she sets up your level perfectly and she grabs exactly what you need. It is a pretty good strategy. I've been using it a lot lately and it feels very, very good. If that wasn't enough, there is also a 0 Mai and Kaide on play. You can level swap, which is good. Also, if you play her, if you have the event and the 1-1 Kaide in your level, you can discard any card to search your deck for one adolescent character and add it to hand. That means you could search your level 3 combo once you're at level 2 for without paying stock, which is great, but you can search anything you need. Very strong, something as a good 1 of or a 2 of, and it really adds value to if you're playing this setup, because realistically you're not going to be playing the event or the 1-1 Kaide if you're not playing the level 3 combo. There's also the 1-1 backup, which, while not explosive, I have actually upped it to 2 copies in my deck because I pretty much always want to grab one of these off of my level 3 Kaide. She is a very normal 2K backup. She's also a Leafa backup, which is a term used to describe a backup that when you use it, you reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character, you add it to hand and discard a card. This is sort of a pretty decent defensive option. It digs you one card closer to a climax. The only difference about this one is if you reveal the specific 1/1 event with Kaide, you can also add that to hand. Very often, these only hit on characters. They do not hit on events. They obviously wanted you to play this with the level 3 combo. And while it does hit on climaxes more often than I would like, it's still a very good defensive option. We also got this new 3/2 at the bottom. She's very simple. She's just on play, pay a stock, and salvage a climax. Being on choice, it's harder to loop your combo than if you're playing 8 bar or 8 pants or some variation of bar pants. So having a good yellow option to salvage your climax and just keep using the Kaide and keep generating advantage or keep pushing damage is very good. She also does get you a little bit stuck, which is fine. But overall, this Kaide has an enormous amount of support. Very often, talked about it earlier in the video, but very often when we get these early play conditions, the cards that you needed to use to get them out earlier often were pretty bad. Maybe not all of them, but in recent years, they've definitely done a better job of picking of which cards you need to get these cards out early. And these two cards, the 1/1 Kaide, the event, and the character, very, very solid cards. It does not stop there. There are other really good card designs in this set. A lot of people sort of laugh when they read this 3/2 Mai because they don't think it's that good. I don't think it's amazing. It's not going to become meta. I just like Bunny Girl a lot. I think a lot of people like Bunny Girl, and I think all the cards around this level 3 combo really show that Bushiroad tried their best to make this combo as playable as possible. They could have easily just printed it and gone about their days, but they took a little bit of extra time to try to make it good, and I do really respect that. I think it's worth covering. This Mai is a 3/2 that when you bring her out just by playing her or through the event that's at the bottom there, the Conveyance Sentiments event, you can salvage the climax, which is always nice. She also gets 1,000 power for the turn. When she attacks, she gets the ability until the end of your opponent's turn that when the character facing her attacks, you can look at the top card of your deck and leave it there or dump it, and you could do that up to 3 times. So it's a very good defensive card, helps you dig to your climax. Now, the way to bring her out with the event at level 2, the blue event at the bottom, is you use the event, then you pay 1, put a character from stage to waiting room, and put one of a specific Sakuta, who's pictured the 0/0 up top. You put him into your memory, and then you choose that Mai in your waiting room, and you put it on any position of your stage. And she gets the ability until the end of the turn that she can't be chosen by your opponent's effects. That is pretty good, especially when the Sakuta 0 on play, you can discard a card to salvage it. He also has another effect, which isn't as good, but sometimes it does come up. On play, you could pay 1, discard, grab a card in your clock, and then put the top card of your deck into your clock. But it's really that second effect that salvages the event for essentially free. That is really, really strong. Plus, the event gives it the ability it can't be chosen. So it's not even that if you attack with something else, you don't even have to worry about the anti-change counter or something like that. It's usually with this type of thing, if we saw any sort of protection, it might be something like your opponent can't play backup during this card's battle this turn. Instead, it says cannot be chosen. So it does not matter what order you attack with. You don't have to worry about anti-change. From my experience, it is really, really easy to bring out 2 of this card at level 2. At that point, you are just getting so many more cancels that even if she's not a real finisher, she just does so much that it kind of doesn't matter at that point. Plus, you could play all finishers. I like to play the Great Performance Futaba from set 1. What's really a fun interaction with that set is that if you put that Futaba, it has great performance, it's in the middle. If you have 2 Mais, one in your left lane, one in your right lane, the Mai specifically states when the character across from it attacks. It does not say when she is being attacked. So if you have the great performance Futaba, your opponents are forced to attack her, even if they're in different lanes, but you still get the Mai effect to look at up to 3 and dig for a climax. So you get a little bit of defense, you get a little bit of offense off the Futaba. The Mai adds a card to hand. It has the specific climax, so you can loop it pretty easily. It also gives you more cards to discard off of that Futaba. It's pretty strong. There's also this 2-1 Sakuta that is just a frontal assist for 2k for level 3 characters, which is pretty decent. So your Mines will sit pretty big at 12k on your opponent's turn. And it also gives you some optional burns. It's a little annoying to get that much, but it gives you a little bit of compression and some burn options. And then the only Rico in the set is the Mai at the next to the Sakuta level 0, who rather than reveal a card and add a card from your waiting room based on the level of the revealed card from top of deck, you salvage based on the number of the level 3 combo in your waiting room. So they did give this combo a ton of support when they very easily could have just left it at what it was and not tried. I think it's still not the most amazing combo ever, but I have tested 4-door for standby, and it actually works very, very well. It doesn't push extra damage, but a lot of the time you just wind up staying at level 2 for multiple turns because you're canceling things you really had no business canceling. And I really do appreciate when Bushiroad does try to make their combos good, especially when they need a little bit of help like that combo. Mentioned earlier that this set has some legacy support for older combos. It's hard to argue that any of those older combos are particularly good. I would say like the Shoko from Dreaming Girl really is not that good anymore. It is just a mocha for 3 and it costs 2 stocks, so it's kind of like whatever. However, there are people that just really like certain cards and certain characters, and they are okay if their cards aren't that amazing. So I really like that Bushiroad did give so much legacy support to these older combos from set 1 and set 2, even if they're still not the most amazing thing. Like we've got the Shoko that from the new set, it's a 0-0 at the top there, that if your level's 3 or higher, you could pay 1, put it to waiting room, and then choose one of the level 3 Shoko at the bottom left, and you could choose one from your hand, put it on stage, and it gets a little bit of power. This helps mitigate the cost of the Shoko because she does require 2 stock. Still not great. I think that is probably the least good bit of support for older things, but the rest of it is pretty solid. We got the Koga at the top right, who, when you play it from your hand, you can discard a card. If you do, you search your deck for the level 1 combo Koga at the top left, and you put it directly onto your stage. Additionally, you can rest her to choose one of those Koga, give it 2500 power and a soul for the turn, and if you want, you could also discard a copy of that level 1 Koga, rest the 1-0 Koga, the new one, and then you choose a character in your waiting room and return it to hand. For anyone who doesn't know, that 1-0 Koga combo is from set 1. It was probably the most meta set 1 combo when Bunny Girl set 1 came out. It's pretty simple. It's just when its battle opponent becomes reversed, if you have the climax, until the end of the opponent's next turn, when she's frontal attacked, you may choose one of your other characters and this card and return them to hand. It is on a book, which kind of stinks. She does gain power when she attacks, which is decent enough for this sort of combo. But what's really great about this new 1-0 is that it does everything you want. It searches your level 1 combo essentially for free. It also gives it power, so it's really ensuring those reverses. And in addition to the power, it's giving it plus soul, so you're pushing extra soul. If you really have to, it does enable you to side. While she won't be able to get the reverse for her combo, maybe one of your other lanes does, and then you could still bounce 2 copies of it back when you want. And then when you bounce her back, this 1-0 Koga basically turns into a helmet, except it doesn't need to send itself to waiting room. It basically gives as much support as I think is reasonably possible to an old combo. Some people do like Koga, and some people did like that combo, and it was meta enough for its time. It's probably not good enough anymore. However, if it was unplayable in the modern age before, at least at a casual level, I think that 1-0 alone from set 3 really helps make it playable, and I really respect that they gave it 3 lines of really good text to just make it as good as possible. We also have the Futaba, who is second best girl. She's a 2-1 at the bottom. She is a frontal level assist, which is fine, except it's kind of weird because her second effect, which is the really relevant effect here, you can put her to waiting room and you choose one of your opponent's characters, you move it to another position of their stage, and you choose one of the level 3 Futaba at the bottom left who is from set 1, and she gains 3500 power and the ability that on attack you could discard 2 to burn 1. Now the 3-2 Futaba at the bottom left, she is a very simple on reverse restander. She does need the reverse, so this Futaba, if your opponent leaves you some clear lanes, she helps you bring up brainstorms. She still gives power. She also gives it on attack, dish 2, burn 1. Now, hand is a lot with the Futaba climax combo, so you're probably not going to be able to do it more than once or twice unless you trigger a lot, which is possible because you are doing restanders. I have tested 8 pants with this new card and it makes it feel so much better. It is actually a pretty good piece of support. I don't think it's as impactful legacy support as the 1-0 Koga, but as someone who does like Futaba and doesn't mind the combo, I found that it basically did everything that that the level 3 combo needed. There is also a 1-0 Shoko. A lot of people like Shoko. She was the big main character in the first Bunny Girl movie. She's pretty decent enough. She's just pay 1, put herself to waiting room, choose the level 1 combo Shoko from Dreaming Girl, put it on any position put it on the same position of the stage that this Shoko was in. It also gets 2500 power for the turn, and the ability that when its battle opponent becomes reversed, you may put that character into your opponent's memory. Now, the 2500 power is pretty relevant because the Shoko is actually pretty weak, but she needs a reverse to actually use her combo. 2500 power is a lot. That should be able to help it get over pretty much any modern day level ones that are starting to sit at some reasonable powers. But she also does summon it from your waiting room, so you're effectively playing 8 copies of your level 1 combo if you really, really want to be playing that Shoko combo. Maybe you just like Shoko. I don't really think the memory thing is something most people will do because you don't like giving your opponent free memory compression. However, there are some very niche things that I could think of where you'd want to put something into memory, like if it's an on death effect and you don't want them to have it, you can rob them of that. But the first effect is far more relevant and pretty good. The last bit of legacy support that I will talk about is this Nodoka at the right. She gives all of your Christmas present Nodokas, that's the level 3 combo for Nodoka that we see on the left, 1000 power, which is irrelevant. It also gives all of them the following ability that when it attacks, look at up to 2 cards on the top of your deck, put them on top of your deck in any order. Now, we have seen many times a card that will give something the ability to look at top 2, pick one, leave it there, and dump the other one. What is really cool about this is that you leave both of them. The Nodoka level 3 combo is essentially on cancel. You mill, it's a Musashi, you mill, and depending on the level, you do some burn damage. Being able to set up, assuming you cancel, what that burn damage is going to be potentially if you see 2 different levels is pretty strong. In my testing, I have thoroughly enjoyed it. The Nodoka is actually not terrible in today's day and age. She's one of the only good parts about the Dreaming Girl set. She feels like the Dolores from Bane Dream, but like a version of it before they really refined it and figured out how to make it as good as Dolores is. Definitely passable, but this level 0 Nodoka, also on play you just discard a character and you may search your deck for your level 3 combo and put it to your hand, which is really good because it's a stockless way to get your level 3 combo, which is good because the level 3 Nodoka combo needs 9 stock up front in order to triple her because you have to pay the stock when you play the climax. This card was pretty much exactly what it needed, and Bushy Road could have easily just done some pack filler. They do it all the time with a lot of different sets. I only bring it up and talk about it as much as I am because they didn't have to do this, but they went out of their way to do something nice for people who really like some of these older combos and who like Bunny Girl in general, and they didn't have to do that, and it's very surprising that they did do that, so I just wanted to give it the recognition that it was due. There's also plenty of other good card designs that don't involve legacy support. We got a new Kaide Brainstorm. I think she's the first salvage Brainstorm the set has, but she has a good secondary effect. The Nodoka is also an early play that can heal you or can mill your opponent for 10, which is very, very strong. It's got some decompression. It doesn't come up often, but when you need it, it might very well help save you the game. There's a cool Koga that when you play it from your hand, you choose up to one of your opponent's characters, put it to memory, then they put it back, so it's good memory blank. The more relevant effect is you put a character from your hand directly into your clock. When you do, you look at up to 5 cards on top of deck and add a character. I think 5 is a pretty good number. Very often, that effect is dependent on how many characters you have on stage. Sometimes your opponent putting a blink with this sort of thing is very good. I think one of the best pieces of card design in this set is this knapsack kid 1/1 at the top right. Not a lot of people talk about it. It doesn't come up a lot. It is when it gets reversed. If its battle opponent is a higher level than your opponent's current level, you may put that character at the bottom of your opponent's deck. So this is really good against something like Standby. However, a lot of people aren't playing blue, but it doesn't matter because you can bring her out directly from your waiting room and it doesn't cost you anything extra. You need to pay 1 stock and discard a card to put her from your waiting room onto your stage, which is the exact amount of stock and hand that you would have to use if you played her directly from your hand. I think this is a good natural evolution for this sort of effect. A lot of people have stopped playing this effect because a lot of people just don't like wasting deck slots in it. They'd rather play something else. They'd rather just play a counter that does something similar. And I think this is a good way to help mitigate that because now you don't have to sculpt for a specific piece or worry about color requirements. We've also got a Futaba at the bottom left that is one of the cheapest card removals, character removals that I think we've seen in a while. She is just on play. Ditch any card, choose a character, de-level it. No stock requirements, 2-player, no stock requirement to use the effect. Super strong. Blue is probably the weakest part about her, since red is the dominant color in the set, followed by yellow. We got this 1/1 knapsack kid that is sort of an insane card if they ever give more support to like an 8-bar type of thing. There is a level 3 bar combo in this set. It's okay, but this set has major future potential and was just a fantastic piece of card design in my opinion. She is a 1/1 with a soul trigger. When you trigger a climax, you can discard a climax. If you do, you draw a card and then you salvage any character from your waiting room. Which means if you trigger a bar, oh look, now you've got an extra bar, you trigger, you discard it, you draw a card, and you salvage anything. You are just plussing off this card. Plus, she does give some power if you rest her. I think it's a card that has a lot of future potential. We are getting a 4th set. If there's more green support, if there's more pants support, I think this card will make a bit more of a splash. There is a 2/1 Shoko. On play, you choose up to 2 of your characters. They get the ability when they're reversed. If their battle opponent is higher level, you can send it somewhere else. This time it's their clock. We see this effect a lot. We see it on the knapsack kit above it. However, being able to give it to 2 characters means you could deal with multiple problems at once. That is pretty interesting. We've also got this level 3 Nadoka combo. She is on a standby. Her standby combo is actually pretty bad. All it does is give all of your characters 1500 power. She does have an add-on core step. You could pay 2 in order to burn 2. Why I think this is pretty cool is that she's on a standby, and the standby effect only gives power, meaning you can use the actual burn, which is the effect you actually want to do, whenever without needing a climax. If you are at level 2 and you trigger on one of your attacks, you could bring her to the front if you really want, and she doesn't need to be standing. You don't need the climax. Your opponent just needs their characters to be reversed if they have any, and you deal 2. In my testing on the simulator with this, I haven't played this in real life yet, it actually is pretty cool not having to worry about holding onto a climax to do your climax combo, especially when it's standby. It's just actually a very, very cool interaction that I didn't think I would enjoy as much. I'm not sure if Bushiroad intended it to be that cool, but I enjoyed it a lot. Next, we'll talk about art design, try to move this along a little bit. This is a 3.5 out of 5. This is not a bad looking set. It has a lot of great cards. On the left, we have 5 cards on the left that are just stunning pieces of art. While they may not be original art, they're either it's light novel art or promotional material art from the movie for a couple of them. They still just look gorgeous. If you're a fan of Bunny Girl, you're just gonna love this art. It is really nice. Um, Giving this a little bit of a ding. That's why it's a 3.5, because we do have some art like the three cards we see on the right where it is incredibly basic. While maybe the Futaba and the Kaide don't look bad, the Shoko just looks sort of off to me. Something weird about it. And there are a decent number of cards that have that basic art where it just feels like it could have been drawn a little bit better. Overall, it is a fantastic looking set. Most of the art is lifted from the show, and the show luckily has fantastic animation and art design. So most of the set does look really good. There are only some cards, like the cards on the right, that aren't the best looking cards. Luckily, not all of them are cards you'd play anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I still think the set looks great overall. There's lots of great base rarity options and foils that just look really good, especially if you are a fan. Collectability wise, this gets a 4 out of 5. There are only 5 SPs in the set, which means it is easier to pull the SPs that you want. Now, for collectors, I think they were probably very surprised about this set. It was opened so much, there was so much supply for all of these cards that we saw some of the cheapest modern SPs for a highly desired set with popular characters that I think we've seen in a good long while. The Shoko, I think, is the most expensive SP. Was it released? It probably still is. Then it's probably the Futaba, then the Kaide, then maybe the Nodoka or the Koga. Either way, even at its peak, I don't think the Shoko went above $100. You can now find the Koga, the Nodoka for like around $20. The Futaba might have gone up, but whether it was released or you waited a bit, this had a lot of value for collectors who don't know about Weiss or don't care to play it, who just like Bunny Girl cards. When set one came out, it came, it went. Then there was a big boom during COVID where a lot of people were getting into Weiss. When that happened, a lot of collectors flooded into the market, and Bunny Girl is an incredibly popular IP. A lot of people wanted those Bunny Girl signatures from set one. At that point, the cards started becoming really hard to find and prices skyrocketed. Cards that might have gone for a couple hundred or a few $100s were now going for definitely over 1,000. The secret rares could have been 2,000 or more. Anything with my signature on it might have been a couple grand at one point when the boom was at its highest, and it was just really hard to find them. So being able to get signatures on those cards at such cheap prices with this set, I think is a collector's dream come true. I don't think people thought it would necessarily be this cheap. So it is just really great. And on top of the SPs, we do have a higher rarity. While there's no serials in the set, we have an ABR rarity. This is sort of half good, half bad, as you can see with these images. Two of the cards have signatures, Knapsack Kid and Kaide. These are higher rarity cards than SPs. They're more equivalent to secrets, I guess. I'm not sure the exact ratios, but they are difficult to pull. However, unlike Japan, which has the bottom two cards having my signature, in English, unfortunately, the bottom two Mai's did not get signatures, which I think does put a ding on this set's collectability. We did know going into it that we weren't going to get signatures on these cards. It became pretty obvious at a certain point. It's still very disappointing. Not exactly sure what was going on, why they couldn't license it or didn't want to pay for it, maybe. Um, Especially because the voice actor who voices Knapsack Kid is also the voice actress for Mai, and they were able to get her signature for Knapsack Kid, but not for Mai herself, which is disappointing. I think it did sort of take the wind out of the sails of some collectors who maybe they don't follow Weiss a lot, but they heard we were getting a new Bunny Girl set, thought they could finally get a Mai signature card, and then they find out that they just get these weird little snowflake borders and whatever. They don't look terrible, but there are some people that try to get 2 grand for the level 3 Mai, because that's what it was in Japan, and they're pretty disappointed when nobody wants to buy them. And then they drop it, and people still don't want it because it's basically just a glorified SR at this point. Still great art, but it was a little bit of a disappointment. However, overall, I think the set does have a lot to offer collectors. There are a lot of good looking SRs that are dirt cheap. Base rarity stuff also looks pretty nice. Even if a lot of it is just art taken from the show, I think the show just looks so great that a lot of people won't mind just getting some nice shiny bunny girl things. And you do get enough signatures on characters that people do like and do have their own fan base. And they're super cheap, so maybe that helps make up for it a little bit. Impact on the meta, this is getting a 5 out of 5. When this set came out, it had a lot of hype around it. A lot of people were afraid of the Mai, of the 8-door deck, and it did not disappoint. When it came out, we were going into trio season in the spring. This Bunny Girl, the 8-door Bunny Girl deck was on, I don't want to swear that it was on most topping lists, but it was on a lot of them. You were at an immediate disadvantage if your team was not playing it. Now, that doesn't mean that your team couldn't do well or win if it wasn't playing Bunny Girl, but it was just such a strong deck that I think the consensus was that somebody needed to be on Bunny Girl. We had a similar thing the previous year with Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man came out right before the trio season, or right at the beginning of it, and it was such a strong set that it kind of compelled people to pick one person on their team to play it. Not every year do we get a format that's like that, but Bunny Girl was one of those formats. This card did a lot. People got tired of it pretty quickly, I think. It only had the one regional season before they came out with a choice list and said no more. And despite that, it still does get some tops and does do pretty well. 2 Mai is often enough to get you there, and it is the only thing that's on the list. And you have a couple of off finisher options to supplement the Mai. The biggest hit with the choice list was the consistency. If your Mai's get buried into stock early, you might have a hard time getting them out, that whole thing. But this deck absolutely did dominate the meta while it was fully legal, and it still does pretty well now. Nothing else was hit, so it's still a pretty strong contender. There's a lot of great pieces in it. It does pretty well. I don't think much more needs to be said on it. The overall score is a 4.5 out of 5. This really is just a fantastic set. Has a lot to offer players, has a really good amount to offer collectors who are just have to understand that 2 of the hottest cards in the set did not get signatures. But if you are not that high rarity of a collector, there is still a lot to like. If you're a mid-range or a lower range collector, there are some OFRs that are dirt cheap. There are a lot of OFRs that were going for like $5 even on release, and they look absolutely stunning. The card design, there is a lot to like for in terms of legacy support. There's a lot of stuff that you can play solely out of this set and just have a fantastic time with really great options. It's a good set to look at. It's a very popular IP. This was a tough set for me to rank. I wasn't sure if it was going to be number 2 or number 1. In the end, I felt it was good at number 2, but I would not argue with anyone who thought it should be the number 1 set of the year. In first place, we have the My Go Av Musica Bane Dream set. Well, we're finally near the end. I will try to wrap this up quickly. It's been a long road filming this video, but I think the wait was worth it, like with this set, because this set is absolutely fantastic, and that is coming from someone who did not care for Bane Dream in the slightest, never watched it, never played a single card, never collected a single card, knew nothing about it other than girls in a band, I think. Then I started hearing the hype about this set, watched the show for it, liked the show, bought into the set. I've been playing it almost non-stop since the set came out. I look at the cards when I'm not playing them. They just look very nice. It is a really, really great set. This was a tough pick between this and Bunny Girl, and even at one point I thought about putting Nikke first. I think at a certain point the order, when you get this high and the sets are this high of a quality, it starts just getting more and more subjective. But this is my favorite set of the year. It's the set I have played the most, and it was also the set I thought I would have nothing to do with because I don't care about Bane Dream. But let's get into why this set is so good. Playability wise, I think the set is a 5 out of 5. Bane Dream has been around forever. Bushiroad owns it. They print a lot of sets with it. Bane Dream has had a lot of good cards in the past. We don't often see it really become too meta, and it's definitely fallen out of the meta in the last few years. That does not mean that Bane Dream has not topped a random regional here and there. I know someone who is obsessed with Bane Dream, and he does not shut up about the one time that he top 8'd or top 16 or top 100. I don't know because I don't pay attention to him. A regional with Bane Dream. That was a very different time, even if it was just a few years ago. They haven't made Bane Dream pretty relevant in a while, even though it does have a lot of older cards that are very good on their own. I think this set, though, really does a great job of standing on its own and bringing back old stuff purely because of how playable the cards in this set are. Even if you don't want to use any of the combos in this set, there are so many good cards at level 0 specifically, but also good cards at 1, good cards at 2, good cards at 3. I think if you're playing older sets and not really using this, there are still some really fantastic cards that you'd be a fool to not use from this set. This card just has no shortage of good cards to play. Like certain sets, like Hololive, which after so many sets, it sort of has a very stacked level 0 lineup where even if you pick 20 really good zeros to put in your deck, you're going to have a bunch left over that didn't make the cut because you got to have a cutoff point somewhere. I think this set is like that too. It's just so full of really good zeros that do so many great things. Really, really playable set. The combos really shine in this set. Um, there's some really good stuff at 3. There's some good options at 1. My favorite combo from the set is the Tamori at the top left. I know that most people have gravitated towards the Dolores, and recently they've sort of been moving more towards the Clock Kick Restander on Anon and the Tamori combo. I think the Tamori from the top left is still the way to go with this set. I've been playing it almost nonstop since its release in July. I am routinely just getting like 5, 6 burn twos off of this thing. It is absolutely insane. The card does everything you need it to do. Then we move on. The next two cards, it's Tamori and the Anon. They work together off the same climax. Basically, what you do is one of them clock kicks, the other moves and restands it. So you're getting, if your opponent has a full field, you're getting 3 clock kicks and 5 attacks. It is a very strong combo. First time I switched up and started playing this, did it for a couple weeks, and people were not happy that I was using it because it was just so strong. Then we've got the Dolores. This is the one that most people talked about going into this set. It's incredibly strong. It is just, it's similar to a Masashi. On cancel, you burn, but rather than mill and burn depending on the level of the card you mill like a normal Musashi, this just burns for the amount of damage that was canceled. However, the insane part about this card is that if you cancel, you then get to give cancel burn to something else. And then if you give it to another Dolores, if you use her effect and she cancels, not only does she pass her own cancel burn, she passes the cancel burn that was given to her by the first Dolores. You could just wind up having so many instances of damage. I think both the Tamori on the left and the Dolores all the way to the right, they are 5 out of 5 combos, which I know I've said a lot with these last two slides between Bunny Girl and this, but they both have such high ceilings. I do personally think that Dolores has a much lower floor than the Tamori does, and maybe that's why she's fallen off a bit, but she's still a fantastic card. This might not be the meta for her, and that's what's holding her back, but she is a very good card. Then we got a couple level 1 combos. For the longest time, I was playing 8 Pants with the Tamori at the top left and the Taki level 1 combo at the bottom there. I thought it had a lot of good synergy, and she is a fantastic card. The art is also stunning. She helps keep your stock clean. She's very selective. She puts cards you don't want to see again into your stock. Really good. And then I started playing with the Oblivionis, going for Bar Pants, and it's hard to go back. This level 1 combo reads good, maybe not like super broken. However, she absolutely is super broken. When you attack, if you have the bar, look it up to 4, put a character to hand or put a character to your stock. This card has a changer that goes into her for nothing. All you have to do is rest her. You're essentially playing 8 copies of this card in your deck. Looping this when you're playing Bar Pants is super easy to do. You generate so much hand, you generate so much stock that it's really just hard to play any other level 1 combo from this set. It's just so strong. All those combos are really great though, but the combos would be nothing if they didn't have anything good backing them up. This set has a million great cards backing it up. We'll get the 2-1 stock swap at the bottom right out of the way. This actually has been printed before in a different Bang Dream set. They reprinted it here. They gave it a new name and then said, nope, actually it has the same name. Let's errata it so you can't play 8 copies of your 2-1 event stock swap. Having a 2-1 stock swap is incredibly powerful. Don't need to say much more about it. Then going from the top left, we've got the Timoris. I love this Timoris so much. When she hits waiting room from the stage, you can discard a card, look at up to 4 cards on top of deck, add a music character, and then if you milled a copy of herself, you can pick a copy of herself from waiting room, put it to the bottom of your stock. Her just normal dig effect is very strong. Maybe getting a free stock out of it is just so powerful. My opponents hate when I hit on this thing. She gives you stockless deck speed too. It's just a really strong level 0 that I put into every Bang Dream deck that I build now. We also have the Amoris, which is insanely strong. On play, she gets 3000 power, so she's swinging at 35 for the turn. You also get to stun one of your opponent's characters for some reason, which is good against standby. You stun something in the back row so they can't move it up next turn. You also stun runners and that sort of thing. It's very, very good. And when she attacks, you can put a character from your stage into waiting room, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a music character, you can add it to your hand. This is really good when your character is going to die anyway. At least let it die for a purpose. If it's going to die, you just sack it with this instead. Get a free character out of it. It whiffs on climaxes. It whiffs on the stock swap event. But as long as it's a music character, you get it. Most of the time, it doesn't whiff. You can also trigger your own things like the Timoris, so they have good synergy together. They're both just really great cards. It feels very strong using the Amoris to sack the Timoris. It also is good if you want to trigger a climax. Maybe you need a bar, maybe you need to trigger pants, or you need to trigger door, whatever it might be. It's really good sometimes to just dig one card closer to a specific thing. Then we have the level 3 Mortis early play at the bottom left. I have had to explain this card to people so many times since I've started using it because it just reads almost like a custom card. It's an early play stock healer. You can play it from your hand without fulfilling color requirements, which is just fantastic. If you have 4 or more music characters, it gets -1 level. That's the best early play condition there is. When you place it on stage from hand, you can put up to 1 card from the top of your clock into your waiting room. However, if you have 4 or more other music characters, you may put that card into your stock instead of the waiting room. Usually when we have stock healers, they must discard a card in order to heal from clock to stock. This doesn't need to do that. And the only only real condition is what you're already meeting in order to bring it out early. And you do it without color requirements. So even though green is a very good color in the set, this means that you can use it in absolutely any Bang Dream deck that you want. If this set does not have yellow, but other Bang Dream sets do, if you want to just throw this card into a mono yellow deck, and this is the only off color thing, it does not matter because you can bring it out anyway. The only sacrifice you have to make is that it does not have a soul trigger and it doesn't gain any power, but it still sits at 9/5. This card is absolutely ridiculous because of how efficient it is with hand and stock. I cannot tell you the number of times that I have just looped this thing and my opponent's face drops when I'm at 2/6 or 2/5, and I just play multiple copies in a turn, and now I'm back down to 2/3 or even 2/2. I have sometimes just brainstormed, gotten a lot of hand, played this out, then helmeted, get it back, bring it, just looping it over and over. It's so efficient to do so because of how cheap this is. It's just a really powerful, really unfair card. They probably shouldn't have made it, but I'm glad they did because I love it. Card design in the set, I'm going to give it a 5 out of 5. There is a lot of cards that support each other. There's a lot of cards that just support generic strategies, support specific strategies, specific cards, or are just fantastic on their own. Probably the weakest out of these 3 cards on here is the Brainstorm to the left. It's a normal salvage Brainstorm, but when you play a Climax, you also give a character the ability to top check 2 on attack, leave 1, dump 1. It is an effect we've seen on Brainstorms before. Not every set gets this sort of Brainstorm profile. This is a set that greatly benefits from that because certain cards really benefit from top check knowledge, like the Amoris that we looked at earlier. when you attack with her, you can look at the top two and you could leave the character that you want to grab before you sack the character. That way you can't whiff it. And there are other things like the Tomori level 3 climax combo that mills climaxes and does burn. That is a mill 4. This effectively makes it a mill 5 because you get to look at the top two, get rid of a non-climax. It just digs you one card closer. It's a very solid brainstorm. I have loved it very much. We've also got this 3-2 Anon. She is on play. You can choose one of the following effects and do it. You can choose a music character in your waiting room, return its hand, which is fine. You can also pay one, salvage a climax. That is a profile. That specific one, pay one to salvage the climax. That's something we've seen on 3-2s plenty of times over the years. It's not anything special. However, I'm not sure if we've ever seen the optional. You could choose one or the other before between a character or a climax. That is very strong in and of itself. However, this has another effect where on attack you could pay to ditch one, reveal the top card of your deck, and then burn X plus one. X is the level of the revealed card. Having a off finisher that is in a set that gives you top check knowledge off of your brainstorm that also lets you salvage a character or a climax. It is such a powerful card. I recently upped it to 2 in my deck because I just realized how I don't want this thing to be lost in stock. I want to be able to access it if I need it. It is such a strong profile for a variety of reasons. It enables lines of play that I didn't think it would. It's just a very, very, very good card. We also have this Oblivionist level 0. She is a normal clean cut. She's a little weak for a clean cut at 25, but I guess they made her 500 power weaker than normal because she also has the ability that when her opponent becomes reversed, you can put the top card of their clock to waiting room and then put that character into their clock. This is a surprisingly really great card. It does a little bit of green fix, but I use this card all the time. Sometimes I even Ricky with this card. When my opponent leaves me, like for example, they're playing Hololive and they've got their Aqua Ricky out. I may have to play a climax so that this thing matches the power, but being able to just have a clean cut combined with some form of removal that doesn't involve their character going to the waiting room is really great. It feels really good to deny your opponent waiting room effects that they were probably counting on. Having that versatility is just a pretty strong card. I'm not sure if we've really seen this sort of profile before, which is why I'm mentioning it in the card design section. It is two really good effects strapped onto one card, which is pretty great. Um, this is a trial deck combo. I think the card design for this is pretty great. It's on reverse, pay one, ditch one. Then you get to burn one and put the reversed opponent's character into their clock. Pretty basic effect. It is really weak, which kind of stinks. However, you only need 6 stock up front to do it. The really cool thing about this is these sort of clock hit combos or on reverse combos, they really fail if your opponent plays around them and crashes the turn before. You basically just have a useless climax combo. This, however, when you play it out, you can pay one. If you do, you pick a character in your opponent's waiting room and you put it on an open position of their stage. So if your opponent does try to play around it, as long as you have enough stock, you can play around them playing around you. Ruby has a similar profile as this. That one does bring out 2 characters, so it's a little bit better because Ruby also kicks things to clock. Uh, and I can tell you that that is a super awesome profile, sort of a must-have in that deck. The fact that they tied that effect to the actual level 3 card itself, your climax combo, is really cool. It's really neat. They don't do that sort of thing often. While this combo isn't necessarily something that anyone's really going to play, to be honest, for a trial deck combo, it is actually pretty good. And I like that they did that. I thought that was a pretty unique bit of card design. Then we got the Dolores that we spoke about earlier. We've already talked about how good she is. She has a 2-1 that when she gets a reverse, you can put her into memory until the beginning of your next turn, which doesn't sound too great until you read her first effect, which she allows you to summon out your level 3 combo from your waiting room without paying stock. All you have to do is discard a card from your hand and you rest her, which sounds pretty good on its own. I think a lot of people would play it just for that effect. However, it also gives it a soul, which is absolutely fantastic because the level 3 combo needs your opponent to cancel in order to start dealing its burn damage. Giving the extra soul makes it so that she's swinging for at least 4, 5 if you trigger a trigger soul trigger, which you probably don't want to do. Burn 4 is enough. It's just really, really very strong. That was some good card design. We've also got this. This is the clock kick restander move around stage combo we talked about. I'm not sure if Bushiroad intended this when they printed this Cries from the Heart event. People at my locals have really disliked it. When I have used it, it's an event where you pick one of your characters, you give it 2000 power, and the following abilities. When it attacks, you look at up to 2 cards on top of deck, leave one there, dump one, and when it gets a reverse, you search your deck for any music character and add it to hand. That is not a once per turn effect. If you assign it to the middle level 3 combo, her whole thing is that that soul card is going to be attacking each of your opponent's 3 lanes and presumably getting reverses. That means on each of those swings, she's getting top 2 check. She's also getting a free deck search when she gets a reverse. That's 3 deck searches. That's a lot. That's good compression. I don't know if they realized that when they made it. There are a couple of other events in previous Bane Dream sets that do similar things to that you could use instead, but they don't have a once per turn clause on them, and it just pairs really well with this. If it was intentional, bravo to Bushiroad because it's fantastic. I have really enjoyed doing it. My opponents have not. Back to the level 3 Mortis. We do have some cards that work really well. Since she needs 4 or more, ideally she's so cheap, you would like to play multiple copies of her at 2 to heal as much as possible. There are cards that facilitate that. Aside from a helmet, which is pretty good, it's not pictured here. You could play your helmet as your 4th card, play the Mortis as your 5th, then use the helmet, opening up another slot to play another early play. There is also this poor doll Amoris, who is a assist for 2000 for all of your other music characters during your turn, and you can also rest her and sack a character from your stage to draw a card. So not only do you get to draw a card, you're opening up a slot. Maybe you play the Amoris out. Now you've got 4 characters. You play out the Mortis early play. Now you've got a full board. Rather than have to overplay something, at least you get some value out of it. You sack it with the Amoris. Now you draw a card, and you have an open slot now to play the Mortis. They're both in the Ab Musica thing. I do not think that Bushiroad did this by accident. I think it was very purposeful that they did this sort of combination. The greatest, but also the most egregious card design in this set is definitely this level 1 combo. The level 1 combo is good on its own. Do not get me wrong. It's a very good combo. It's on a bar, which means you can loop it easily, but it's very solid. It's very versatile. The broken part about this combo that really makes it kind of disgusting is the level 1-0 on the right. On play, you have the optional mill 3, and at the beginning of your climax phase, you can rest her, choose 1 copy of your level 1 combo in your waiting room, swap places with it, and it gets 1000 power until the end of turn. There's no hand discard requirement. There's no stock discard requirement. All you have to do is have the card. We have talked about a couple of essentially cards that extend your 4 copies of your level 1 combo into 8 copies, but each of the ones we've looked at in this 2025 set review, those are all good cards, but they required some other cost, typically paying a stock. This doesn't need that. Not only does it fuel your waiting room, which is where it grabs your level 1 combo, it also swaps with it for free, and it gives it power. If anything, it should have minus power as a way to make it look like you were trying to balance the card, but they didn't do that. They gave it power. So now, if you summon it this way, with the climax, you're swinging for at least 9,000 if you put a card to stock instead of your hand. Playing 8 copies of your level 1 combo when you're playing bar, it is so gross. My fellow players at my locals, I think some of them, they're starting to roll their eyes when I loop this combo so much. It is so easy to do. You get so much deck speed out of these 2 cards. It is very easy to control your deck state, to fix it if you drew too many climaxes or canceled a lot or whatever it is. It's a pretty disgusting thing. I know that Japan had their own choice list for Bane Dream after the Maigo Ab Musica set came out. I personally think that if you want to hit it, just, I don't know, put the choice list, make the choice list these 2 cards, say you can only pick one. You should not have 8 free copies to your level 1 combo, especially when it is a good combo that you could loop so easily. We also have this level 3 Tamori. This card design is absolutely kind of nuts. On climax placement, you get to add 2 characters from your deck to your hand. Then that's the only thing that climax combo does, which doesn't sound too crazy. She also has a separate effect that during the turn you play her, when she attacks, you could discard 2 cards from your hand, which you just added as long as you play the climax, and you reveal a character in your hand with the same card name as a character in your level, which is really easy to do. If you do that, you can either heal 2, which is fantastic, or you mill 4, and for every climax you mill, you burn 2. If you triple this card and you play the climax, you just thinned out your deck by 6 cards. If you plop 2 brainstorms in the back, that brainstorm we looked at earlier, now your mill 4s are essentially mill 5s for 2 of the Tamoris. If you double this and you play one of the off finisher we spoke about, it's so easy to get a lot of burns with this card. It does everything you need it to do. You want to mill climaxes, you want a smaller deck. She makes your deck smaller by taking cards that you don't want to mill out of your deck while also fueling her own cost. And it's very selective. It's just a super strong combo. I've really enjoyed playing it. It's not really fair when you can consistently do like 4, 5, 6 burn 2s with 2 or 3 copies of this, and then if you play the off finisher, you get a guaranteed burn. And you could heal. Heal 2 is not bad. You don't do the mill at that point. It's just, I think in all the games I've played with this, when I've doubled or tripled it, it's really only whiffed one time where I milled 4 and it was clean, and then I triggered a bar, and then I blind stocked another climax, and then that got me to a refresh, and then I refreshed a climax, and that was a terrible game for me. But every other time I've used this, which is got to be dozens by now, this thing is just the bane of my opponent's existence. It is so strong. 2 is a really good number to burn for when you're just doing it multiple times, especially on attack. Depending on how the damage lands, it helps set up side attacks for your other 2 lanes. Just a really well designed card, an overly designed card maybe, because it also has a gigantic resonate package with it. These cards are all pretty good resonate cards. You got the Anon at the top left. On play, you just discard any music character. You search your deck for the level 3 Tamori. Then you resonate the level 3 Tamori that you just searched, and you give her power until the end of your opponent's next turn, which is very, very solid. The card to the right of it doesn't directly relate to the Tamori, but it's just on play. You look at up to 3. Then you add a character with either that mentions experience or resonate to your hand if you do discard. A lot of the Tamori cards do have resonate and experience. They mention those things. So I don't personally play it anymore, but still pretty good. Then we've got this 1/1, which is on play. You discard a card and you reveal your level 3 Tamori. If you do, you refresh. It is an extremely cheap refresh. Definitely a card worth playing if you're playing that Tamori. At the bottom left, while I did mention I switched to the Oblivionus, and my thing I think is just too broken not to. The level 1 Taki also resonates with your level 3 combo, and it's definitely worth it. It's very strong. Another good resonate card that doesn't necessarily need the Tamori, but it is a Tamori itself, is this 1/0 Tamori at the bottom. It's got a soul trigger. On play, you discard, and you reveal a character with the same name as a character in your level, and you dig up to 4, and you grab any music character. Definitely good for the whole experience resonate thing. Very strong. Another card that does directly need the Tamori is the 2/1 Soyo backup. She is very, very strong. After you use her backup, she is pay 1, discard a MyGo character from your hand, and reveal one of the level 3 Tamori. If you do, give one of your opponent's characters -2 soul. It is an extremely cheap -2 soul backup. You could search it off when you're at your level 3 turn. You could search it off with your level 3 Tamori if it's still in your deck. Really, really strong. There is also a good 3/2 early play. That is, if you or your opponent has 2 or less climax in your waiting room, she gets -1 level. Then she's a stock healer, but she's a normal stock healer, so you do have to discard. However, at the beginning of your climax phase, if you resonate with the level 3 Tamori, she gets 3000 power until the end of your opponent's turn. So it should be 11k on your turn and your opponent's. Super, super strong. She just doesn't see play because the Mortis early play is just so strong. But there are a lot of benefits if you want to go play the Tamori. There's a lot of good resonate stuff and stuff that works well with the Tamori. They really were pushing that. And a lot of the time when they come out with these resonate things, they're not the best. I think the last pretty solid resonate package I've seen was with Azure Lane Volume 1, where they really were pushing this New Jersey Resonates package, and I think those cards, while a lot of them were good, they are not as good as the cards we see for Tamori, which just shows they spent a lot of time designing that one particular combo. There's plenty of things in the set that they designed pretty well, even if they are a little too broken for their own good. Next up, we have art design, which I'm giving a 3 out of 5. While the SPs, SSPs, secrets do look very nice, a lot of the SRs look nice, they don't all look nice. A lot of the art is lifted directly from the show, and for anyone who hasn't watched it, it is a CGI heavy show, but it's not really that good CGI. It is incredibly basic. It's still a good show, but it's not the nicest show to look at. While some of them don't look atrocious, I don't think anyone's going to look at these cards and think they particularly look great. A lot of the SR versions of things still have the same art style. Not all of them do, and those are the ones that are elevating the set, because some of the SR versions do look absolutely gorgeous. Pretty much all these look good. This is sort of a style that we see on a lot of things. These are the types of art in the set that are really elevating the set to that 3 out of 5 and lifting it out of the CGI nightmare that some of it is in. Just a very nice looking set. Collectability wise, I am giving this a 3 out of 5. Bane Dream is not going to appeal to everyone, though it does have its share of fans. I definitely became a fan after looking into the set and just seeing how powerful it was, how nice some of the cards looked, particularly the SRs and the SPs and SSPs. The set does have 10 SPs in it. You got the Ab Musica ones on top and the MyGo ones on bottom. Most of them are decently playable. Not all of them, but most of them are pretty good. Some of the actually 3 of the Ab Musica ones are kind of just blah. But they do look very nice. They do have character signs instead of like voice actor signs, but they do look very nice. The art's pretty decent and they do look good. They're not the most expensive, so from a collector standpoint, you won't feel too good about pulling any of them from the box. But if you do know which ones you want specifically, they should be easy enough to find at reasonable prices. I think where the set really shines in terms of collectability are the SSPs. Now, these SSPs do have the same art as their SR counterparts. This is a set where every card in the set gets a foil, which is a good thing. So the SSPs are great for collectors, but for anyone that doesn't want to go that far with the high rarity collecting and you just want to be a mid-range collector, these arts are absolutely gorgeous, and you could find each of them on the SR counterparts for significantly cheaper than the SSPs. They're also a lot easier to find. They still have the same great art, just minus the signature. I think for people who want to like mid rarity their decks rather than max rarity their decks, it's a lot more reasonable to do that. And for people who just like the show and don't care about Weiss, maybe they don't want to pay for the signature or can't find them, you can still get some really gorgeous looking art from both the MyGo side and the Ab Musica side. It's the same thing with the Ab Musica SSPs. The art is exactly the same on their SRs. Their regular double rare art, some of it's okay, some of it's not that great. I guess it's better than a lot of maybe the commons and rares in the set, but the SR type art is really where the set shines for these cards. They are just really, really nice to look at, in addition to your normal SPs and SSPs and the good looking SRs. This set also has 2 different secret plus rares. They are just the Dolores and the Tamori level 3 combos. They do not have signatures on them, but they do feature that more full art from those scenes where it's got all their respective girls, whether it's Ab Musica or MyGo on them. They are pretty hard to pull, but they do look very nice. I could see why someone would want these over maybe the SSP or the SR counterparts for them. And for collectors, there is one more thing to go after because this set has not one but 10 serial rares. There are 5 for the Av Musica side, and there are 5 for the My Go side. They are on 2 different climaxes. The Av Musica serials, they are the Dolores climax combo that we looked at, while the 5 for My Go are all on the Tamori level 3 combo that we've talked about a lot. I have seen one of these in person and it looks absolutely gorgeous. Someone pulled it at our locals. While most people aren't going to pull this or really expect to pull this, I do think it adds some longevity to people opening the set, which is always good. As I mentioned many times, it's not good to see stores just sitting on Weiss product when it's probably a product they're always tempted to just stop carrying to begin with. But I think this, while maybe not solving that problem, definitely not solving that problem, it does help with some sets. There are a lot of serials in this set. I don't know the exact ratios. I don't know how much was printed. They don't give us numbers ahead of time. They just put that this is serial number 1, number 2, but they don't say what it's out of in this set. But with 10 serials, each assuming that they have multiple different numbers on them, I would think that this is easier to pull than serials from other sets. I'm not totally sure, but it is something to go after, and it is something that I think it gives you a little bit of a thrill for a collector when they're just opening a random box they find and then they pull this, or at least have the opportunity to pull this, no matter how unlikely it is. While this set is not as immediately collectible as something like Nikkei or Azuline, which just has a lot more affordable SPs in higher quantities, they're just easier to find. I think there is still a lot to collect about this set. Higher rarity is going to be tougher, but it's perfect for mid-range collectors that want some of those really nice looking SRs, and there are some lower end SRs that still do look nice. The art design really hampers it a little bit, but it's still pretty great, and the serials do a decent enough job of helping. Impact on the meta, giving this a 4.5 out of 5. It's definitely hasn't made quite the impact that I think people have expected. Now, it has topped a ton after it came out. It came out in July of 2025. People did start playing it a lot. This set had massive representation at different regionals. People were prepared for it. People were scared of it. I think the Dolores, while not as feared as the Mai from Bunny Girl, I think people were afraid of that combo. Now, I think the combo itself hasn't done as well as maybe people expected, myself included, with Nikkei running around and its rest counter. I think that is one reason why this combo hasn't done as well. I'm still on the Tamori combo. A lot of people have started moving to the Restand or Clock It combo, which recently got second at a regional at the time of recording this video. But there's no denying that a lot of people have been on Bane Dream. I think people who have never picked up a Bane Dream set a day in their life bought into this set because there was so much hype around it. While it hasn't translated that hype directly into wins, we do have an incredibly diverse meta right now, and this came out during the tail end of trio season, where it was on a lot of topping and winning lists for the brief period of time it was legal during trio season. It's mostly right now just been single season, and it has a lot of representation, and it does get a lot of tops. It's had a hard time turning those tops into wins though, but it's still topping a lot. And again, it's just a very diverse meta. We have not seen a dominant deck necessarily this format. I think this is a set that still has made a big impact. People need to be aware of what it does. They are aware that the set has stock swap, it has Fumio, it has a lot going for it. It's hard to stop it. Once it gets going, it's really, really hard to stop. And it's a set that, unless they severely restrict it, I think it's not going anywhere. I wouldn't mind if we got the same ban list that Japan has. I think it's still good in spite of that. There's just so much going for this set. They would have to do a lot to really neuter it, in my opinion, and I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. Overall, giving this set a 5 out of 5. While it does lose points in art design and collectability, I don't think those things are as important. We've had enough sets this year that have more consistent art and are a bit more collectible. Bane Dream was always sort of a niche thing anyway. The fact that so many people bought into Bane Dream, I think, just shows the power of the set. And while I do collect, I am a player first. So this set really blew me away once I started reading it, and especially once I started playing it. It's a set that I've played the most this year, and I've just changed the deck list a lot in minor ways, a couple of big ways. It's just a lot of fun. It's hard to imagine playing anything else. It's also hard to imagine power creep overtaking this anytime soon, especially with the sets that have been announced for English. Oshinoko Volume 2 is the only thing that I think really might make a dent in this. It's just such a powerful set. In one set, it came out with so many new combos, so many new cards. Aside from the Fumio, a lot of people don't even play many cards from the previous sets, even though you could. If you only owned Av Musica, you very well can make a perfectly playable topping deck with just the cards in this set. You don't need to buy into past Bane Dream cards, though you probably should if you want to maximize your deck. My deck does have older stuff in it. Bane Dream does have a massive card pool, but when you look at this set in a vacuum, just by itself, I think it's still a 5 out of 5 set. It does have something for collectors. It does have some decent art. People were afraid of this set, as they should be. They still should be afraid of this set. This set, I think, was very well thought out by Bushiroad when designing it. They clearly just wanted to make a really, really good set, and they succeeded with that. So I think while it was very close, especially with the top two, I think this is a very good set for the number one spot. It just happens to also be my favorite set of the year, definitely the one I've played the most, but I think it's made a tremendous impact. I could see why people would argue maybe Bunny Girl should be here, maybe Nikkei, they all have their own pros. At a certain point, it does become a little more subjective, but it is overall a very powerful set. So that wraps up finally this set review for 2025 of every English Weiss set. I think overall it was a fantastic year for Weiss. It may not have been as good as 2024, but that was a really stacked year right from the beginning. I still think we got a lot of great big releases. We got some smaller niche things. So there was something for everyone at different points of the year. While the year sort of ended on a little bit of a nothing burger because we did not have a December release, and November's release was Konosuba Re-Edit. No disrespect to Konosuba, which is awesome, just a tad disappointing. I still think the previous 10 months were just fantastic for the majority of their time, where there was always something new and cool on the horizon to look out for, whether it was a big popular IP or something a little more niche, whether it was strictly a collector's set or a very playable set. There was just a lot to like about the year. So that wraps up this video. Thank you very much for sticking with it to the end. This is Catskill Weiss Schwarz signing off.